Infraction, Academy of Ancients. Written by Avery Cross. Narrated by Jack Ainsworth. Chapter 1. Briar. I screamed until I was hoarse, but no one heard me. Undead. They were everywhere, surrounding me. I tried to fight back, but my summoning wouldn't work. No fire, no spirit. I was alone. Utterly alone as the enemy closed in around me. They reached out, their dead hands pulling at my arms and hair, dragging me back into the darkness with them. Zach. I heard him screaming my name, but I couldn't see him. He needed help, needed me, but all I could do was let myself be surrounded by the enemy, not able to fight back and save myself, let alone him. A cloaked figure appeared before me, and his hand shot out, throttling me. "Join us," he hissed. I gasped, tearing at his hand, but he only squeezed harder as I kicked my feet furiously. "Go to hell," I spat. And then he threw me into the darkness. I fell and fell. I jerked upward, ready to fight, until my blurry vision cleared and I remembered where I was. Not surrounded by undead and getting ready to die. No, I was somewhere that was almost worse in certain ways, I guess. I flopped back onto my squeaky cot of a bed and tugged the rough blanket up over my head. On the bright side, I'd made it to Talon HQ. On the downside, I was now a prisoner for the death of Samantha Stone, daughter of General Alba Stone and Councilman Greystone. Yeah, because my life couldn't have gotten any more complicated than it already was. I'd been here for over a week now, sitting in this tiny gray room with no view of the outside world. There was a single door with bars, so when I did get visitors, they could open the door on the outside at least, and I could see them through the bars. But the only visitors I had were the guards who brought me meals twice a day. No one else. No one told me anything. I was just here, alone, slowly going insane. I wondered if that was their plan, make me go nuts and then ask me questions. I was getting damn close to losing what little sanity I had left after all the shit I'd been through. Oh, and yes, the damned cell was magic-proof. No summoning in here, not even a spark. I was going stir-crazy with nothing to do or anyone to talk to. Zach had not been allowed to see me since I'd been processed. Or Morris, for that matter. I'd been on my own. I hadn't even had a chance to tell them what happened before I found Sam dead. Most of the ride here, I'd been in too much shock to say anything except nod when one of the other Pierce brothers asked me a question. I thought back again over what they'd said, mostly trying to tell me to keep calm and they'd get this figured out. None of them believed I did it, but the evidence screamed otherwise. Who else could blow off someone's head with their summoning? Oh, that's right, just little old me. Needing to suddenly get up and move, I threw the blanket off and stalked around the space. I had no way to tell what time it was. The light stayed on in my room at all times. I had a bathroom at least, though it lacked a door. Not that I cared too much at this point. I wanted to see Zach, needed to just hear his voice and know he wasn't dead or dying, as I'd seen nearly every night in my dreams. Since coming here, the nightmares had returned in full force. All was the same. I was surrounded by undead, and Zach. I heard him bellowing in pain, but never saw him. The cloaked figure grabbed me every time, asking me to join him. I kicked the wall in my frustration, hobbling on one foot as I held my throbbing toes and glared at the stones. "Come on already!" I yelled, glaring at the ceiling. "What do you want from me, huh?" "What?" I waited, but if anyone watched the camera feed of my cell, they made no show of it. "I want to help here, I really do. But if you all want to continue being arrogant bastards who won't even talk to me, then maybe I won't say another damned word. Is that what you want?" I'd cursed and threatened until my voice was hoarse. But still nothing. "Fine, you know what?" I flipped the camera off. "That's what. You all suck. Horribly. I hope you trip and fall on your faces." "Shroud, really?" I whipped around, almost not ready to believe my ears. But there, on the other side of the bars, was Zach. He smiled at me with that crooked grin I'd missed too damned much, but the tick was running rampant in his jaw, and his cerulean eyes watched me with a whole lot of worry in them. I walked to the bars, ready to take his hand, but he held it up, making me pause for a second. Then his finger went to his ear. I frowned, wondering what he was up to, when he started talking in a quiet undertone.
"Thanks, Luke. I owe you one,"
he said. Then the bars unlocked. Zach gripped them and slid them aside. It took me half a second before I threw myself into his arms. He caught me easily, crushing me to him as his lips found mine, backing us into the room.
"We don't have much time,"
he whispered urgently, kissing me again. "What's happening out there? No one's told me anything," I said, not letting my arms leave him for a second. If this was going to be short-lived, I was going to make the visit well worth it. He clung to me, too, as if worried the second he let go, I'd disappear. "Zach, how bad is it?"
"You want the truth?"
"What do you think?" He sighed, shaking his head, tucking my hair behind my ears while he studied every inch of my face, as if this was the last time he'd ever get to see me. I gripped his arms, worried someone would come along and drag him away from me, just like in my nightmares. His eyes grew dark as the news he delivered.
"Bad. Worse than bad. Bloody freaking politics. Plus the masters are here, and all members of our council have arrived. In 4 days they're coming for you."
"And what's going to happen?" I asked, hating how much my voice shook. His arms tightened securely around me, but did little to comfort me. Undead we could deal with, but laws and courts? Politics? I was being accused of murder. There was no fighting our way out of this, not with our usual tactics. We would have to prove I was innocent, and I didn't even know where to begin.
"They'll bring you before the court, and the trial will begin."
"Trial, great."
"All you have to do is stick to the truth. That's it."
"Yeah, but from the way your jaw keeps twitching, the truth might not be enough," I muttered. His eyes darkened even more with anxiety. "Why haven't I gotten to give a statement or anything yet? I should be able to say what happened that day without them judging me first."
"That's part of the reason I'm here, too. I need you to tell me exactly what happened that day."
I leaned back, my brow furrowing. "I went shopping, as I told you, and then you called, said Sam was in trouble, so I ran to the hotel."
"And her door was already open?"
"Yeah. Why are you asking me like this?" I tried to pull out of his arms, but he didn't let me go. "You do believe me, right, that I didn't kill her?"
"You look me in the eye and tell me what I believe,"
he replied sternly. I did as he said and relaxed, falling back against his chest at the fierce determination in his eyes to try to get me out of this. "Sorry, I don't know what to do, or what's going to happen to me. I'm terrified," I whispered. "More than when we faced down the Necromancers."
"I know, those we could kill, but here we're trapped by the rules,"
he murmured, kissing the top of my head.
"But we'll get through this. Over the next few days, work on relaying the events as succinctly as possible. They'll try to trip you up."
"But why? They don't even know me."
His jaw clenched as he whispered, "No, but after what you did with the undead, some of the Talons are talking, and Theon had to report all the events of the fight. They're scared of you now, Shroud. Scared of what you were capable of."
"So what, they want to punish me for what I can do and not the murder?"
He shrugged. "I don't know their motives, but we're working on it."
"Wait, if we told them about the fight, about Hook, then they know about the Necromancers, right? The army of undead? Why doesn't that take priority?"
Zach hung his head. "Some details were left out of Theon's story, like anything to do with the Necromancers and undead, actually."
"Then who the hell kidnapped Hook?"
"As of this moment, Ivan and some of his criminal followers."
I gulped hard, realizing now why they were all scared of me. They think I killed people? That I blew off all their heads?"
"No, he and Ivan managed to create more of those golem-type creatures, and you killed them. But still, it's got everyone on edge, and they all seem to think you could have easily killed everyone at the fight."
I wanted to disappear, fade away. I was not capable of murder. The first creature like Carter I'd killed, I'd gotten sick, imagining it being human. I wanted to ask Zach why they just didn't let the truth come out, but then he glanced over my shoulder at the camera in the ceiling. "What's wrong?" I asked quietly. He tilted his head and tapped his ear when I asked him what he was listening to.
"Damn, I have to get out of here. Luke's shift is over in 5.
"Already?" My hands fisted in his shirt, not wanting him to leave. At least not leave without me. Is Morris here?
He is. He's going to try to see you before the trial, but he's under fire right now, too.
For what?
For hiding your true identity all these years.
He cupped my face in his hands and kissed me.
You have to stay strong, Shroud. Promise me, no matter what they throw at you during the trial, you won't lose it.
Are you implying that I have a short temper and a big mouth? I asked innocently. His brow arched as he laughed.
Yeah, something like that.
He sighed and hugged me again.
I'm going to get you out of this. My brothers and I are doing everything we can for you. I swear it.
I know, I keep seeing her, Zach. I mumbled, thinking of Sam's dead body every time I shut my eyes. How grisly that scene had been. And the nightmares. They're getting worse.
Nightmares? They're back?
He tilted his head again and grunted.
All right, I'm coming.
He frowned.
I have to go.
He said this bit to me.
I'll see you again in a few days.
I had so many more questions I wanted to ask him, like about Ivan and Dresden, and if they'd said anything helpful, or if they translated that book yet, if any more students had been captured. But there wasn't enough time. Zach kissed me again, telling me how much he cared for me. But then he was pulling away.
Love you, Shroud,
he whispered against my lips. Love you more, I replied, watching him step out of the room as the bars slid back into place. My heart clenched painfully in my chest as he took another step back, and with a look of regret on his face, closed the door, shutting me off from him. I rested my forehead against the cold bars, cursing whatever asshole decided to frame me for murder. I longed to be outside this room and show them all I was innocent, show them I wasn't dangerous. I chuckled bitterly to myself and sank to the floor by the door. All right, I was dangerous, but it wasn't on purpose. A couple more days in here, and then I'd finally be given my chance to present my story. Because from the way Zach was talking, that's what everyone I'd be facing down seemed to believe. It was all a story. What were they even going to ask me, aside from if I did it or not? I thought back to that day again, figuring I'd do as Zach said, and work at getting the facts straight in my mind of what I'd been doing before he called me. I remembered it well enough, I thought. I stayed on the floor for a long while, not finding the motivation to get up. I shut my eyes and willed Zach to find who really killed Sam and get me out of this prison before they made up their minds that I was guilty and I was stuck in here forever. Chapter 2. Zach.
As the lock clicked into place, I rested my hands on the door outside Briar's cell, cursing that I had to leave her in there. It had taken everything I had not to drag her out of that damned cell and make an escape. We'd be caught, but damned if I didn't want to try before she had to face down those wolves.
Zach?
Yeah, sorry, Luke, I muttered in reply to his voice in my ear.
Nah, brother, I get it. But we've got work to do here still, if we're going to get on top of this mess of a situation.
I know. My fists hung at my sides as I backed away from the door. One step, then another, before I turned all the way around and stalked down the corridor. I was just about to leave the prison, when a whisper of Briar's voice brushed against my mind. I paused, glancing back over my shoulder. I had to be imagining it. No summoning would ever work from inside these cells. The wards had been put in place by the masters themselves. Briar was strong, but I doubted she was strong enough to break through such powerful magic. I waited to see if I'd hear her again, but there was only the humming of the lights overhead. "Where's Adam?" I asked Luke, forcing myself to keep on walking.
"Getting ready to speak with Ivan again."
"Alone?"
"No, Nick's with him."
Luke grunted.
"Doubt they'll get anything out of him. That man's a damned steel trap. Hasn't spoken a word since we brought him back here."
"And nothing on Digen yet?"
"Not since you asked an hour ago."
"Sorry, I need something to do."
"No, you need someone to beat the shit out of," he replied, and I nodded in agreement. "We might have that soon enough. Got a message while you were chatting with Briar."
"From?"
"Hunter. Sounds as if he and his team might have found something at the temple."
"I thought we cleared that place."
"Apparently not. A few more undead have popped up. As if something's calling them there. No hordes yet, but it could always get worse."
I stopped at the end of the hall. I wouldn't get any more time alone with Briar. This was Luke's first shift on security detail, the only reason I'd been able to see her in the first place. He'd altered the recording, so it looked like she hadn't gotten any visitors. I had so much pent-up rage at how this whole situation went down, and hitting a bag only did so much. "There anyone around I can hit?" I finally asked. "There might be, depending on where it leads." I hesitated, not sure I should leave HQ right then. But Luke added, "If anything changes with Briar's case, I'll call you. Get out of here before you drive yourself crazy. If anything changes, no matter how small. Do you dare doubt your big brother? Go on." I hustled back to my room to pack an overnight bag, and then was on my way to the garage to take one of the SUVs back to Academy. The drive would be long, but I had to do something. Sitting around here had me plotting ways to break Briar out, and each day my ideas only grew more ridiculous and dangerous. I'd spoken to Morris shortly before he'd been thrown through rounds of intense interrogation over why he kept Briar a secret, or if he'd known all along she'd be this dangerous. I hadn't seen him since, but if the rumors were anything to go off of, he was in serious trouble. They even spoke of removing his general title, something never done before. It was bad enough so many seemed ready to believe Briar was capable of murder, or worse, that they treated her like some heartless killing machine about to go off at any second. If they would just talk to her, they'd see the truth, and hopefully, if protocol was followed, she would have a chance to speak to the investigating lead. But so far, they'd just kept her locked away. I sped down the interstate once I reached it, hating how every time I glanced at the passenger seat, I missed Briar a bit more. I should never have sent her to go check on Sam. I should have gone myself and then called her. This was all my fault. If I'd found the body, and Briar had been nowhere to be found, I'd have been the one explaining why I was found with her corpse. That stuck with me, giving me horrid nightmares of a dead Sam, with half a head, pointing an accusing finger at me. I'd avoided her parents' arrival at HQ, but once the trial started, there'd be no dodging them. I'd never met them before, and from what my brothers told me, General Stone was not a woman to cross. Councilman Stone wasn't much better, and they constantly looked down their noses at those they deemed beneath them. Though in truth, Briar was a Morris, the solitary remaining daughter of a well-respected general. Or at least he had been, before now. My hands tightened on the steering wheel, willing Briar to hang on a bit longer. We'd catch a break in this mess, one way or another. And then we'd be able to start training her the right way, teaching her to control her newfound abilities, and keep her away from the greedy hands of the masters. "I didn't expect to see you here," Hunter said in greeting, after I'd hiked my way up into the trees to the open-aired temple where we'd saved Hook. "You doing all right?" "Best I can be, considering," I muttered. "And Briar?" I shrugged, on the verge of going insane. I finally got to see her, but it wasn't long enough. "She's strong, man. She'll get through this. And if they find her guilty, if they decide she's better off being locked up for the rest of her life and being used as a weapon, or worse, they might just decide to kill her and be done with it," I snapped and felt my heart clench in pain at the idea of Briar being executed. I hung my head and kicked at the leaves. If that happened, I wasn't sure I could control myself. They would have to take me down too, to stop me from tearing them all apart with my bare hands. "Never gonna happen," Hunter swore. "No, it won't. I'll break her out first before I let them take her from me." "You wouldn't be alone," Hunter whispered. "I'm here for you, whatever you need, and I mean that too." I glanced around, but the other Talons were too far away to overhear us. If it came down to that type of situation, I'd be on the run for the rest of my life with someone who's turning out to be the most powerful summoner we've ever seen. I can't ask you to do that. "You won't have to. All of this is bullshit. Briar would never kill anyone. It's a setup." I'd been thinking the same since we found Sam's dead body, but only that someone wanted Briar out of the way for poking her nose in too far. The way Hunter was speaking sounded as if he was on the same wavelength, that it wasn't a necromancer who slaughtered our fellow soldier. I leaned in closer, wiping a hand over my face, as the implications I hadn't let myself think struck me hard and fast. You think she was set up by one of our own? And you don't? Hunter whispered, surprised. I guess I just didn't want to believe it was possible, I murmured. But if that's true, who has that power to kill Sam the same way Briar did? Theon had been genuinely shocked to learn of what Briar did, as well as witnessing it himself. His aura hadn't shifted to anything that had red flags going up. But then again, the few people who had known about Briar's special new gift had grown when she'd first used it to end the battle, once and for all, by killing all the undead. She saved us. I figured that would be enough to reassure everyone she wasn't going to try to kill them. Until Sam turned up dead. I scanned the clearing, glancing at every Talon member here, wondering if any of them had gone and talked to Theon yet, or the other masters, or worse, Sam's parents. If any of them had opened their traps and blew what they witnessed completely out of proportion. I did want to warn you, Hunter said, voice quiet. There are a few rumors going around about Briar and Sam having a few spats before Sam was killed. That's not news to me, I said, glowering at one of the newer recruits to the Talons, one not from our academy, until he blinked furiously and glanced away. I saw a few of them myself. Sam was pushing, being rude and trying to come between us. I think any normal girlfriend would be pissed. Yes, but not every normal girlfriend can blow off a person's head. Briar did not kill her, I said through gritted teeth. I know that, man, I do. But some of these others? I'm just letting you know, once this trial starts, shit's gonna get ugly fast. I have no way of knowing how it's gonna turn out. But it's gonna be a nightmare for more than just Briar. I'll be fine, I told him firmly. Which was a lie. I was already not fine. I wanted to get my ass back to HQ and sit with her, even if it was only to see her through the bars. But I wouldn't be allowed to even get a glimpse of her again until the trial. And I doubted there'd be another chance for us to be alone. At all. To talk about what she needed to tell everyone there. I wondered who was even going to be there. Sam's parents were who I worried about the most. If they believed Briar was the killer, it was going to be hell. Briar was going to be put on display, like some kind of freak show. I just knew it. They weren't going to focus on the murder. Hell no. I'd been to a few of these trials as a teenager when my dad was part of the deciding panel of judges, chosen to grant freedom or decide punishment. If we weren't careful, it would turn into more than a simple trial about who killed Sam Stone. Briar's life was about to be torn apart in front of everyone, picked to pieces. They would question every action she made since coming to Academy, and her record wasn't exactly clean. I cursed loudly and kicked at a rock on the ground. I never imagined those events, the fire and the issue with Carter, ever coming back to haunt us. But now they were, and most of them were my fault, for not listening when I should have, for thinking I could handle those moments on my own. Come on, Hunter said and clapped me on the shoulder. Something I want to show you, since you're here. And there's currently no random undead to kill. Right, Luke mentioned something about them being drawn here, I mumbled, following him to the temple. He stepped up toward the main altar and pointed to a strange symbol carved into the stone. What is that? Dunno, but I feel like something about this altar, one of those symbols perhaps, is acting as a beacon for the undead in the area. We took some pics of this one to send back to HQ, along with all the other freaky shit here, but this, we can't figure out what it was used for. Not a bowl shaped like the others. And a few of the Talons with any knowledge of necromancers can't figure out what it means either. And that knowledge was extremely limited. I knew this all too well. I crouched down and brushed my hands over the strange symbol. There was a full moon, as was common, but the rest of the lines and sharp, jagged points meant nothing to me. I thought some of them were words, but I couldn't exactly tell. I brushed more dirt away and whispered the words, sounding them out several different times as Hunter hovered over my shoulder. You sure you want to be saying that aloud? I'm not a necromancer, right? What harm could they do? I replied, attempting to read through them again. When nothing happened, not that I expected it to, and no magical meaning appeared in my mind, I was ready to give up and tell Hunter to let the guys back at HQ do the research on it. But then I shifted my head and saw another set of symbols I'd missed. I sounded out the rough syllables again, and the ground beneath us groaned as the clinking of chains echoed in the clearing. Hunter yanked me back to my feet and dragged me away as the main altar shifted and moved away from us. It ground against the surrounding stones, then finally stopped, and an eerie silence fell over the clearing. Together we inched toward it, ready to defend ourselves. We reached the edge and peered down at a set of stone stairs that led into complete darkness. "What was that about those words not doing anything?" he said with a frown. "I assumed they would be for necromancers only. Guess not." He kept staring at me. I shrugged. "What? It could be worse. Just opened up a door to somewhere, right?" "Yeah, a door that looks really promising, that we're going to enter, and nothing's going to try to kill us, not at all." Hunter mused sarcastically. "You first." He nudged me forward a bit. I glowered at him over my shoulder. "Thanks, friend," I replied and glanced around. The Talons had approached us. I studied them, one by one, then issued my orders. "Found an opening here. Form a perimeter behind us. Nothing gets past you. Understood?" There was a chorus of "yes, sir," and more nods. Though I was technically a recruit, I'd been dealing with more shit than quite a number of the Talons here. My brothers had more or less given me leave to give out orders if the need arose. This constituted as one of those moments. "You got a light?" I asked Hunter before I even took a step. "Torch," Hunter called out. A few seconds later, a fire summoner had created one. He handed it to me, and with my spirit ready to be called up, I crept down the steps one at a time. There were no cobwebs, and the steps were free of dirt and dust. They'd been used recently and quite often, I'd bet. The air was heavy and old, making it hard to breathe. I counted the steps as I went, hitting 20 before I finally felt solid ground, and cautiously moved the torch around. Hunter slipped on the last step and fell into my back, sending me staggering forward before he righted himself. "Seriously," I whispered harshly, glaring at him. "Sorry," he replied with a grimace, then peered around me. "See anything yet?" "No, but I think we just lost our element of surprise." I felt the air swirl around Hunter as he drew it to him, both of us ready. Ready enough at least. Or so I hoped. I took a few steps forward into the tunnel that appeared to stretch on forever. We walked at a slow, steady pace. The tunnel grew wider in places, but there were no others intersecting it, which I found to be odd. It turned at several points, and we peered around the bend, expecting to find a necromancer or trap. But nope, nothing. At one point, it felt as if we were walking uphill, but there was no door at the end, and then we were going right back down. "How long have we been walking?" I asked Hunter. "Half an hour at least, maybe longer." "You think we'd have found something by now," I said, shaking my head. "I don't like this. Think we should turn back." At the sound of murmuring ahead, we both froze. Hunter shot me a look that said I'd just jinxed us, but I frowned at him and made ready to attack. The low hum of what sounded like a large gathering of people standing around and talking didn't grow closer to us, so we moved nearer to it. I set the torch down, careful to rest it so it kept burning, and inched toward the sharp-angled turn in the tunnel. A foul stench suddenly reached out and had us both gagging, fighting to cover up our sounds the best we could as we attempted to keep breathing. Rotting meat and death. That's what the smell was, and it was disgusting, nearly sending me to my knees so I could vomit. Hunter grabbed my shoulder, and I waved him off to tell him I was fine as I hunched over, but his grip grew harder, and my head shot up, only to come face to face with a creature I never expected to see. Its yellow eyes held my gaze while it tilted its head, bones cracking in its neck and spine, though it remained hunched, shoulders sagging as if it couldn't stand upright. The being's arms hung longer than was natural and ended in sharp talons instead of fingers. Most of it was wrapped in rags of torn clothing, while its leathery skin was covered in dried bits of... I didn't even want to try to think about what. Blood stained its jaw, and when it opened that mouth wide to snarl at us, the teeth were dark red and black, from what was probably years of eating bloody meat and giving away to rot. "Zach," Hunter whispered from behind me. "Is that—" "Ghoul," I replied. "Run! Run!" I blasted the ghoul back with spirit, just as it sucked in a breath, probably to shriek for the others. Hunter took off ahead of me as I scooped up the torch and sprinted through the tunnel. A chorus of furious screeches behind us sent a chill down my spine, and I urged Hunter to move faster. I told myself not to look back and to just keep going, but then I did anyway. They were 20 yards back maybe, and gaining fast, and they weren't just running along the tunnel floor. Oh no, they were crawling along the damned ceiling and walls too. As if hearing my thoughts, or fears. Hunter picked up the pace, and I sucked in air, pumping my arms, thinking only of getting out of here alive and not being eaten by effing ghouls. I felt claws slash at my back, catching my shirt and enough skin to draw blood. My gasp had Hunter glaring back at me, and before I could stop him, he slid to a stop and formed a cyclone with his hands as I shot right past him. He sent it soaring back down the tunnel, and from the angry screams and grunts, took out a good number of them. It wouldn't kill them, though. Only fire could destroy ghouls. If only Briar were here. Go! Hunter bellowed at me as I'd slowed to make sure they didn't overtake him. Something warm dripped down my back, but I pushed on faster and faster until the bottom of the steps were in sight. Ghouls! I yelled, hoping somewhere near the tunnel entrance someone would hear us. Ghouls! My panicked cry was picked up, and at the bottom of the steps, once Hunter was safely ahead of me, I formed a shield of spirit to stop the small army of ghouls from escaping. It reached from one end of the tunnel to the other, shimmering in the torchlight, but it wouldn't hold forever. Fire! We need fire, now! I yelled. Hunter bolted up the steps, repeating my demand. The ghouls sprinted right for the shield, and I held my hands out, holding my breath, and waited. They slammed into it like a damned truck, and my feet slid all the way back until I had nowhere else to go. I cursed at the pain shooting up my heels from the hit, and barely stayed on my feet. I yelled, forcing the shield back against the horde, as more thunderous steps sounded behind me. Here! One of the veteran Talons yelled, as he flanked my right, and 2 more my left. What the hell are those? One of the younger guys yelled. Ghouls, you have to burn them all. How? I'll open up 3 holes, but you gotta be quick. If they get through, we'll be overrun. I didn't add that death by ghoul would be beyond painful, since they started eating their prey before they killed them. And if they didn't devour you completely, you'd come back as one of them. The Talons that didn't already know this didn't need to know any of it. Not yet. I felt their fear pressing in on me, but I had to block it out before their fear and mine crippled my summoning. I'd already sensed the shield faltering with each slam by the ghouls. My arms shook with the effort to keep it up, and I ground my teeth so hard it hurt. Don't you dare let them eat you alive. I flinched. Briar, she was inside my head again. Do you hear me, Pierce? You burn them all alive and you get your ass out of there. I need you, understand? Something's happening. I replied inside my head that I did hear her, having no idea if she would hear me or not, and really not liking that her message was cut off. Part of me wondered what the hell was going on, since she should not have been able to project herself to me, but there was no time to figure it out now. Ready? I asked the 3 fire summoners. Ready, each one replied. I focused on the shield and watched the ghouls move closer, gnashing their disgusting teeth and slashing at the barrier, keeping them from their prey. Now! I yelled. 3 openings were created, but before the ghouls had a chance to reach them and take advantage, fire exploded from the 3 summoners, and the tunnel was alight with living flames that were devouring the insidious creatures. They shrieked as they burned to death, still trying to get to us through the shield. Some of them fled back down the tunnel, not what I wanted to see, but there weren't enough of us to go after them, and we had no way to know how many more were waiting for us down there. We'd have to come back with more Talons and a hell of a lot more firepower. If only you were here, Shroud, I thought to myself. Yeah, I'd be kicking their asses in a heartbeat, she replied. I frowned, thankful she was back and wanting to ask her what happened before. Zach, what is this? I don't know. I was hoping you'd tell me. The shield pulsed with new life the more I spoke with Briar inside my head, and I willed her to stay with me a bit longer. We were always stronger together. The few determined ghouls left still trying to kill us were falling one after the other. Shroud?
Here, I think. Somehow. What the hell are ghouls doing there?
Necromancers. Looks as if they're not just creating an army of undead.
Because that would be too much to ask. They keep it simple,
she replied sarcastically. I had to stop myself from smirking.
Zach, someone's coming.
For me?
No, for me. Zach, I keep hearing voices outside my room. A lot of angry voices. Zach.
But then there was nothing else. You can lower the shield, Thomas, the veteran Talon, told me. I jumped at first when he touched my arm, then nodded. Yeah, right, sorry. Just wanted to be sure, I muttered, wanting to hear from Briar again, but all was quiet inside my head. We need to let HQ know of this, get our guys down here and clear out this place, see what else they've been hiding underground, and where that damn tunnel leads. I led the way back up the steps, instructing them to keep a heavy guard over this entrance when my cell went off. I dug around for it as Hunter mumbled to me about getting my back patched up. I will later. Shit! I yelled, reading the 6 frantic texts from Luke, and knowing the voicemails he left me were probably all the same. What's wrong? They moved up Briar's trial, I snapped. It's first thing in the morning. We have this covered, Thomas assured me, and I trusted he did. He was one of the original Talons, after all, trained by my father. Go. Hunter nodded along with him, and I thanked them before rushing off back to my SUV. I'd have to drive straight through the night, but I'd be there. I had to be. I willed Briar to speak to me again, but the utter silence in my head had me speeding as fast as I could back to HQ. She'd said someone was coming for her. My heart plummeted to know I wouldn't have a chance to see her before she went into that intimidating arena. But I would sure as hell get there in time. I'm on my way, Shroud, I told her, hoping she could hear me. On some level, though, I figured I should have worried she'd been able to contact me through all the warding on that cell. Either she was growing more powerful by the day, or someone was purposely weakening the power of the prison to see what she would do if given a chance. I slammed my foot down on the accelerator and willed myself to make it.
Chapter 3. Briar. The door opened, and I looked out of my cell at the 4 guards dressed in black who were joined by Adam Pierce and a general I didn't recognize. They greeted me from the other side. The one I didn't recognize glared at me, as if he'd already made up his mind about my guilt, but Adam offered an encouraging smile. Not that it did me any real good, but I appreciated it all the same. Yesterday, Zach had said I'd have a few more days, and then suddenly, someone, moved up the date to this morning. They never told me why. Not like anyone told me anything. At least I'd been able to speak with Zach briefly, but even that worried me. He'd been in a fight with ghouls, and I hadn't been able to help him, and he'd been so far away. Would he even make it in time? I wanted to talk to him more, but hadn't been able to get the connection back, probably because I'd been too frantic about this moment right here.
Stand with your back against the far wall,
one of the guards ordered. I rolled my eyes, but did as he said and waited. The bars slid back, and all 4 guards pushed inside. 2 grabbed my shoulders and held me back, as if I was going to try and take them all on, here and now. And do what exactly? I had no idea. Escape? What for? That just made me look guilty, and I was far from that. One of the remaining guards yanked up my hands while the other slapped heavy manacles on them. I gasped at the magic pulsing off the metal. They were so heavily warded my gut flipped, and I thought I was going to puke. Let's go, the first guard snapped. Can you give me a second? Damn, I muttered, my feet tripping over themselves as a wave of dizziness threatened to overtake me. What exactly do you think I'm going to do? Kill someone, the general I did not know replied. You know, I don't know you, and you sure as hell don't know me, I said before I thought to keep my mouth shut. Don't stand there and tell me what I'm going to do. His eyes narrowed, and I glimpsed at him over his shoulder, his expression clearly willing me to stop talking. You are a criminal, the general went on, and as such, I know exactly who you are. Either walk on your own accord, or they will drag you, and it will be far from pleasant. Understand? I bit my tongue to stop myself from saying anything else. It took serious effort, but I got my feet beneath me and took a few deep breaths through my nose until I was able to take a few steps. The 2 guards on either side of me held onto my arms. I would have thanked them, but they only looked straight ahead, not caring about the person they escorted to her doom, potentially. Each step felt like another weight slamming into me. Zach had tried to reassure me, but that was hard when I'd seen how worried he was. And then just yesterday, when I found myself drawn to his mind again, he'd been under attack. Again! Damn him for always getting on me for finding myself in dangerous situations, and he had to go and fight ghouls. I spent most of the night worried about his safety, hating that I couldn't call him. Couldn't check in with anyone to make sure he was alive. The fact that I hadn't seen him yet only made me start to panic more. I wanted to ask Adam, but the other general was right beside him. I was led through HQ, down halls and corridors until I was turned around. Not like I'd paid attention the first time I was brought here. I'd still been in a state of confused shock over finding Sam dead and realizing I was the only one around who could have killed her like that. Except I didn't. At a large set of double doors, the guards brought me to a halt, and the general walked in first, slipping through a small opening, leaving me with Adam.
"Just remember to tell the truth,"
Adam whispered to me.
"Nothing more."
What's that supposed to mean?
It means there are people in here who want to see you mess up, and the second you do that, they'll be all over you. Keep to the facts. Don't go off on any rounds, and please, for the love of God, Briar, do not cuss any of them out.
I'll behave if they do. He grabbed my shoulders and stared intently into my eyes.
No, you will behave, because unless we find the real killer, they are going to pin this on you. Understand? There will be no magical fix to get you out of this, and not to add any more pressure. But think of Zach before you say anything. How much this will kill him, too, if it all goes south.
I gulped at the genuine fear in his voice. He was rattled. One of the mighty Pierce brothers was afraid I was not going to make it out of this alive. I nodded, the chains rattling quietly between my hands. I hadn't been shaking before, but I sure as hell was now. He gave my shoulder a squeeze, and just when I was finally going to open my mouth and ask him about Zach, Adam slipped away and into the room. I wasn't sure how long we stood outside those doors, but I heard nothing coming, so there was no way to know what was being said. The guards only looked straight ahead, as if I wasn't even there at all. I glanced around, searching for a convenient sign that said, "Exit this way," but running was not the answer. Not yet, at least. I was going to do this by the rules, play nice, and prove that I was innocent. Prove I wasn't a danger to society. Stick to the facts. That's what Zach and Adam had both told me to do. Stick to the facts and nothing else. Just when I was starting to get even more anxious, the doors swung inward, and I looked down a long aisle flanked with chairs filled with people. At the far end of the room was a table on a platform with 13 figures seated there, all wearing blank looks on their faces. "Bring forth the accused," the man in the center stated, and the guards nudged me forward. My steps were slow, not like I could get myself to move any faster, even if I wanted to. The air was chilled in here, and I started shaking even more. So many eyes glared at me, or looked at me with fear. There were very few friendly faces in this room, and it was another slap in the face. I searched for Zach, but couldn't find him amongst the crowd. Why wasn't he here? Did they ban him from coming? I caught a slight wave of the hand to my right and spotted Nyala. She'd made it at least. I wanted to thank her profusely, but the guards urged me on toward the front to stand before the table. Judging from the names before them on the plaques, I stood before masters, generals, and council members. A quick glance at the names had me pausing when I came to a general's stone, and then a councilman's stone. Her parents? They were letting her parents be on the judging panel? From the death glares I was receiving from both of them, my fate was already sealed in their minds. I wanted to rant and scream that it was bullshit, but instead I bit my tongue until I tasted blood to stop myself from shouting. They just lost their daughter. Me screaming at them would only make things worse, and I was here to prove that I was not a cold-blooded murderer, that I cared for those around me. "If you would state your name," the man in the center, General Bastille, said. I had to swallow a few times before I could even get the words formed. "Briar Shroud."
if the accused would state her true name?
I frowned. That is my true name.
No, it's not, and if you persist in lying, we will have no choice but to think you are purposely trying to hide something from us.
I glanced around, hoping someone would tell me what to do, when I spotted Morris standing along the side wall. He nodded to me intently. Say my true name. That's what he wanted? Zach had said I'd have a chance to see Morris before this day came, but there hadn't been time. From the stress lines on his face and the bags under his eyes, I'd say he had it far worse than I had since coming here. He nodded again, mouthing for me to say it. I took another deep breath. Briar Morris. Several gasps echoed behind me until Bastille held up his hand for silence.
Your father is General Morris? You are the youngest and only living daughter?
Yes.
And why is it you insisted on telling us a false last name?
I shrugged. Because that's the name I grew up with. I didn't know I had a father, let alone who he was, until after I came to Academy. Bastille's lips thinned as he glared over at Morris.
Very well, take her to her seat.
The guards gave me a gentle push, and I moved to the chair that sat between the crowd and the panel of judges. I sat into the hard chair, and the moment the guards stepped back, blue light shot up around me, forming into bars so I couldn't escape. Great! I went from one magical prison to another. I scanned the crowd again, willing for Zach to appear, but there was still no sign of him.
Now then, Briar Morris, you are here to be judged for the crime of murder of one Samantha Stone, Bastille announced. What is your plea?
Innocent, I stated loudly.
You claim you did not kill Stone.
I do, because I didn't.
Bastille nodded. Your plea is noted. Now then, I would like you to tell the panel about what happened that day. Start from the beginning.
I blew out a shaky breath, trying to get my nerves under control. This was what I'd hoped for, a chance to tell them flat out what happened that day. Right. Well, I woke up that morning and I knew I was going to be heading to Talon HQ that day or soon after, so I went out to get some fresh clothes for me and for Zach. As soon as I said it, I mentally kicked myself, not wanting to drag him into this more than he already was. Too late now.
Zach, are you referring to Zachary Pierce?
Bastille asked. Yes, him.
And why would you be buying clothes for both of you?
I licked my lips, trying to get my brain to start thinking strategically about my answers, but I was on edge, mostly because of fear and annoyance. Keeping this from getting out of hand was going to be harder than I thought. I was working on an answer when I felt a brush of a familiar presence against my mind. My gaze rose just in time to see the doors open at the back of the room and Zach slip inside. He looked a right mess, his clothes dirty, the tick back in his jaw, and when he turned sideways to make his way to where his brothers all stood, I caught sight of the wound on his back. What the hell happened to you? I snapped at him without thinking, doubting he'd hear me. Usually I had to be in a mostly meditative state to reach him. He flinched, which meant he heard me. Those blue eyes met mine, and I heard him whisper in my mind, I'll tell you later. Pay attention before this gets off to a bad start. We needed to talk about how we were communicating like this all of a sudden, but I felt my connection to Zach fizzle out as either he or my emotions blocked me out.
Ms. Morris, answer the question,
Bastille insisted. Sorry, we've been staying together in Silent Heights. After the fight, we both needed new clothes, so that's what I did. I went out shopping in town to get more clothes before we left. There were a few annoyed murmurs, but Bastille held up his hand again.
And that is where you went?
Yes, I went to 3 different stores in town, found some outfits for myself and Zach. I was outside the last shop, making some moves to see if flexibility in the clothes would work well enough, when Zach called me.
And what did he say?
He asked if I could get back to the hotel and check on Sam. He believed she was in trouble, and I was nearer to reaching her, to try to help her.
And what did you do?
I stayed on the phone with Zach and took off for the hotel. By the time I reached her room, though, I took a deep breath, not wanting to face that horror again, but knew there wasn't much choice. The door was open wide, and Sam, she was inside, dead. General Stone glared at me as if she could set me on fire with just one look. Councilman Stone hung his head, wiping furiously at his eyes.
And there was no one else there?
Bastille asked. Not that I saw, no, and there was no way I could revive her. Not that you would want to. General Stone snapped harshly. You killed her! No, I did not, I replied, proud of myself for keeping my tone level.
Stone, I let you on this panel because you insisted, but if you cannot control your emotions, I will have you removed. Understood?
Bastile's tone was firm. Her hands fisted on the table, but she nodded, practically baring her teeth at me.
Now then, you said there was no one else there,
Bastile repeated. No one that I saw.
What happened next?
I went out into the hall to wait for Zach. Vomited, from what I'd seen. And then Zach arrived.
Thank you, Miss Morris. Briar,
he said. I let out a sigh of relief until he nodded to one of the council members. Jasper was his name, according to the plaque in front of him. He stood and approached my cage, hands clasped behind his back as he eyed me. I already didn't like him. He gave off major asshole vibes even before he opened his mouth.
We found their receipts and video footage of you at the stores before finding Samantha Stone's body,
Jasper stated. That's good news, right? I asked slowly. Means I was telling the truth.
It does, for the most part. However, we have several witnesses who have seen you attack others with the same method. From what I can tell, you could have easily already been at the hotel and killed Sam when Zach called you.
I shook my head. No, you just said you had the receipts.
Yes, but no one was able to tell us if they saw you working with your new clothes, as you stated. That is what you tell us.
Why would I lie? I asked, feeling my solid grip on patience slipping.
Obviously, to make us believe you did not kill Sam. But the trouble I'm having is that you are the only summoner alive who can kill someone in such a way.
That you know of,
I shot back. Jasper's eyes darkened. And you have done so twice, according to witnesses.
One wasn't human, and the others were undead brought back to life by necromancers. Shit, I hadn't meant to say that, since Theon had conveniently left it out of his tale. I bit my lip, hating how Jasper's eyes widened in surprise, then narrowed.
I'm sorry, did you say undead?
He asked. Yes, I did. Undead and necromancers are behind all this shit. The room quickly buzzed with gasps and worried talking as I leaned back in my chair, wondering if I had said too much. Well, too late to try and take it all back now. Theon should have told them the truth from the beginning. I looked at him at the table, but his emotions were impossible to read as he watched Jasper closely.
You claim necromancers are here,
Jasper said with a laugh of disbelief after the room quieted down after a fierce glare from Bastile.
Such a story.
It's not a damn story.
Says you, the person accused of murder.
I gripped the arms of my chair. I'm telling you the truth. Ask Theon, he was there, he saw everything. Jasper whirled around to Theon as I held my breath. Finally, Theon nodded.
What she says is true. Necromancers have been seen, and she used her ability to destroy the undead, to save those fighting against them. You stated otherwise in your statement before. You lied?
Jasper accused. Theon nodded again.
You clearly do not believe such a thing could be real, so yes, I lied. But at this moment I am swearing that her words are the truth, not a fantasy.
I wanted to run up there and hug the man, but the magical bars prevented me. My eyes found Zach's, but instead of seeming relieved, he appeared even more anxious than when he first arrived. I assumed Theon agreeing would be a good thing. His word should go a long way, right? Jasper appeared at a loss, looking from Theon to Bastile, then to me.
General Bastile,
Jasper finally whispered. Bastile's lips thinned, but he shook his head.
That is another matter we will get to soon enough. Back to your questioning, Councilman Jasper.
I looked at him in disbelief. A master just admitted to undead wandering around, and Bastile wanted to brush it under the rug? That was not encouraging at all. I sagged in my chair, wishing I hadn't given away our secret of seeking out necromancers and the ones working with them. For all we knew, one of them could be in this room, the traitor we were looking for. I waited for Jasper to ask his next round of questions. The Pierce brothers would hate me if I screwed this up for them, finding out who murdered their dad. I almost didn't want to look at them again, but did anyway, to find all four of them nodding at me, as if to tell me to keep going. Maybe it was time we stopped hiding our hunt for the necromancers and their army of undead. And those damned ghouls that slashed up Zach's back.
This ability you have, how did it come about?
Jasper asked. I sat up straighter in my chair, thinking back. I was being attacked, close to dying, and I was trying to find a way out. I felt fire rising in me. Then I looked into the eyes of the monster attacking me. I astral projected fire into his mind, and it blew his head off. Jasper took a half step away from my cage.
You did not consciously try to do it?
No, I didn't. Freaked me out after I did, too.
And why is that?
I felt Zach's fear brush my mind and looked up in time to catch him shaking his head.
Miss Morris, Briar, answer the question. Why are you so afraid of your own unique gift?
I was scared that I wouldn't be able to control it, I admitted quietly.
You were scared of yourself?
Yes, I mumbled.
What was that?
I said yes, I yelled. I was scared that I would accidentally hurt someone else, someone I loved, so I freaked out. All of this, it's all still new to me, all right?
Because you did not know you were a summoner until you came to Academy.
I nodded. Something like that, yeah.
And that would be because General Morris neglected to find you and tell you what you are.
I met my father's gaze. Yes, but he had his reasons.
General Morris, if you would come to the front, please,
Jasper announced. Morris pushed off the side wall and did as he was asked, standing in front of the table.
Now then, would you care to tell the court why you did not raise this daughter of yours?
Morris let out a shaky breath as he explained what happened with my mom, how he never even knew I existed. When he got to the part about finding me but not taking me with him, Jasper tilted his head, clearly confused.
You had just lost a daughter, and now another one had come into your life, yet you left her behind?
Yes.
Why? I was working several dangerous cases,
Morris stated.
Bringing her into my life, giving her my name, would have made her a potential target. She was too young to defend herself, and I wanted her to try and have a normal life. And your decision to keep her from knowing she was a witch and a summoner was not to try to prevent this exact incident from occurring. No, I had no idea what summoning she would have in her, let alone what she could do with it. No one does until the ceremony. You know this yourself, Councilman. And once you learned of her abilities, that she could control fire and spirit, a dangerous combination that has never existed before. What did you decide to do about it? I was to be kept alert of her training. I see,
Jasper muttered, his expression saying he did not see at all.
And when this other unique power appeared so suddenly, what did you decide to do then? I spoke with several other trusted colleagues, and it was decided she would finish out the semester at Academy, then be transferred here to Talon HQ, so she could be trained, learn how to control her growing power without harming anyone. So you were concerned she could harm someone. By accident,
Morris growled.
She would never purposely hurt anyone. No? Are you certain about that? Yes, damn it, she's not a killer. She has nearly died several times herself, trying to save others, to save my life, to save Sam's.
General Stone scoffed, but her husband perked up at Morris's words.
You're saying that Briar saved Sam's life? When?
Jasper asked, confused.
During the fight at the temple. Morris explained. Sam was in trouble, and Briar rushed in to save her. Nearly got a dagger to the chest for her efforts, but she saved Sam.
And your point is what? General Stone asked sharply, even as Bastille shot her a warning look.
My point, Morris said through gritted teeth, is that if Briar wanted Sam dead, she would have let her die during the fighting, not waited until later, then murdered her. Does that make too much sense for you and your blind rage?
My jaw dropped at Morris's outrage. General Stone shot to her feet. Bastille tried and failed to get the court calmed down as she yelled, "You were trying to protect your daughter, nothing more."
At least I managed to protect mine. You made yours so overconfident she ended up over her head. That's what got her killed, not Briar. So don't you dare stand there and accuse my daughter of killing yours when she risked her life saving her, risked her own life, saving everyone. Silence, Bastille shouted. General Morris, General Stone, you will both contain yourselves or I will have you removed. General Stone, that is your final warning.
Stone retook her seat, and Morris tugged hard on his jacket, glowering at her.
Now then,
Jasper said after clearing his throat and attempting to get everyone back on track.
General Morris, you specified you were going to bring Briar here. Yes, that's what I said. And who was going to train her once she was here? I had hoped Theon would be willing to give her some time, and maybe Balthazar. After all, they are the masters, and I am merely a fire summoner.
He inclined his head in respect toward the masters. Balthazar was the firemaster, the one I'd hoped to meet at some point, just not from behind bars when I was on trial for murder. He made no move to bow his head in return to Morris. Theon did, and my hopes lifted slightly.
And if they refused, or they could not help her, what was your plan then?
We didn't have a chance to get that far in our planning.
And why not? Surely keeping Briar from hurting everyone else should have been a top priority.
And it would have been, if word had not come from Academy saying Ivan Gorgov had kidnapped Headmaster Hook.
Now we're getting into this fight against the Necromancers and Undead,
Jasper said, waving his hand as if a fight that had claimed several talons meant nothing compared to the murder of one person.
Yes, we are. And tell me, General Morris, if Briar did not kill Samantha Stone, then who did?
Someone who wanted my daughter out of the way, evidently, Morris grunted. If you used your head, Jasper, I'm sure you'd have gotten there eventually. I smiled, and Morris winked at me as Jasper's face paled before turning 3 shades of red.
General Morris,
Bastille said in warning. Morris held up his hand in apology.
Yes, well, there are other ways they could have gotten Briar out of the way, as you say,
Jasper muttered.
Why would they kill Samantha Stone? Why not simply kidnap Briar?
That is something you would have to ask the person or persons behind this mess, seeing as when they did try to kidnap Briar, they lost their undead, as well as the creature they set on her.
And you don't know who that is, do you?
No, I do not. We are still in the middle of investigating these cases.
With the Necromancers and Undead? Yes, well, that's not why we're here today, so you may return to your place, General Morris.
Jasper pointed with a sneer. I wanted nothing more than to smack it right off his face. But General Morris's death glare was much more intimidating, and Jasper's expression fell.
Hang in there,
Morris whispered to me, and then finally returned to his place. Jasper seemed to take a moment to collect himself as he readjusted his robes and smoothed his hands through his short hair.
Now then, back to the matter at hand. There are several witnesses prepared to testify they observed Briar and the victim not getting along. And as much as General Morris might believe his daughter is innocent of any wrongdoing, there is one testimony that may help seal the deal. But first, if I could have Melanie Wilson to the front.
Who? I asked, confused, watching as a girl I had never seen before came forward and stood where Morris had. I don't know her.
No, you may not, but she knew the victim and is currently a 4th year at Academy.
Jasper snapped. But why is she here? I asked.
Because Samantha confided in her about her exchanges with you several times.
Course she did, I muttered, and felt several glares turned toward me. I kept anything else I wanted to say to myself and sat back, waiting for Jasper to continue his questioning of this Melanie person who I did not know at all.
Now then, how would you describe the victim's relationship with Briar?
Jasper asked. Strained at best, Melanie replied as she wiped at her eyes. Fake. It was all so fake. I longed to give her something real to cry about, but lunging for the bars would hurt me more than her, so I stayed put. Melanie continued. She said she tried to make nice a few times, but Briar wouldn't have it.
And why was their relationship so tense to begin with?
Jasper asked. Don't ask her that, I said, unable to stop myself this time. Samantha was trying to get with my boyfriend. It's as simple as that. Jasper's brow arched.
Is that true? Was Samantha attempting to come between them?
Melanie shot me a quick glare before she sniffed hard, then went back to the fake tears. She liked Zachary Pierce. Everyone knew that. When he chose Briar, Samantha was hurt, sure. But she accepted it and moved on. I rolled my eyes, cursing under my breath. If moving on involves threatening me and telling me I'm not good enough on a constant basis.
Melanie, if you would please go on.
Jasper spoke over my continued grumbling. Well, she said she told Zach she would back off and do her job after she became part of the team. Because they had no choice but to take her into the field, I interrupted.
Briar, you will keep quiet.
Why? Samantha probably told her that Zach wanted her on the team, when in fact she went snooping around where she didn't belong so she could get on the team. And look what happened. She was in way over her head. All she was trying to do was get close to him and prove she was better than me. I was breathing hard by the time I finished my rant, and the courtroom fell silent. I sank back, hanging my head as I realized what I probably just sounded like.
Clearly you proved her wrong when you killed her,
Jasper said. Oh, come on, I didn't kill her.
Be that as it may, Melanie insists she was told on several occasions you used your summoning against Samantha. Jasper shot back. Is it true? I was about to say no, but remembered that one time I set her boot on fire. For a second, Jasper grinned as if I'd confessed to the murder after all. 1 second, and she wasn't hurt by it. But you used your summoning against her. Yes, I did. I felt Zack staring at me, but refused to look his way, not wanting to see his disappointment with what at the time had only been childish actions out of spite and annoyance. Melanie, is there anything else you would like to add? Jasper asked her. Just that Samantha was a bit concerned about Briar's abilities. She believed she was not well trained, and when she texted me saying they were going after Headmaster Hook with Briar, she was worried that she would hurt someone because she was so out of control. I hunched in my chair, my tongue in serious pain from biting it so much. Jasper thanked her, then excused her, ready to call the next person up. I wasn't sure who I expected to see, but the man Zack referred to as Frankie was not one. All 4 of the Pierce brothers stiffened at the sight of him as he approached and took Melanie's place. Commander, would you please tell the court what you overheard between the victim and Briar? Yes, sir, he replied, his feet shoulder-width apart and hands behind his back. It was right before we were to head out and search for Headmaster Hook. Samantha and Briar were talking heatedly, something about who Briar really was. And why was that important? It appeared Samantha still believed she was better suited for Zachary Pierce based on her name, sir. And what are your thoughts on that? I don't have any, sir. Zachary can be involved with whomever he desires to be. Very well. Go on then. What happened next? Briar warned Samantha to be careful before we headed out. She was concerned for her safety, thinking she was trying to prove a point and wasn't ready to face the enemy waiting for us. And then? Frankie barely looked my way as he said, and then Briar added, if she did not back off Zack, then Samantha would have her to deal with. I hadn't thought he'd overheard the entire conversation. Was that even what I'd said? So much happened since that point in time, I guess it could be what I said. Jasper's sneer returned as he thanked Frankie and dismissed him, then turned to me. Do you deny threatening Samantha Stone? No, I don't, but it wasn't a threat to kill her, I argued. I just wanted her to back off. Zack was stressed out enough, as was I. The last thing we needed to worry about was someone out there getting in the way instead of focusing on the fight. Jasper did not seem convinced. It's the truth. Why would I want her dead? Why? Perhaps you truly did want her out of the way. Perhaps there's more to this story than we know, than you're willing to tell us. What happened after the fight, Briar? I passed out for 3 days, woke up, and then what I told you was what happened. I yelled, on my feet now, despite Bastille warning me to calm down. I never saw Samantha after the battle ended, after I saved her life because she was being careless. How dare you? General Stone snarled as she got to her feet, too. Don't you dare talk about my daughter that way. She was top of her class. And she couldn't hold her own in a real fight. I yelled right back. You bitch! Yeah, fine, whatever. I snapped, ignoring the mutterings and whispers behind me. I may be a bitch, but I did not kill your daughter. I had no reason to. She was no threat to me. None. General Stone leapt over the table and marched toward my cage, even as Bastille yelled for the guards to grab hold of her. I trained her myself. She was an exceptional fighter, and you destroyed her. You killed her. Admit it. No, I said firmly, not backing down as she glared at me through the bars. I didn't kill her. And while you stand there wasting time accusing me, the real murderer is still out there. Liar! You're a liar! Get your hands off me! Get off! She screamed. Bastille yelled over her, making the guards take her away. The court was not going to settle down this time, and I watched as the panel of judges all rose to their feet. Take the prisoner back to her cell, Bastille ordered. We will reconvene tomorrow. Wait, that's it? I muttered. What about the proof that I actually did it? You have nothing to hold me, I argued as the magical bars vanished, and I was immediately surrounded by 4 guards again. General Bastille, what is the proof against me? But no one answered my questions, and then I was dragged out of there. I didn't have a chance to talk to Morris or Zack. Barely saw them before I was out of the room and thrown back in my cell a few tense minutes later. The door slammed shut, and I raised my hand, ready to attack the bars before I thought better of it, and how much that had hurt my hand.
I hate you all. Nothing about this is fair, I ranted. Nothing. All they were saying was because of what I could do, I had to be the one who killed Samantha. Wasn't there a chance, no matter how slim, that someone else could have done it? They had no real evidence, nothing to put me there at her time of death, at least nothing they'd told me. The hopes I'd had going into the trial this morning slipped away as I fell heavily to the floor and tried to meditate, to do something to clear my mind from seeing how much rage General Stone had for me. So misplaced. My blood was on fire, and my heart had trouble getting back to an easy rhythm. So many people there, and they all assumed I could kill someone. Why? Did my abilities scare them that badly? I was working at controlling it. I was. Why would no one believe me? Because your whole life has been one big lie. They don't see Briar Morris. They see someone pretending to be strong, pretending to be worthy of this life. They will never believe you. Shut up, I muttered to the annoying voice inside my head. I squinted and focused harder on steadying my breathing and finding my happy place. I pictured Zach and me together, sitting out on the balcony at my place. But that wasn't a strong enough image. So I went to a different night, one spent holding each other until the sun came up. The longer I focused on that moment in time, the more I felt his arms around me again, the more I felt safe beside him, not trapped in some damned prison cell, waiting for those bastards to decide my fate. I thought only of Zach and of our times together over the past couple of years. They'd been far from perfect in the beginning, but I refused to believe they'd already come to an end. Zach, come on, answer me, please. I had no idea what I was doing. When I saw him enter the courtroom, I hadn't expected him to hear my mental yelling. I thought I'd only be able to do it when I was meditating like this, or if he found himself knocking on death's door again. I tried a few more times to reach out to Zach, my hands shaking with my sudden desperation to speak to him, to let him know I was not going insane, that there was a chance I'd get out of this mess without ruining everything. I leaned my head against the wall, cursing myself for not being able to do what I wanted. Suddenly I heard a whisper of a familiar voice inside my mind. No, not inside mine. A rush of memories floated by me, and I caught glimpses of Zach with me, but all from his point of view. I was inside his mind. Zach?
Shroud, how are you doing this?
I don't know, really. I just am. But please don't tell me to stop. I need to talk to you.
I wasn't going to,
he promised, sounding irritated and exhausted.
Today did not go well, though.
Yeah, I noticed.
I told you to be careful,
he reminded me. What was I supposed to do? You saw them today. They all think I did it. I waited for him to speak again, but nothing. For a horrible second, I thought I lost the connection already, but then he was back. This time when I heard him grunt in my mind, it was one of pain. I'm sorry, I should have been asking about you, I said.
Me? Why? I'm not the one on trial, remember?
No, but you're the one getting injured. What happened to your back? I saw something attacking you, but I couldn't tell what the hell it was. Did you call it a ghoul? I waited and waited, growing more anxious when he didn't reply. Zach, please, I need something else to worry about here.
Yes, there were ghouls, he told me. We found a tunnel under the temple, and it led us to a damned army of ghouls.
Oh, ghouls, right. Worse than what the golem-like thing Carter was? I asked, hoping he'd say no, but his slow reply was all I needed to know. It was worse. Much worse. Are you all right?
Just a few scratches. I'll live. I was more pissed when they changed your trial time. Almost didn't make it.
The trial's important, but so is finding Digin and stopping the Necromancers.
Seriously, you think I'm going to let you face them down alone? Not happening. I'm going to be there every single damned day until this is over and you're out of there. Understand? Nothing is more important.
Zach, if the Necromancers aren't stopped, then they'll just keep killing students until they finally get what they want. We still have no idea what they're doing with all those spirit summoners, right? Or how they're going to bring Xylon back. And now they've got an army of ghouls.
Which are being taken care of over the next couple of days. My brothers are already on it.
Still, you're one of the best. You know that. You should be out there.
Shroud, what have I told you about trying to order me around, huh? Not happening. So stop while you're ahead. I'm here for you, and I'm staying right here. Got it? End of story. So stop asking me to turn my back on my girlfriend when she needs me most."
The fierceness of those words touched me, but I was not going to fall apart right then. "I'm sorry, by the way, if I said too much about the Necromancers."
No, it needed to be said. Adam actually thinks that pushing the issue is going to help us in the long run. But tomorrow, when you're back in there, remember to keep hold of your anger. I know it sucks, trust me, I do. But you can't come across as unstable."
"Not trying to," I muttered. "I wish I could actually be with you right now. I hate this."
"As much as I do hate this, and as happy as I am to hear from you, Shroud, this shouldn't be possible."
"Yeah, I was thinking the same thing," I replied, already feeling his lecture coming before he even started.
"I don't want to tell you not to talk to me, but I don't like this. Feels like a setup."
"How?"
"The cell you're in, and the cage in the courtroom. It's heavily warded, as in you should not be able to do this, the fact that you are. It's a trap, Shroud. As strong as I know you are, I don't believe you could overpower those wards."
"What are you saying?"
"I'm saying, after this conversation, don't contact me again like this. Please."
I glared around my tiny cell. Had I thought that yet? A bit, yeah, but I wasn't going to do it. I was innocent, and running only made me look guilty. That's what I kept telling myself. But after the way General Stone came after me today, after seeing so many disapproving faces, the idea of not getting the hell out of here before they decided I was too dangerous for normal society did not sound like a bad idea.
"I can feel you thinking,"
Zach warned.
"Whatever you're planning, stop, please. I'll find a way to get you out of this that does not involve us being on the run for the rest of our lives."
"And having a backup plan would not be a bad idea," I added quietly.
"Shroud, don't. Whatever you think you can do in there, it'll only make things worse."
"Are you saying I messed up today?" I asked hotly, feeling my pent-up anger breaking hold of the careful cage I'd constructed to keep it in. I could have said a lot worse.
"You could have, but you were pretty damned close."
"You know, maybe this wasn't such a good idea," I said and started to pull back. "Take care of your damned wound, and I'll see you tomorrow."
"Shroud, now just wait one damned minute."
But I dropped the connection to him, sagging in on myself at the exhaustion that swarmed my body. I hadn't meant to use so much power, but now that I'd stopped, I realized how hard that had been. I heard what Zach said, but what did I care if someone purposely weakened the wards? That was bad news for them. If it came down to staying and putting Zach at risk, or running and taking my chances alone, then I'd do it. I would not watch him get dragged down with me. Not a chance in hell. If it came to that, he'd forgive me eventually. At least I hoped he would. But he had more important things to worry about, like an army of ghouls and hidden tunnels. How many more were out there? And who the hell was controlling them all? I remembered how detached the other 4 masters had appeared, even Theon at one point. Was it one of them? Or the council members? Jasper or the others? I tapped my fist repeatedly on the floor, furious I was stuck in here instead of being able to do something useful. No matter. I'd get out of here, and then I'd be going after the bastard who did kill Sam. I'd make him pay for putting me through all this shit. Chapter 4. Zach.
My conversation with Briar, all taking place inside my head, made it impossible for me to remain focused on anything else for the rest of the day. I wanted to check in with my brothers and see what was happening back at the temple. But I couldn't get myself to leave my room. There were undead beneath this facility which we needed to speak to, or try to at least figure out who they were and how old they were. Ivan and Dresden were here, and the last I heard, neither was willing to cooperate yet. Part of me knew Briar was right, and I was needed to help figure out who was behind the Necromancers and what their plan was. But the other half of me rebelled at the idea of being gone while she was on trial for murder. A knock on my door pulled me from my thoughts, and I grunted something that sounded like a reply. "Checking on your back," Luke said as he walked in. "You look like shit, by the way. Because of your wound or Briar?" "What do you think? You saw how the trial went today." "Yeah, could have been worse." "That's what she told me," I whispered before I could stop myself. Luke gave me a funny look. "What?"
When did you talk to her?
Doesn't matter, I muttered. Right, he frowned.
This has something to do with her astral projecting inside your mind again?
I shrugged as he tugged up my shirt and poked around the slash marks covering my back. I winced a few times, but grew lost in thought over the conversation I just had. Something like that.
You know that shouldn't be possible.
I do know.
And you told her?
He pushed. Tried, but you know how stubborn she is, I snapped. She's up to something, and she won't tell me what the hell it is. Keeps telling me I should focus on the Necromancers instead of the trial.
She doesn't want you involved.
Involved? How could I not be involved? I yelled furiously.
She's trying to protect you in case this doesn't go well, he explained further, as if I didn't already know that myself. And from the way everything's going so far, I'm not sure anymore what's going to happen. We have no leads on another killer, and unless we can present one, they're going to make sure she goes down for it.
And the rest of it, did you see their faces when she brought up the Necromancers?
They're politicians. The last thing they want to even think about is a war. They will keep this trial going as long as they can and find any possible way to discredit whatever Briar tells them.
Even if we have proof, I argued.
Zach, you haven't been at this as long as I have. Trust me, when this shit hits the fan, no one up on high actually gives a damn until it's knocking down their front door, he said bitterly and let my shirt drop. Your wounds will heal. Just don't overdo it.
I'm not leaving.
Didn't think you would.
Any word back from the temple yet? Luke leaned back against the wall,
waiting for the go-ahead to send more support.
Why are they waiting? Who's holding them up?
A few generals who are beginning to question Adam's leadership skills. Apparently, since today's news of the Necromancers, a few are interested enough to start looking into what the Talons have been doing since the death of our father. They're not liking what they're finding.
And what, they're going to blame how many decades of cover-ups on Adam? Luke's eyes narrowed.
It's a shit situation all around. That's what I'm getting at.
And meanwhile, the Necromancers are going to keep building up their army and are probably laughing their asses off that we have to wait for permission. I stalked around my chamber, pissed off at everyone in charge who just couldn't get their heads out of their asses and see the bigger picture. Someone had been murdered, yeah, but if we didn't stop these Necromancers, there'd be a war on our hands. A war sounded more important to me, but apparently my word meant nothing. None of ours did.
Try to get some sleep tonight, Luke said as he neared the door.
I've been told to inform you that you are going to be brought forward tomorrow.
What for? With that bastard doing the questioning, who knows? But watch yourself.
I watched him leave, wanting to go and find something to beat the shit out of. I couldn't talk to Briar, couldn't reassure her that somehow I'd get her out of this mess. But hearing her inside my head, her not caring someone was obviously tempting her to make the situation worse. It had me on edge. Briar was impulsive, especially if she acted out of keeping someone else safe. Someone like me. There'd be no sleeping tonight. No sleeping until she walked out of that prison free. And my twisted gut said that was not going to happen any time soon. The courtroom was silent as Briar was dragged back into it the following morning. Her hands bound in chains had mine curling in tight fists, but there was nothing I could do except watch as they guided her toward the chair again and strapped her in a cage like an animal. Jasper got up from his seat behind the table once more and approached the cage. Whatever he said to her was too quiet for the rest of us to hear, but it had Briar's face scrunching in fury. If those bars weren't there, that man would be on his ass right now as she beat the crap out of him for whatever he just said to her. I glanced at the table and found General Stone absent and another in her place. General Phillips, a younger man, pretty much like my brother Adam. I perked up. He could be the voice of reason we needed today.
Today I have several more questions for you, Briar,
Jasper announced.
As if I'm here for any other reason,
she retorted. I inwardly groaned. I wanted to catch her eye, but she refused to look my way. Jasper did better today of letting her snide comment slip off him.
You mentioned before this world is newer to you than most. You did not realize what power you had until you came to Academy via a letter sent to you. Is that correct?
Sounds about right.
And when you came to Academy and were told what you are, what was your initial reaction?
I glanced at my brothers, wondering where Jasper was going with this, but all three appeared as confused as I was. We were here to talk about Sam's murder, not Briar attending academy.
I didn't believe it,
she said, as if that was obvious. And why not?
Would you, if all your life you dealt with a drug addict mom who wasn't even your mom, and then suddenly you find out you're a witch at some old academy place and you're about to learn to do magic?
She scoffed.
What was I supposed to think? And what does that have to do with anything?
Before attending academy, Jasper went on, not answering her question, would you consider yourself an outstanding student?
I kept to myself, was quiet.
No outbursts?
A few, but I had my reasons, and before you ask, no, I never hurt anyone.
Not until you came to academy and learned you had powers, he said. I heard the whispering begin around us. Briar shifted in her chair.
I never purposely hurt anyone, never wanted to. I was just trying to learn, and if you haven't noticed, I'm a bit more complicated than some others.
Yes, you were a fire and spirit summoner, a combination that has never been seen before.
Not my fault.
No, that's true. However, it appears you should have been given more attention, and instead, you were allowed to be trained by your mentor, a fourth-year student, instead of Professor Woods, for your spirit summoning. Is that correct?
Yes. However, the mentor I had is an exceptional spirit summoner. He helped me figure out how to even go about controlling my spirit summoning. So before you say anything bad about him, keep that in mind. He's one of the top spirit summoners alive, next to Master Theon, of course, she added quickly. If she weren't on trial for her own life, I would have swelled with pride to hear her talk about me so. As it was, I grew more anxious by the second, waiting for Jasper to call me up there to speak out against Briar.
Ah, yes, Zachary Pierce, your mentor. And from what I understand, you two are in a relationship. Is that correct?
Yes, it is,
Briar said without any hesitation. An intimate relationship? He pushed. I bristled, taking half a step forward, but Luke and Nick both grabbed my arms, holding me back. Briar ground her teeth, but nodded. I'm sorry, could you speak up, please?
Yes, all right. What does that have to do with anything?
Jasper smirked, and I tried to break free of my brothers again.
Knock it off,
Luke warned. Get control of yourself before he calls you up there and you make it worse for her. I didn't back down, but I stopped trying to get away from them at least. Intimate relationships between summoners can cause emotional strife, which in turn leads to outbursts of a magical sort. Jasper explained to the court as if he were teaching a class. You and Zach did not get along in the beginning, yes? And don't lie, I know it's the truth.
Fine, yeah, we didn't. We just butted heads a lot.
And what changed?
We learned about each other, that's it.
Yes, and in learning about each other, you grew closer. You grew so close, in fact, that one night in the library, you lost control of your fire summoning and nearly burned the place to the ground. Is that true, Briar? You let your emotions get away from you, and people nearly died.
We were attacked, you asshole,
Briar shouted, jumping to her feet.
Attacked, yes, and by who? Undead. They were sent after us by the Necromancers because we were getting too close to finding answers about missing students.
And what about before the fire?
What do you mean?
I mean, before the fire, you attacked another student. Carter, I believe his name was, yes?
Don't,
I whispered, willing her to hear me. He was leading her into a trap. I felt it, but Briar was already speaking again.
He pushed me, and I reacted, but it was an accident, she insisted.
Another accident because you can't control your own powers, Jasper said, spreading his arms wide as he addressed the court. That poor student was in the infirmary after what you did to him. You astral projected inside his mind. Shocked gasps issued from the crowd, and I cursed them all for falling for this over-the-top dramatic presentation.
I didn't mean to. He came after me,
she argued, but Jasper wasn't listening. You attacked a student, and then you set the library on fire because you claim you both were under attack. That did it. We were, I snapped, unable to keep my mouth shut any longer. Jasper whipped around to glare at me, and I squared my shoulders, staring him down. Zachary Pierce, I was not ready to call you yet, but I suppose now is as good a time as any. Please step forward. Watch yourself, Adam uttered in warning. I'll be just fine, I replied, and stalked toward the front. I looked to Briar when I reached the place Jasper indicated, but her face was set. I couldn't even read her aura right then, to try to understand what she was thinking.
"You seem to agree with the claim that you two were attacked,"
Jasper stated. Because we were. We discovered files of students who had gone missing from Academy when the undead and whatever creature Carter was came after us. Creature. A golem of sorts, created by dark magic to appear as the true person.
"And what happened to the real Carter?"
"Probably killed. No one's heard from him as far as I know," I replied. Jasper fidgeted as he glanced toward the head table. I tried to catch Theon's eye, but he kept his gaze focused on Jasper instead. Were we losing his support? After everything he saw, was he going to turn on us now? I could have thrown something at him if he wouldn't sweep the floor with me in a fight. I might be able to take him, on a good day, when I was damned lucky, but not here, and not with the 4 other masters seated right beside him.
"And after this incident with the fire, Headmaster Hook ordered the 2 of you to separate for the following year."
"Yes, that's correct," I said.
"What was his reasoning?"
There was no other way to say it, so I stuck with the truth. He believed our relationship was causing Briar to be emotionally unstable.
"And what happened after you remained apart?"
It was my turn to shift from one foot to the other, knowing how this was going to sound.
"We didn't."
"I'm sorry?" "We didn't. We found a way to see each other at night and continued our search for the missing students, and also worked on her spirit summoning." Jasper's lips twitched into a sly grin that made the hair on the back of my neck rise.
"I see."
"We believed Briar to be in danger, so I wanted to keep an eye on her, and after the attack at the library, and a few other incidents that had us on edge, I was not going to not watch out for her. Academy, it appeared, was not as well protected as I always assumed."
"And," Jasper said, holding up his hand, "what happened at the end of the next semester?"
"General Morris was taken captive by a necromancer and a small group of undead. We went to rescue him, killed one necromancer, but a second one escaped."
"And yet again, you two were found in the midst of destruction caused by Briar Morris." "And me,"
Morris spoke up loudly from the side of the room.
"You dare to call me a liar too, Jasper? I was there. The fight was real. And everything he's saying is the truth."
Jasper sighed heavily.
Fine, but it still appears Briar is better at leaving a path of destruction in her wake than doing as she's told," he snapped. "Her powers have only grown and gotten away from her as time went on. She's able to astral project inside people's minds, as well as to different locations. And not just herself, but her fire, inside another person's head."
I wanted to deck him right then, council member or not. She did it out of instinct.
"And from what I hear, she did it quite well a second time at this battle you speak of, not out of instinct."
"She was protecting us," I shouted.
"And from where I stand, it sounds as if she might have thought she was protecting you from Sam when she went to her hotel room and killed her."
"That is not true," I yelled, charging Jasper. "She did not kill her. She's not a murderer."
"You weren't there, so how do you know?"
He shot back, standing toe-to-toe with me. "I know her. I've seen her fight tooth and nail for those around her, whether she knew them or not, or liked them or not," I snapped. "She did not kill Samantha."
"Oh, no?"
he said lightly, and his sudden change in demeanor had me backing away. "No," I repeated, not liking the look on his face as he glanced at Briar, then back to me.
"And you have an explanation for what was found at the crime scene, yes?" "What?"
Briar asked hotly, standing as close to the bars as she could get.
"Zach, what's he talking about? Found what?"
I hung my head, glaring intently at the floor.
"Ah, so you didn't show her then?"
"No, because it was clearly planted."
"What was?"
Briar shouted.
"Would someone please just tell me what this proof is that you have against me? What is it? Before I really start losing my shit."
Jasper reached into his robes, and as soon as he let the item rest on his palm, I knew how bad this was going to look. I should have held on to it, should have stolen it away and not let anyone else know it had been there. Jasper slowly turned around to face the panel of judges. Then he finally faced the cage. Briar stared at the item in disbelief, laughing nervously as she shook her head.
"No, that's not Herbert?"
she whispered. The paper crane was deformed and crushed, but it was hers, lacking the magic that had brought it to life before it had been crumpled to death in Sam's hand. "You recognize this?" Jasper asked Briar.
"I do, but no, he was in my apartment with me. I saw him."
Her brow furrowed. "Are you certain he was with you?" Jasper asked, moving closer.
I can't remember seeing him, but he always followed me around in Silent Heights."
She trailed off, shaking her head as she backed away from the bars.
No, I swear I didn't kill her."
"Then why was this found in her fist?"
"It wasn't."
"It was," I whispered, hating myself for saying it. I felt Briar's look of betrayal even before I looked up to meet her gaze. "I found it when I went to check her body. I meant to tell you, but then I didn't see you, and I turned it over. Shroud, I'm sorry." She sniffed hard, and the moment her gold-flecked eyes flickered away from mine, it was like a kick to the chest. The air went out of my lungs, and I felt as if we were so far away from one another now. So far away. "So you admit this is your paper crane?" Jasper accused. Briar's jaw worked, but she nodded.
"So what? Someone could have broken into my place and taken it. I was gone all morning."
"How convenient," Jasper sighed. "Or you left your apartment with Herbert, as always. You told Zachary you're going to be shopping, made certain you were on security cameras and whatnot, and then you snuck to the hotel, killed Samantha, and as she fought for her life, she snatched Herbert out of the air and crushed him, desperate to hold on to anything to save herself."
"No, I didn't effing kill her,"
Briar yelled, grabbing hold of the bars. I waited for them to throw her backward, as they should have done, but instead she held on tighter. Flames sprang to life in her palms, and every judge at the table rose, watching intently. More flames sparked at Briar's feet and reflected in her eyes. Her anger had reached its boiling point, and if she didn't calm down soon, she was going to hurt herself. Or worse, she was going to break out of that cage, which should be impossible, and accidentally set Jasper on fire.
"Theon,"
General Bastille instructed. Master Theon nodded and hurried to the cage as Briar continued to scream and rant, begging for anyone to believe her. I wanted to go to her, but 2 guards were suddenly there to yank me back again. Theon reached into the cage, and the moment his hand made contact with Briar, she collapsed to the floor. Her fires took a bit longer to die down, and before the magical bars receded, I saw how badly they were damaged. Perhaps Briar being able to speak to me from her cell was not a trap after all.
"Get her back to her cell, immediately,"
General Bastille ordered, while the courtroom erupted into chaos at what just transpired. 4 guards moved in and hoisted her to her feet. Whatever Theon did to her knocked her out completely, though. Her feet dragged along the floor as the guards removed her from the courtroom. I strained to get free and go after her, but was thrown back even harder.
"I need to see her,"
I yelled.
"No, Zachary, you can't."
Theon waved off the guards as they moved to surround me.
"You don't understand, all right? I messed up,"
I ranted.
"Just let me talk to her. 5 minutes, please. She's beating herself up enough as it is, but seeing Herbert, I have to see her."
I tried to rush the guards, but a fist connected with my face, and I reeled back from the hit, landing in a heap on the floor. My brothers were there a few seconds later to help me right back up.
"What's going to happen to her now?"
I muttered, holding my split lip as blood pooled in my mouth.
"The trial is not over,"
Theon stated.
"We don't need it to be over to know how it's going to turn out,"
Nick said angrily.
"This is turning into a damned witch hunt, and you know it. They just want someone to blame."
"And they're not even paying attention to what's really going on here," Adam added. Theon tapped the side of his nose, but all that made me want to do was punch him.
"Trust me, this is far from over." But Briar's outburst today did not help matters, nor did her attacking the cage.
"Can you blame her? They're accusing her of murder when there's more important shit happening outside." I was sucking in air and felt myself getting lightheaded, but I was beyond furious, and having Briar look at me that way had torn me apart. "I thought you were on our side, Theon."
"I am, Zachary, but this is not something I can just make disappear. It's murder."
"And you know it wasn't her, right?" His eyes narrowed slightly before he nodded.
"Of course I do," he said.
I stiffened, watching his gaze dart across the room to where the other masters gathered, waiting for him. He turned back to me. "And as I told you before, I will do what I can. But you must do your part as well. Finding the real murderer is possibly her only way out of this mess." "And if we can't, what, do you expect me to let her rot in prison for life?" Theon patted me on the shoulder, but I shrugged him off. "It may not be for very long," he whispered, and then he was gone, leaving the courtroom with the rest of the masters. His words took a moment to sink in, and when they did, all I wanted to do was find a way to break Briar out of her cell right then. Execution. That's what he implied. I knew the Stones were pushing for that as her punishment, but I never expected the judges to go along with it. Were they involved after all? Someone on that panel had to be, if they were willing to go this far to get Briar out of the way. Bile rose in my throat, knowing I would not be able to stand by if it came down to watching her get executed for a crime she did not commit. This was someone's sick, twisted game, and I'd grown tired of playing by their rules. Theon wanted us to find answers. Then we'd find answers. I'd find whoever was behind the Necromancers' attacks and bring them to light, no matter how far up the chain it went. I'd find who really killed Samantha Stone, and I no longer cared how many laws I had to break to get there. If they wanted to play rough, we'd play rough. It was time we started rattling more cages. "Zach, not sure I like the murderous glint in your eyes right now," Nick said. "Then don't watch what happens next," I muttered, stalking for the door. "We still have those undead, right?" "Yeah, why?" Adam asked this time, all three of my brothers falling into step behind me. "I think it's time to see what they can do," I whispered and sneered, longing to see the look of fear on the faces of all those judges when the truth came knocking. Literally. I wasn't willing to wait, not any longer. They'd see the damn truth, even if I had to lock them in a room with the undead, ghouls, and necromancers. They'd see it all. Then I'd get Briar out of here for good. Go somewhere far away from this corrupt place, and never look back.
Chapter 5. Briar. I walked around and around my cell, not able to sit still after what happened in that courtroom today. The day had started out bad enough, and then went to complete shit in a matter of seconds. I hadn't expected them to tear apart my short time at Academy, or drag Zach into the questioning the way they did, or let the world know about our intimate relations. I yelled in a fury at that again, and kicked the nearest thing, being my cot, wincing after I made contact. If I hadn't been wearing boots, I probably would have broken a toe. That I could have dealt with, but the fact that several times Jasper continued to blow off what we attempted to tell him about the undead and the necromancers, why was that not a bigger issue than they made it? The surprised looks on their faces said they heard nothing about it all before. But why weren't they rallying the troops? Finding out what the Talents had been working on for the past few years to try to bring this building conflict to light? Instead, they were so focused on this damned murder case. Someone had to be pushing them in this direction, keeping them distracted. Who? Theon today was no longer sure we could trust him or not. And then Zach. And Herbert. I could have strangled him for keeping that little fact from me. If we'd had more time to talk, I was sure he would have let me know. I hated not being able to see him, and though I could reach out if I wanted to, I had a feeling I knew how that conversation would go. He'd apologize, then he'd ask how I was, ask me how I managed to nearly break through the cage in the courtroom. And I had no answer for him. I would have gotten through it, too, if Theon hadn't stopped me. Knocking me out like that just so he wouldn't have to deal with me anymore? I was tired of all this, of all them judging me for a crime I didn't even commit. After another few laps around my cell, I flopped onto my cot and picked at my nails. There was no point wondering what tomorrow would be like. They'd tear into my life even more, make me look worse than I already did. I shut my eyes, willing myself to get some rest at least, and tried to dream of Zach holding me close. I prayed the nightmares would stay away, but the second my eyes slipped closed, I was right back in that hell. The undead surrounded me quickly this time, as fire erupted all around. but instead of burning them and saving me, it lashed out and attacked me instead. I screamed in pain, but the sound echoed right back at me.
Briar!
Zack, I had to save him this time. I had to. Zack! I screamed, turning and wincing as smoke burned my eyes. It seeped into my lungs until I was hacking. Zack, answer me!
Briar!
He grunted in pain, and I heard another voice growling, an inhuman voice. I pushed through the smoke and flames, not caring when they scorched my clothes and flesh. The undead came at me, but I easily knocked them away. All that mattered was getting to Zack. But with every step I took, I swore the sound of his fighting was too far away for me to reach. My feet dragged, but I refused to give up. I couldn't.
Briar, run!
Zack bellowed, and suddenly he was right beside me, his body sailing through the air, landing in a broken, bleeding heap. Blood spilled from his lips as I fell to his side, searching the rest of him for wounds.
Shroud!
I'm here. I'm right here, I muttered, cursing as blood continued to ooze from his body. Zack, open your eyes, damn it. I'm going to save you. You can't do this to me. His hand reached up to cup my cheek, and he attempted to smile, his eyes fluttering open slightly. But then they dimmed, and his hand fell limp to his side. I shook his shoulders, but he was dead. I screamed in a fury, slamming my fists into his chest to bring him back, but there was nothing I could do. I held him close, fire and spirit welling up within me until they were ready to explode in an inferno that would never be quenched.
You should have joined me when you had the chance,
a voice grated from behind me. I sniffed hard, swiping at the tears of pure fire streaming down my cheeks. Get away from me, you traitor! I snapped, not even sure where those words came from.
Traitor, am I? That's a bit harsh.
That voice, I knew that voice, but I couldn't put a name to it. I'm going to kill you for this. Tear you apart bit by bit until you scream for me to kill you. And then I'll rip your spine out and blast your brain from your skull. That's what I'm going to do to you.
Oh, I'm trembling,
the voice whispered, then burst out in a deep cackle.
You would have been remarkable as one of us. But now, sadly, I must end you.
You can't kill me.
No, and why not? You made your choice, and I warned you a long time ago what the consequences of wrong choices would be.
A brush of cold slammed into my neck, lifting my hair like a caress, only it made my stomach turn, and I shut my eyes, willing this horrid dream to end.
Not a dream.
Who was that? What was that? I glanced around, willing myself to do something, anything, to wake up. But I couldn't. I kissed Zack's forehead, then gently set his body on the ground, resting my hand on his forehead for a moment as I gathered myself for the fight to come. I would avenge him. I would avenge them all. And if not, I'd die trying. I stood and turned around, ready to face my fate. Fire pooled in my hands as spirits surrounded me. I took a deep breath. Hands grabbed me, and I jerked awake, kicking and punching at the shadow figures. The clutches of the nightmare stuck with me until someone hissed,
"Knock her out and be done with it."
"No, get off me!" I screamed, hoping one of the guards would come, or Zack. But then a fist collided with my face, and I went slack. I was mostly conscious but couldn't get my limbs to work. I was picked up, and my wrists were manacled, as were my ankles. Then I was dragged out of my cell. My eyes flickered open enough for me to catch glimpses of the two guards carrying me, one on each side, and at least two more in front. There were hushed voices behind me, a female and a male. No, two males. None of them sounded familiar, and when I tried to turn my head to look, a hand was shoved in my face, turning me back toward the front.
"Where are we going?"
I managed to utter. "You'll see soon enough," the female, at least I thought it might be female, voice said, not sounding comforting at all. I let them take me, my mind groggy from the nightmare they'd interrupted. There was something else I needed to remember. What was it? There'd been a voice. Not Zack's. No, someone else's. Who the hell was it? I cursed these assholes for pulling me away from what was clearly more important than whatever they had planned for me. I scrunched my eyes shut, begging my mind to work with me for once and remind me what it was. But then we were entering a large domed room, and I was dumped roughly to the floor. The chains around my wrists and ankles rattled as I pushed myself up and attempted to gauge my surroundings. There was only one door from what I could see, and it was guarded by all 4 guards at the moment. I shifted my gaze and wondered if I was dreaming. "You, what are you doing here?" I mumbled, remaining on the floor. 3 masters in their official robes stared back at me. Odette, the Earth Master, was on the right, her long brown hair touching her waist. The Water Master, Mark, stood beside her, his dark blue eyes holding no kindness whatsoever as they looked at me. Lastly was Balthazar, the Fire Master. Flames flickered to life in his eyes the longer I looked at him, waiting for one of them to answer my question. "Well, what is this? More of this dumbass trial I'm being put through?"
"She has spirit, that much is clear," Odette said, emotionless. "It's what else she has that I'm curious to see," Mark said, tapping a finger to his chin as he studied me, not like I was a person, but like an object he coveted, like something he wanted to possess and control. It freaked me out, and I leaned back. He eyed me. "How do you want to do this?" My heart kicked into full gear as Mark and Odette turned to Balthazar. "What are you doing? What is this? Where are the other judges?" I demanded. "Theon! I want to speak to Theon!" "No, you won't be speaking to Theon again." Balthazar finally spoke as he walked toward me. "You won't be speaking to anyone again, I'm afraid."
I backed away instinctively, but he reached out too fast for me to react and grabbed hold of the chains between my wrists. I wasn't sure what I was expecting, but his suddenly releasing the manacles was not it. They clanked to the floor, and he motioned for me to move so he could undo the ones at my ankles, too. I hesitated, but if he wanted to free me, I wasn't going to argue. When all the restraints were gone, he offered me his hand. I didn't take it right away, but watched as if any second he was going to turn on me.
"You don't really want to sit on the floor all night, do you?"
he asked. Finally, I slipped my hand into his warm one, and he pulled me to my feet.
"See, isn't that better?"
he asked. I barely managed to nod. Then he backhanded me so hard it sent me sprawling across the room. I spat blood from my mouth, pushing up on my hands as I glared at him over my shoulder. "What the hell are you doing?" I seethed.
"Seeing exactly what you're made of,"
he stated simply, as if he wasn't currently stalking toward me like he was going to try to beat the shit out of me.
"So show me, Briar Morris. What are you made of?"
I had no chance to get up before his booted foot connected with my ribs. I gasped for air as he kicked me again and again, each hit driven by his fire, flipping me over to my back. I sucked in air, swearing he'd broken a rib or two, my anger growing steadily. Heat pooled within me, and when he went to kick me again, I yelled, and using a move Morris taught me, I grabbed hold of his leg to roll right into Balthazar's legs. It knocked him off balance, and he crashed to the floor as I scrambled to get back up and regain the advantage. Or try to, but more than a week in a cell had weakened me, and he was already up again.
"Is that it?" he snapped. "You are nothing special. Nothing at all, if this is all the great Briar Morris can do."
I yelled as I charged forward, my attacks fueled by my fire, growing stronger with each swing. Flames burst to life, sparking as each hit made contact. He blocked most of them, not even seeming to use any effort whatsoever. That would have to change. I had no idea what he wanted from me, but no one was going to beat the shit out of me without my fighting back and making him bleed in turn. My fist slammed into his jaw with an uppercut, and I spun around, my boot nailing the center of his chest with a burst of fire that sent him tumbling head over heels. I gave him no chance to recover before I was on him again, letting my anger drive me into a blind rage, something Morris always instructed against so I would not lose control. But at that moment, losing control was all I wanted to do. I pulled on my fire until it slipped over me like a second skin, then threw myself at Balthazar. He was just another person to blame for why I was in this mess. We battled around the room. The guards stayed by the door. The two masters watched on. I barely had a chance to see the looks on their faces. Odette appeared slightly impressed, but it was Mark who sent another unsettling shiver down my spine. He was the youngest of the masters, and when I'd seen him on the judging panel, part of me had hoped he would have sided with me, another young prodigy being scrutinized. But now all I saw when I looked at him was a hunger that made me want to bolt from this room. Balthazar's fist connected with my face, but I yelled off the hit and threw myself right back at him again. I knocked him into the wall, then stepped back to catch my breath, growing weary of using so much summoning so fast. "Is that it?" Balthazar taunted, wiping blood from his split lip. Why are you doing this?" I muttered through my gasps for much-needed oxygen. "Reasons that you need not know about. And this is your only fire. Where is your spirit, Briar? Where is that powerful side of you? Show me." I backed away quickly, stumbling over my feet as I blocked his attacks. No. You refuse to use all your summoning?" he snapped. "Yes, I'm not stable, I admit that, especially when some asshole is trying to beat the shit out of me," I shouted and clocked him in the face again. But the hit barely seemed to faze him. "I don't understand. Is this part of the trial?" Balthazar finally lowered his hands and shook his head. "This is your way out of the trial." I froze. Every instinct inside me screamed trap, but a small sliver of hope said these three masters believed I was innocent. But then why were they having me fight? How? "It's true you are dangerous and unstable for now," Balthazar stated as he circled me. "However, with the proper training, you could be a great asset to the masters of this world. A great asset to use against those who seek to destroy us. The others, well, they merely see a young woman whose abilities far outweigh her skills. They see a threat, whereas I see an opportunity for something great to come of this little arrangement." I moved, keeping him in my sights, hating how Mark continued to look at me with those blue eyes that were a complete opposite of the blue eyes I longed to see right now. Zach, did he know about this? If Theon wasn't here, then I doubted it. Did anyone else know about what these masters were planning? "You're not telling me much here," I pointed out. "What arrangement?" "One where we benefit each other, of course." "How?" I did not like where this was going, not even close, and if you hadn't noticed, I'm currently on trial for murder. Yes, but let's be honest with one another, Briar. I know you did not kill Samantha Stone." My jaw dropped. "Just like that? Why?" "You are not a killer, not even close. However, that is something I would like to change." I shouldn't have done it, but I laughed. "Wait, I'm sorry. Back up a second. You believe I didn't kill Samantha, but instead of telling everyone else and letting me go, you expect me, what, to be grateful enough to kill people for you? Do you have a secret hit list somewhere that you're going to hand me?" I laughed even harder as he came to a stop and glowered at me. "Wow, you are a piece of work, aren't you? And here I thought it'd be incredible to meet you. Damn, was I wrong." He moved faster than I thought possible, and I slammed backward into a wall. His hand wrapped around my throat, not choking, but holding me there as fire burst to life in his eyes. "You will accept this deal." "Or what? You can't just take me out of here. People will notice." "You think they care?" he asked with a sneer, and I gulped in sudden fear at the lack of concern on his face. "The only one who does is Zachary. No one else will raise the alarm if you suddenly disappeared." I tried to kick him off, but he moved his body so that my legs were pinned. I spat in his face instead, and this time his hand did start to throttle me. "Remember what happened to the last idiot who did that to me?" I gasped. His grip lessened slightly, but instead of fear appearing in his eyes, there was greed. "That is exactly the kind of power I long to see, and you will show me." "Or what? I go down for murder? They still have no actual proof I did it." "You don't understand, do you? The trial means nothing. But you
You have other things in your life you are desperate to protect, do you not?
He said, and I stilled in his grasp.
Friends, family, a love who you would do anything for. Be a shame if anything happened to one of them. Or all. It really depends on your next move.
I had to get out of here. He was threatening my family and Zach. I couldn't let him hurt them. I struggled to get out of his grip, my fire cascading over him, but he was a fire summoner, and though it should have at least made him back up, he was a master, and there appeared to be a few tricks he'd learned to stop him from being harmed by another's flames. Morris said it took years and great control to be able to take over another summoner's fire. As much of a match as I thought I was for Balthazar, I was wrong. My spirit summoning teased me, ready and waiting to be used. I hadn't tried to pull on it since I was arrested, well, aside from reaching out to Zach. Before, I'd been too scared I'd hurt someone else. But now he was asking for it. You will not harm them, I warned, and felt spirit growing within me, waiting right behind my flames. I will kill you first. His smile faltered when spirit launched from my center, and he was thrown clear across the room. He held his stomach, sucking in air with a rattle that told me I'd broken at least one rib. Payback was a bitch. I kept up the hits, slamming into him again and again as he failed to fight back. Each blast of his fire was too weak against the spirit I controlled. The ground rumbled beneath me, and just as I felt it shift, ready to break through the floor, I realized I was sitting on plain dirt. Odette, as Earthmaster, was clearly up to something. I spun around and shot out spirit toward her. She screamed as her head bashed into the wall before sliding to the floor. I smiled and spun back around, ready to keep up the attack on Balthazar, when water rushed around me, and before I could attempt to move, it surrounded me and froze me in place, trapping my hands to my sides. I was too exhausted from the fight, and my fire refused to listen to me, leaving me stuck. Mark sighed as he came closer, shaking his head as his grin grew wider. It's a start, but we will need to see more. So much more. Go to hell, I snapped, working at getting my hands free, but the ice held. One day I might, but not this day, he mused. This can go one of two ways. Either you agree to help us, or you will watch as we tear apart your world bit by bit. We will break you down until there's nothing left but a mindless being we'll shape into the weapon we desire. Or you can agree, and we will take you far away from here, and no one will be harmed. Your choice. Or I could just kill you all and take my chances. Then by all means, kill us, Mark said and stepped back, spreading his arms wide. Show us what the real Briar Morris can do. I glanced from him to Odette and Balthazar. Was he serious? Did he want me to blow his head off? I wanted to, but at the same time the thought of killing a person that way made me sick to my stomach. I thought of getting free from the ice and astral projecting myself across the room. But what was the point? They were going to use me. No matter what I chose, they would use me to destroy whoever they deemed a threat. It could be council members or military officials or another summoner like myself. I could not let that become part of my life. They were bluffing. They had to be. All of this was just a test of some kind. The rest of the judges were watching. That's what I told myself because the truth was too unbelievable. I hung my head and said nothing. It appears you need more time to make your decision, Mark decided as he raised his hand and the ice melted. I fell to my knees before the three masters, unwilling to meet their gazes. We will give you one more night to make your choice. After that, there will either be pain, or there will be a chance for you to become someone great. The choice remains with you. I clamped my mouth shut before I said something to make this night go on any longer. I'd be bruised tomorrow. I wondered how they were going to explain that when I was taken back to the court, until I realized they had no intention of continuing the trial. From the way they stood, their backs straight and their chins in the air, they had no fear anyone would discover what they were up to. They would stall the trial with simply a word, and no one would be the wiser. There was a camera in my cell, but as I was placed back in manacles and taken away, I doubted any of the Pierce brothers would be watching over the feed again. I was utterly on my own now, with 3 masters who wanted to use me as a killing machine. After the guards returned me to my cell and left me alone, I sank to the edge of my cot, debating my next move. Did I reach out to Zach and tell him what happened? No, if he knew about this, he'd do something stupid. Get himself into more trouble faster. These masters, they could have anyone working for them. Telling Zach would just put him in more danger. I'd thought my nightmare was the worst thing about this night, but now I knew the real nightmare was what my life had become. If I said yes to the masters, I'd be taken away and would never see my friends, my father, never see Zach again. If I said no, I shuddered, remembering the glee that appeared in Mark's eyes at the notion of my putting up a fight. There'd be pain, so much pain. And what if they did use someone I cared for against me? My life wasn't greater than theirs. But then again, I could not let them use me as a weapon. What I'd done at the temple, seeing how many I targeted at once, scared me. No one should have that power, least of all these masters. Least of all me. And who was to say they weren't working with the Necromancers? I was on my feet again, pacing frantically around the room. If they were behind everything, then I was double screwed. Except why would they want me as their weapon? Did they really think they could break me enough to turn on everyone I cared for? To work with them? I yelled in frustration at not being able to know what was happening outside this damned room. No matter what, though, I could not give in. I wouldn't give in. I was gambling with the lives of those I cared for, but I could not let the masters have me. I returned to my cot and sat in a meditative pose, preparing myself for the fight that was to come. Chapter 6. Briar. I took the hit and let myself collapse to the floor. We were on night 2 of my being dragged from my cell. Tonight, Odette was the one pushing me to my limits. Or trying to, really. I felt it was working against her. The floor had been completely removed, and there was just dirt beneath me. She was powerful, what with being a master. But her determination to break me turned into irritation the longer I held out. She struck again, and the burst of earth made me roll back, where I remained limp. "Fight me!" she shrieked. "Why?" I mumbled, moving to a sitting position. "You want your love to die, is that it?" "Oh, you mean Zach? Yeah, good luck with that. He's pretty damn strong and resourceful. I mean, he is a Pierce, and you know what they're like," I said with a grin. "I feel sorry for whoever you send after him." I crossed my fingers, praying I was right and they were bluffing. Balthazar and Mark stood near the doors tonight, speaking quietly together as they watched. Mark's eyes hadn't left me since I arrived, and I pictured myself plucking those eyes out with 2 flames, burning the shit out of him at the same time. The image amused me so much I smiled, and his eyes narrowed. Good. I wanted them thrown off balance. Wanted them unstable and frustrated just like I was. Put us on even ground. Odette charged at me again, giving up on her summoning, grabbing my shirt and punching me repeatedly. The hits hurt, but I forced a smile through the pain and blood until she screamed again and threw me down. "You are insane!" I spat blood from my mouth and shrugged. "Always a chance of that." "You will break," she swore. "No matter how long it takes, you will. You will be a killer." "Not if you're the one training me," I replied. "You know, I've faced down death a few times before, and guess what? You don't scare me." I winked at her, and she kicked me for it. I grunted as my body throbbed in pain, but it was worth it to see her stalk away, muttering curses under her breath. Balthazar and Mark listened to Odette as she spoke with them, her hands moving wildly about. "So this is your plan?" I yelled, and all 3 turned to face me. "To what, beat the crap out of me until I can't take any more?"
"This is merely the physical pain," Balthazar stated. "If you continue to resist, we will use more aggressive means."
"Such as? None of you can get inside my head."
"Us, no, but there is another one who works for us who can," he said. Perhaps I will summon him, and tomorrow night we will see who the stronger spirit summoner is."
"Spirit summoner? Why should that worry me?" I asked, confused.
"Oh, I'm sorry. Did you believe you were the only one gifted with getting inside people's heads? My dear, we have far more secrets than you'll ever learn, and one of them is that we have a weapon for every occasion."
I kept up my look of bravado, even though I was cursing inside. Of course they'd have a way to get inside my head, and that was not what I needed. My head was enough of a mess on its own, without some unknown person traipsing around in it. Mark broke away from the others and knelt before me. "What, is it your turn now?" I asked. "You know, fire and water don't mix well."
"Perhaps, but it is my hope I can change your mind."
I froze as I lifted my gaze to his. "Beg your pardon?"
"You came to this new place and you let yourself be taken in by the first boy you met. And that's all Zachary Pierce is. A boy, a lost little child who is in over his head," Mark said, frowning. "I understand why you fell for him, I do. But there's so much more to be gained if you set your feelings for him aside and focus on another."
"Uh-huh, and why would I do that?"
"Because there is another that can offer you a way to unlock your true destiny,"
he insisted, reaching out to take my arms and pulling me to my feet. My skin crawled from his touch, but he didn't let go.
"You are fated to do so much more, Briar. So much more."
"Like be a killer? No thanks."
"It's not just the killing, and though you seem opposed to it now, in time, you will crave it."
"Yeah, doubt that."
"Is that so?"
he argued, his hands tightening their grip as I tried to move away.
"Tell me then, why is it you always find yourself in the midst of a deadly fight where the odds are against you? Why do you seem to willingly throw yourself into danger?"
"Shit happens," I muttered, not liking where he was going with this at all.
"Or secretly it's what you want, to fight, to spill blood. And that is something I can help you reach, that future where you are invincible, where you will be able to fight and kill to your heart's content."
It was true. Zach and I always seemed to find ourselves knee-deep fighting as we faced down death. But after spending a summer together where nothing happened, I knew what we had shared no basis in those moments. We fought as we did to survive and save each other. I started to nod, and Mark's eyes lit up until I clasped my hands and batted my eyelashes at him. "Do I get a pony, too?" I asked excitedly, "because I've always wanted one." He dragged me even closer to him until his face was barely an inch from mine.
"You will come to see that I am right. No matter how long it takes, you will forget Zachary Pierce."
"And what, fall into your waiting arms? Yeah, good luck with that." He released me so hard I staggered backward, and he raised his hand. I waited for the hit, but then he dropped it and smiled.
"Soon, Briar. Very soon your whole world will begin to crumble around you, and you'll see that I'll be the only one there to show you the way. Remember that.
Guards, take her back to her cell.
We're finished for the night."
He reached out and cupped my cheek, running his thumb across my skin, even as I cringed.
"You will need me before long."
He leaned in, breathing deeply at my neck, and this time I did yank myself away from him, slapping him hard across the face. "Don't you dare touch me!" I seethed, continuing to scream at him even as the guards grabbed hold of my arms and I was chained again. "I will never turn to you. Never!"
"We shall see,"
were the last words I heard before the guards grew fed up with my struggles and a fist slammed into my face, knocking me out. When I eventually came to, my head throbbed, and I let several curses slip from my mouth, then froze, waiting for the pounding to stop long enough for me to think straight. Everything about what happened made me want to tear my room apart, and rant and fling curses. But what good would any of that do, really? None, except amuse whoever was watching the camera feed. I went to take a quick shower, not even caring the water barely reached a lukewarm temperature. I wanted to get rid of the sensation of Mark touching my face, or thinking he would ever convince me to, be with him instead of Zach? That guy was a creeper and a dumbass if he thought I would throw away everything I felt for Zach. All we'd been through together. He might be a master, but that did nothing for me. Zach was real. What we had was real, and that would be what got me through this ordeal. Once I was clean-ish, I slipped back into the only other clothes that had been brought me, pretty much what I'd been wearing anyway, and fell back onto the bed. I closed my eyes, doing my best to shove aside visions of Mark reaching for my face from my mind. It sent another icky shiver shooting down my spine, and I rolled over, glaring at the door, as if he would somehow suddenly appear there, watching me. He could be watching me from the camera for all I knew, and I wondered if I'd get any sleep at all. Balthazar's threat of bringing in another spirit summoner bothered me. But until it happened, there was no point in worrying about it. With any luck, I'd managed to break their summoner instead of the other way around. Yeah, that'd show 'em. I was more exhausted than I expected, and my eyes closed no matter how hard I fought to keep them open and fixed on the door. At first, I thought this dream was actually going to be pleasant. I found myself standing beneath the waterfall where Zach had taken me. He wasn't there, but it was peaceful, and I went to dip my feet in the water. Moonlight shone down brightly, as it had the first time I was here, the flowers glowing blue around me. I knew I couldn't stay, but I wanted to. Anywhere was better than the damned cell I'd been trapped in, and here there were no masters to torture me with threats about harming Zach or Morris. I swung my feet lazily through the water, watching the ripples. The air changed suddenly, the temperature rising, and when I lifted my gaze, the peaceful setting was engulfed in flames. The waterfall had dried up, and the rock blown away. Fire blazed all around, and the undead shambled toward me in droves. I was on campus, but it looked more like a war zone. Briar! Zach! I leapt to my feet and sprinted, not waiting around this time to try to reach him. I had to find him, had to save him. I would not watch him die in my arms, not again. The fight happened again, right before my eyes. Zach was engaged in combat, already bloodied. The figure he fought was cloaked in darkness, but fire flared at his fingertips. I struggled to reach them, but the undead were there, slowing me down and dragging me farther and farther away. I screamed in frustration, hearing Zach grunt in pain. Any second now he was going to fall. This nightmare, it always happened the same way. But I couldn't bear to see him fall again, not after what the masters threatened me with so many times already. Each time I saw Zach fall, it became too real and tore me apart. Weakened the resolve I managed to keep so far. "Briar, get out of here!" Zach shouted. I broke through the line of undead to witness Zach holding a shield in front of him, fending off the fire attacks. "Go!" "I'm not leaving you!" I shouted, rushing to his side. I aimed to bolster his shield, but the figure's hand shot through the shield and plunged straight into Zach's chest. "No!" he gasped, falling back into my arms as the hand pulled free. I caught Zach, and we staggered to the ground together. I begged him to hold on as blood pooled out of his chest and over my lap and hands. It seeped from his mouth as he tried to speak. His eyes met mine, flaring bright blue. But then they shut. This death was so much worse than the last. Why? What did I do to deserve witnessing his death over and over again? Not a nightmare, Briar. You need to pay attention. I told you this would happen. The cloaked figure approached. You should have joined me when you had the chance. You could have prevented so much death. So much. Instead, their blood is on your hands. No, I snapped, whoever I was in this dream taking over as before. It's the truth, and you know it. I will ask you one more time. Join me, take my hand, and help me finish what we started. He held his hand to me, but I glared at it. This is real, the voice inside my head whispered. See your betrayer. Remember him. The cloaked figure's face remained in shadow, but I needed to see it. I set Zach on the ground, telling myself even if there was some real element about this moment, he was alive for now. I took the figure's hand, and as he yanked me back to my feet, I threw myself at him, snatching at the hood that covered his head. I fought to tear it away, but he threw me away from him. I rolled across the scorched ground, sliding to a stop.
I did not want it to come down to this,
he sighed, stalking toward me as I got to my feet.
Not when you showed such promise. But I will not let you stop me. Not now. I will kill you.
You'll try, I said as fire flared to life in my hands. But if I'm dying, you're coming with me. We charged each other, and I jerked awake in my cell, gasping for air, staring around ready for a fight. Zach's death this time had been too real, and I shook my head, trying to clear away the image of him bleeding out. And that other voice, had that been real? Or was that me in my messed up head? I groaned as I fell back, covering my face with my pillow. The cloaked figure in my nightmares, I needed to figure out who he was, and something told me I was running out of time. I tried to go back to sleep, but I needed to reassure myself that Zach was alive and well. I settled into a meditation pose, and though it took a while to get to a relaxed state of mind, I managed to reach out, searching for Zach's mind. When I found him, he was asleep, his thoughts racing. I shouldn't have gone any further, but he pulled me to him, and I slipped into his dream. He was at our apartment, leaning against a wall with a smile on his face. I followed his gaze and spotted an image of myself out on the balcony. He seemed so content at that moment, so happy. I wondered what had him so worked up. But then the front door exploded open, and the apartment was swarmed with undead. He leapt into action, but they dragged him away before he could save the other Briar. Then she was gone, and the entire setting changed. And what I saw had me reeling. It was the same nightmare I'd just awoken from, except this time I was the one dying in Zach's arms. He bellowed in rage, holding the dead me as the cloaked figure cackled nearby. He needed to get up and fight, but he seemed so broken. I rushed at him, doubting he'd even realize I was here in truth. I brushed my fingers along his cheek. His brow wrinkled, and he glanced up. Those cerulean eyes met my gaze, and time froze in this nightmare we shared.
Briar,
he whispered, leaning into my hand. Zach. There was so much more I wanted to say, but I started slipping away from him. He caught my hand, shaking his head.
No, this is real. You're really here.
I have to tell you about... I was painfully thrown from his mind and landed back in my own, a screech making me cover my ears, but the sound echoed from my skull. I expected to open my eyes and find the masters here with their spirit summoner. But I was alone. That nightmare of Zach's, it was just like mine. The same cloaked figure attempting to destroy us both. A face hidden in shadow. Would he even realize I'd actually been there, or would he think it was all just part of his dream? For the third night in a row, the guards planted me in the center of the room, leaving me there. The three masters stood at the far side, talking quietly. Mark continually met my gaze, his blue eyes holding even more deceit now that I'd managed to see Zach for those few short seconds. He had the nerve to look me up and down as if checking me out, before Balthazar cleared his throat loudly and approached.
Briar, how is tonight going to go?
He asked. How do you think? You're a smart man. You can figure it out. He sighed, shaking his head.
If that is your wish. Balthazar, let me speak to her, Mark suggested. I may be able to persuade her from this course.
No, you really can't, I insisted, but Balthazar was already walking away. What do you want?
I was hoping to hear you would take me up on my offer and save yourself some pain.
After one night? I barked a laugh. His smile never faltered. I shook my head. You really are full of yourself, aren't you? No, I will not take you up on your offer because it's never going to happen. Ever.
That's a pity. Remember you said that.
He tucked my hair behind my ear, and I flinched from his touch. His lip twitched into a sneer as he grabbed my chin hard and held my face so he could stare into my eyes.
Remember, when the pain starts to tear you apart piece by piece, I will be here, Briar, but I will not save you. Not unless you beg."
I bet he'd like that, the sick freak. I don't beg.
"Oh, you will be before long."
He leaned in, and for a horrible second I thought he was going to try to kiss me, but he shoved me away from him and snapped his fingers. "Bring him, and secure the prisoner." From behind me, hands grabbed hold of my arms. I struggled to get free, but the guards tugged me backward, sitting me down in a chair. They removed the manacles around my wrists and strapped me to the chair arms instead. They hooked the leg manacles to the chair, so I was unable to liberate myself. "What are you doing?" I demanded. Balthazar went to the door and opened it. "Answer me." I kept the sound of panic from my voice. I couldn't let them see that I was worried.
"Our time is much shorter than we first assumed, so you leave me with no choice,"
he explained and stepped outside. A man walked in, a black beard on his face, matching his slicked black hair. He wore the clothes of a soldier, not a general, but easily mistaken for one from the serious intent on his face.
"One last time, Briar. Join us. Let us train you, and I will stop this torture before it begins."
I leaned back in the chair, gripping the arms hard in my fists. "Screw you!" Balthazar bowed his head.
"Very well. Clarence."
The man, Clarence, evidently, approached my chair, taking a seat in one provided by the guards. He unbuttoned his jacket and rested his hands palm up on his thighs. As he breathed in deeply through his nose and out through his mouth, the air in the room grew heavy, weighing down on me. It pressed until I shifted in my seat, uncomfortable. It felt as if an electric current passed over my skin. My defenses tried to kick in, but the manacles of this chair held the same wards as the chains, and my spirit and fire were blocked. The current moved to my mind, and I stiffened, shutting my eyes and doing what I could to prevent him from getting much further. I heard him grunt in annoyance, but then his efforts doubled, and I felt my vulnerable mind exposed.
"I'm inside her mind,"
he announced.
"Then let us begin,"
Balthazar instructed. A second later,
I was screaming.
It felt like my brain was being sliced open, layer by layer, as Clarence traipsed about inside my memories. There was no escape, and no one was coming to save me.
No one was going to hear my screams.
Chapter 7. Briar. I twitched at the slight sound of the light humming overhead. My head tilted and I watched the door warily, knowing any second they would be back for me. They'd be back and take me away. Back to that room and that person. Back to him. My mind was a jumbled mess. Each time they brought me back, I recited the names over and over in my mind, names I needed to remember. Morris. Zachary. There were more, so many more. I clutched at my head when I couldn't recall them. Morris. He's my dad, I muttered to myself. Zachary. He's my... What is he? I shook my head violently, rocking back and forth on the floor. He was important to me, I knew it. But every time I tried to picture his face, the time we spent together, there was a blur. All I could see were eyes, blue eyes. Those I would never forget. Blue eyes that held me close and swore to me that I would be safe from the evil of this world. The eyes. If I could just hold on to those eyes. The days all ran together now. The only world I knew was my cell and the domed room where the three remained. And the man. A shiver raced down my spine as I hunched over, not wanting to see him again. Each time a bit more of myself slipped away, and what it was being replaced with scared me. I scratched at my scalp, giggling every so often, as I wondered what this next night would be like. Could I handle any more? No. Yes. Maybe? I giggled again, whispering to myself to remember, always remember. M. His name, it's an M, I mumbled, shutting my eyes so hard they hurt. Damn it, remember. But there was nothing there. It was gone, just like that. Gone away. I glanced down at my hands, whispering nonsense under my breath. My fingers twitched and suddenly grew warm. I ceased rambling and studied them, holding them to my cheeks, sighing at the heat that filled me. It was comforting, and I wanted to hold on to it, make it grow. Then the door opened, and I shrank back against the wall. No, leave me alone! Leave me alone! I screamed over and over, but the men in black did not stop. They entered my cell and hauled me up. The heavy chains were placed on me again, and they carried me from my cell even as I fought and yelled, shouting to be let down. I kicked and swung, catching one in the face with the loose chain. He grunted in pain and raised his hand to strike me, but then a voice called out, making him stop. Put her down this instant! What are you doing? My heart gave a flutter. I knew that voice. It tugged at my fractured mind, and when the guard did as he was ordered and spun me around, I came face to face with a set of blue eyes. The soft gaze filled with worry as he motioned the guards to back away and cupped my face in his hand. Briar, did they hurt you? The man asked. No, not yet. Sorry, they were manhandling me and I don't like that. It won't happen again. You have my word. I will never let any harm come to you. Do you trust me? A shriek of alarm echoed in my head and I winced, but the man held out his hand and mine slipped easily into his, as if it were meant to be there all along. Always, but the pain. I don't want to go through that again. Please? I'll be good. I swear I will be. I whispered frantically, even as he guided me back to the domed room. You will have to do as I say, the man replied. I nodded until my head hurt. I will. Just tell me what you want me to do, please? He sighed heavily as we entered, and I froze, seeing the bad man across the room. He was already here, and when his eyes met mine, I cowered behind the man holding my hand. The man with the blue eyes, I swore to myself I wouldn't forget. You're almost there, the man promised me. Briar, you must finish what you started. I rested my head on his back, muttering over and over that I didn't want to, but then I was being guided back to that damned chair and sat down. Just like the other however many nights before, I was strapped into place. Confused tears rolled down my cheeks as the bad man approached, but there was a gentle touch, wiping away the tears from my face. Blue eyes looked back at me, giving me strength when I started to waver. You must be strong now. You're nearly finished. If you do as I say, this will be the last time, I promise you. And then? He leaned in and kissed my cheek. And then we can be together. Forever. Even as I nodded, wanting that to be true, another scream erupted in my head. This was wrong. Something about this whole moment was off. The face shifted before my eyes, and another set of blue eyes looked back at me, as a man's voice yelled at me to fight back. But then the voice and the image were gone, and I watched the man I wanted to be with forever step aside to be replaced by the bad man. He took his seat across from me. Are you ready to begin? He asked. My gaze flickered to the man with the blue eyes behind him. I'm right here, Briar, he promised. Just one more time, and then I will get you out of here. You and I will do incredible things together. We will? Yes, we will. Tell me, what do you want to do? The man before me in the chair had shut his eyes, and I felt something moving around in my mind, poking and prodding. I craned my neck, wanting the sensation to go away, but it only grew worse. I want to help you, I gasped. Help me do what? Help you stop them. Stop the threats, I replied, lowering my head and giving it a hard shake. Stop the bad people. Save everyone. Save them. Fight this, another voice pushed through. You can't give in. Not now. The man in the chair grunted. We have a problem. She's pushing back?
Something's happening. I can't see what it is,"
the man replied, his breathing growing ragged. I looked from one to the other.
"Briar, what did I tell you?"
the man with the blue eyes said sternly as he approached my chair.
"You have to do as I say, remember? Do you want this pain to continue? Do you?"
"No," I muttered, even as another voice inside me screamed to kill him. Kill him? Why would I do that? Those blue eyes, those were the ones I needed to remember, right? Hold on to. He was going to save me from this torture. He was. No, he's not. Get a grip on yourself. That is not the man we love. Not even close.
"Briar, look at me."
I shifted my gaze and looked into blue eyes that were level with mine. His hands covered my own, and I waited to be consumed by a rush of love I'd known at one point in my life. A feeling of safety and belonging, of finding my other half. But the longer I looked into those blue eyes, the more darkness I saw, greed and betrayal. The more the voice inside my head ranted and raged for me to do something, anything before it was too late. They've almost destroyed you. Do something before it's too late. The man's hands on mine. I knew his name and his touch. I should be cringing from it, not letting him hold my hand so easily. What was happening to me? My gut twisted, and I felt bile rising as pure white-hot agony burst across my forehead. Wrong. All of this was wrong. The man, I loathed him, hated him. I had to stop him. That's it. Remember what's happening here. Don't lose yourself. Fight.
"Briar."
The man, his name, I knew his name, Mark. He glowered at me fiercely, his hands gripping mine harder.
"You must focus. You're nearly there, remember? Nearly there."
M. There was another M name I had to recall. He was important to me, so important. I looked into those blue eyes, not the ones I wanted to see, but seeing that blatant evil urged my mind to fight back twice as hard. And there it was. Morris. Derek Morris was my father. He was a general. One more name. The name and the face that belonged to the set of blue eyes that had stolen my heart away. That would keep me safe. No, that I had to keep safe. From him. From all of them.
"Zachary,"
I whispered, and Mark jerked backward as if I'd slapped him. Zachary Pierce is the man I love. Not you, I spat. Never you. Get away from me. Get away.
"I thought you said you had her."
Mark seethed at the spirit summoner.
"I did, but she's stronger than you claimed,"
he muttered, sweat breaking out on his forehead in his effort to get back inside my head. But I wasn't having it. Not this time. I pushed back, weeding out whatever falsities he'd sown into my memories. So many lies. So many. I had to get them out, all of them. I held on to the chair arms, cursing as I fought harder to get this bastard out of my head, breaking the warding that had held me back for so long.
"Damn it, she's breaking my hold. Do something or I'm going to lose her."
Good was all I could think as I strained against the bonds holding me to my chair. But after so many nights of being tortured, my body gave out fast, and I collapsed, sucking in ragged breaths as I trembled with the effort to stay conscious. "We will break you," Mark swore hotly, standing before me again. He grabbed a handful of my hair and yanked so I had to stare at him. "You were so close to giving in, so close to being mine." "Not gonna happen," I said through gritted teeth. I winced as he pulled harder on my hair. "Yes, it will. I don't care how long it takes, but you will break, and then you will be with me. Be what we need you to be." A killer? Good luck with that. He released my hair and backhanded me. My head flew to the side, but after several nights of being lost in my own head, it felt too good being back. I burst out laughing like a madwoman, even as he struck me a second and third time.
"Mark, enough," Balthazar ordered. "Let Clarence return to his work."
The Watermaster raised his hand to strike again, but a knock sounded at the doors of the domed room. A hush fell over us all as 3 masters turned to stare at it. The guards made no move to open it until Balthazar motioned for them to do so. The door cracked open, and a guard stuck his head out. There were murmured voices, and then the door closed. Sir?" The guard said slowly. "General Morris is outside." "What?" Balthazar snapped. "Why?" "He said it's urgent he speak with you." "He will have to wait," Balthazar said firmly. I hummed with anxious energy as the guard poked his head back out. Morris was just outside that door. I opened my mouth to scream, but Mark was there and slapped his hand over my face so hard it stung. I glared at him, but he only scowled right back. "Be quiet or you'll regret it," he hissed. I rolled my eyes at the threat. What more could they do to me, really? "Sir, he says if you don't let him in, then he's going to the other generals right now and telling them what's happening in here with his daughter," the guard said with a grimace. Balthazar's face paled slightly, and I sneered beneath Mark's hand. "Very well," he said, giving in. "Not as if he has the authority to free his daughter anyway. Let him see the state she's in. Let him see what happens when we are defied. Let him in." Mark released his hold on my mouth and stepped to the side as the door opened wider. Morris strode inside. His face was set in a furious glower when he spotted me. "What the hell are you doing to my daughter?" he yelled. "We are doing what is necessary to find the truth," Balthazar explained. "The more she resists, the more pain she puts herself through. That is her choice." "You cannot torture her like this. I demand you release her at once." "General Morris, Briar is a danger to herself and others," Balthazar went on. "She cannot be let loose until we are certain, 1, that she is not a killer, and 2, will not accidentally hurt someone else. You cannot stand there and argue that she is not a threat whatsoever." Morris was indeed going to argue that, and the exchange went back and forth. I was only half listening as I felt a warmth I missed filling my body. It shouldn't have been possible, but my fire called to me, wanting to be used. No one was paying any attention to me, and I wiggled my hands, testing the restraints. I could melt through them with enough heat, maybe not even have to bring any flames to life to do it. As if knowing what I was about to do, Morris suddenly stalked around the room, and everyone's eyes followed him closely. This was my chance. I had no idea what was happening, and at that point, I didn't give a shit. I had to get out of here, get away from these 3 monsters before they did manage to break me for good. I focused all my heat on my wrists and ankles, biting my tongue as I struggled against the heavy warding on the chains. I had to get through them. I had to. Mark, if I stayed here any longer, I cringed to think what would become of me in his clutches. Morris was yelling louder now, and I saw the manacles glow red-hot around my wrists. Just a few more moments. Just a few more, and I'd be free of this damned chair. What would happen after that, I hadn't the faintest idea. "You will not hold my daughter," Morris insisted. "I will go to the others about this." "And tell them what?" Balthazar said, sounding bored. "They are on our side." "If that is true, then where are Theon and Kira? Why are they not part of your scheming? I demand you let her go before you suffer horrible consequences for your actions," Morris warned. The manacles loosened, and I was able to lift my arms from the chair. My ankles broke free next, and I grinned with glee to be free of their hold. Clarence was still facing away from me as I carefully stood, cursing my wobbly knees, and reached out for his head. I closed my hands on his temples and threw myself into his mind, tearing through thoughts and memories like they were paper, ripping him apart as he'd tried to do to me. His yell of pain interrupted the argument between Morris and the masters. Then he shuddered and fell to the floor at my feet. "Oops," I said with a wink. "Think I pushed him a wee bit too far." A mad giggle escaped my lips, and I realized their messing with my head might have screwed me up worse than I thought. Who wants to have some fun? With the wards gone, all my pent-up summoning flowed freely through me, as if I'd turned a faucet on full blast. Fire filled the palms of my hands as I stalked closer to the masters, but the guards reached me first. They charged me as one, but I easily blasted them aside, pinning them to the walls and holding them there with spirit, not even having to try too hard. I rolled my head on my neck, shaking out my hands as sparks flew in all directions. "Man, I feel great! Who's next?" I asked excitedly. Mark stepped forward with such arrogance in his eyes that he could subdue me. I burst out in laughter again. "You will not leave this room." And who's going to stop me? I got to you before, and I will again. You know that your "I'm the best master summoner" attitude is going to get you hurt. He yelled as he lunged at me, and I easily sidestepped him. Water swirled up from the pools lining the side of the room and came after me, swarming around my feet and locking me in place. I cursed, unable to move my legs, and when flames grew larger in my hands, the ice rose higher, encasing me completely. I snarled at him as he approached, shaking his head. "Now look what we have to do. We have to start all the way over," he said, clicking his tongue. I glanced past him, and my worry at being trapped vanished. Balthazar and Odette were currently unconscious on the floor, and Morris stood right behind Mark. I wondered how he'd managed to overcome 2 masters alone, but then realized I didn't care. I giggled again as I made ready for the next attack. "You think this trap will hold me a second time?" "Yeah, about that." I shut my eyes and spirit shot out from my center, destroying the ice and freeing me. Mark raised his hands to attack again, but I was quicker. With flames stretching all the way up my arms, I grabbed for him and set him alight. Mark screamed. The stench of burning flesh filled my nose. When I released him, he staggered away from me, desperately trying to pat out the flames before they could completely engulf him. "Briar, we must go," Morris said, grabbing my arm. I let him guide me to the door, giggling louder as Mark shrieked, the other 2 masters slowly coming to. Morris held tightly to my hand, and together we darted through Talon HQ, but when we neared a door that he said would take us outside, I skidded to a stop. "Zach, I have to see him." "No, there's no time," he argued, "and seeing him is only going to put him in more danger," Morris insisted. "We have to go, now." "I can't just leave him." "You just set a master on fire, Briar," he reminded me, holding my gaze. "We have to go, now. I will not watch them take my daughter back into custody to be tortured again. Please." I chewed on my bottom lip, feeling how close I was to Zach. He was here, in the same damned building, and I was just going to leave him? I couldn't do that. Not after the way we left things. And those nightmares. I wanted to wrap my arms around him, ensure that he was alive. But the pleading in Morris's eyes said he couldn't bear if I was captured again. And if Mark survived the fire I'd unleashed on him, he'd be out for blood. He wouldn't let up until I was utterly destroyed. That I had no doubt of. "Where are we going to go?" I asked as we rushed outside into the cold night air. "Leave that to me. Stay close. We have a long way before we're out of danger," Morris told me. I remained right on his heels as we wove around patrolling guards, and finally reached a door in the tall wall that surrounded Talon headquarters. Morris used a key and opened it. We slipped out, and just as we sprinted into the surrounding woods, a siren wailed overhead. I paused long enough to glance back, praying Zach would understand, before Morris called my name, and we sprinted off into the night. Chapter 8. Zach. I slammed my chair down as I confronted Ivan again. For the past 4 days, I'd made it my mission to break him or Dresden, needing one of them to talk to me and give me the answers we were lacking. The generals continued to stall any massive movement of our forces against the ghouls that Hunter and I found. Not that I expected them still to be there. They had most likely moved on by now, and when we were finally able to get back in the tunnels, any proof of ghouls or necromancers being there would be washed away. Or buried. A few summoners could collapse those tunnels easily enough. "You want to talk tonight or not?" I asked Ivan, crossing my arms. His brow arched. "You don't scare me, boy," he muttered. "Not trying to scare you," I replied. "But the sooner you help me out, the sooner you can go on with your sentencing and get out of here. I know you hate seeing me as much as I hate seeing you." Ivan shrugged and still said nothing.
Is it because you're worried you'll get killed by the one you work for, like they killed that one guy in our custody, broke his neck, twisted his head all the way around? Pretty impressive, actually, whoever was strong enough to do that, I mean. That what you're scared of? That they'll kill you the second you talk? His face paled just a hint, and he shifted in his chair. You agree to talk, we'll transport you out of this area, and somewhere they can't get to you, I swore. But I need answers, Ivan. I need to know who's doing this and what they're planning. You think you can keep me safe? He hissed. You think you can keep yourself safe? Or your precious Briar? You can't stop them. Them who? He smiled bitterly, shaking his head. You don't get it, boy. You've already lost. This goes too far up for you to ever stop now. All you can do is brace for the fight about to come. And what fight is that? You don't know? The way he said it had me leaning away from him, flashing back to the nightmares plaguing me the past few nights. Each one was the same. I'd be fighting droves of undead, when suddenly I'd hear Briar yelling for me. By the time I reached her side, she was dying, and I was left to try to avenge her. And each time, I woke before the battle ended. But a couple of nights ago, the dream had changed. Briar. I swore she'd actually been there with me, inside my mind, trying to tell me something. I'd tried in vain to see her every day since the second day of the joke that passed as her trial, but I was banned from that side of the building. The few times I'd tried, I was removed by force, and Adam kindly requested I stop before I wound up arrested too. When I asked him if he had any news of her, he'd frowned and said no one was allowed to see her. Your time will come, Ivan went on. All your times will come, and you will fall. I was about to push him some more when the lights dimmed, and red flashing ones took their place. A siren wailed, and I jumped to my feet, aiming for the door. I barely got it open before Luke and Nick grabbed my arms and yanked me out. Adam was with them too. What's going on? I asked, rushing to keep up with them. Jailbreak, Luke snapped. Guess who? She wouldn't. There has to be something else going on, I yelled as we ran. All I know is the sirens went off and her name was mentioned over the radio, Luke said as we turned a corner, approaching the prison wing of Talon HQ. He flung his arm out to stop me and shoved me back against the wall. If she's gone, you know they're going to hunt her down and drag her right back, Zach, and I have no doubt they'll find her. What are you saying? I demanded, my emotions all over the place and my spirit ready to spiral out of control. I'm saying there might not be a trial, he whispered harshly. They can't, I uttered, shaking my head. They wouldn't. I'm only trying to prepare you for what might come, Luke told me as I paced from him to Adam and Nick, all three of them watching me carefully, as if I was about to do something stupid. To be fair, I probably was, like taking off after her right then and there so they wouldn't find her. Even if they caught me too, I would not let her face this alone. Zach, what? I snapped, running my hands madly through my hair. I told her not to do this. I told her to be patient. And that damned nightmare. It was a warning this shit was about to go down. I should have paid attention. I slammed my fist into the wall, over and over, until Nick and Adam tore me away. We don't know what's happened yet, Adam said sternly. Until we do, keep it together for her sake, all right? The masters and a few generals are probably going to be in there. Can you keep your mouth shut while we deal with this? I nodded, but secretly I knew that was a damned lie. Briar wasn't stupid. She would not have broken herself out unless there was a reason or a plan. Where would she even have gone? It wasn't like she knew a lot of people in our world. Morris, where is he? I don't know, Adam replied. Let's just take this one step at a time. Ready? Hell no, I was not ready. But I fell in line behind my brothers, giving myself a chance to let them stop me from going further if they deemed the situation was too bad for me to face. These few days had dragged by, and now time sped too fast for me to follow. Briar had broken out of her cell? If that was the case, why hadn't she reached out to me or come to me? What the hell was she thinking? I wanted to leave right then and track her down before they set our own elite forces after her. She'd be labeled as unstable, dangerous. They would probably tell them to use whatever force necessary to bring her back. And then what? My pulse was the only sound in my ears as we continued into the prison wing. But once we were through the main doors, a guard was there to direct us to the place usually set aside as a recreational room for prisoners. "Why are we going there?" I whispered to Adam. "Not sure. Just keep quiet for now." More guards filled the hall leading to the room, and when we stepped inside, I stopped short, almost letting the door slap me in the face before I hurried inside to see the full extent of the damage left in Briar's wake. Balthazar and Odette stood on the far end of the room, both beaten up and bloodied, speaking quietly with General Bastille and Theon. Water covered the floor, as did mud, from where the floor tiles had been completely removed to reach soil. Why they would need to reach dirt was only part of my concern. The other was what the masters had been doing in this room with Briar. In the middle of the night. "Master Theon," Adam called, and the man whirled around. "What's happening here?" Theon started towards us, his face drawn, but when his gaze landed on me, he froze completely. His eyes widened, and he couldn't seem to get himself to close the distance. "Zachary? Zachary? What the hell is he doing in here?" Balthazar yelled. "I want him removed this instant." "I'm not going anywhere until you tell me what the hell happened," I shot back. "Easy," Adam warned, keeping a hand on my shoulder to keep me away from the master, who was at that very second charging toward me furiously. "Master Balthazar, this is my HQ, and I expect to be told what has occurred here. Where is prisoner Briar Morris?" "Do you have any idea what she just did?" Balthazar snapped. "Do you?" "No, so why don't you take a breath and tell me?" Adam said calmly. I was too busy watching Master Theon's face pale even more. He refused to meet my gaze, and my gut sank. "Where is Briar, Theon?" I asked. It was Balthazar who snapped back at me. "She attacked us. That's what happened," he ranted. "What are you saying? Why was she even out of her cell?" Adam asked, confused. "We were questioning her about her abilities and seeing if she was truly capable of harming someone." "And?" Adam looked as horrified as I was at the thought of what they were putting Briar through. What, did they actually bring someone in here for her to attempt to kill? My hands were cramping from squeezing so tightly, but I didn't let up, and I did not stop staring at Theon. "And she attacked us without provocation. Master Mark is lucky to be alive. She went after him and the spirit summoner we brought in to try to help her. Lost it completely, and well, I'm sorry to say the situation took a turn for the worse." He stepped to the side, and I finally saw past the huddle of guards at the far end of the room. A man I didn't recognize sat on the floor, appearing shaken. Master Mark was lying on the ground nearby, as two of our medics tended to the burns covering most of his body. His clothing was charred and burnt. His eyes shifted to mine, and for a split second, but beneath the agony he endured at the moment, there was something else. Regret and hatred toward me. "Where is she?" I asked again, sensing my world was about to come apart. "Where?" "Show him," Theon said so quietly I almost didn't hear him. Balthazar started to argue. Theon rose to his full height and yelled, "He has a right to see. Show him, damn it! Or I'll do it for you." I swallowed hard as Balthazar shook his head, cursing under his breath, but moved across the room. I followed close behind until I saw the form lying on the ground behind another group of guards. It was covered in a white sheet. My whole body froze, and my mouth worked, but no sound came out. Everything came to a screeching halt as my gaze focused only on that figure. Blood dotted the sheet. Then my brothers were there, trying to drag me away. I threw them off and forced myself to walk closer. "I want to see her face," I whispered, my voice rough and not my own. None of the guards, men and women I knew, made a move. "Let me see her," I yelled, fighting back the burning tears threatening to slip down my face. For so many nights, I feared my nightmare coming true, and instead it happened here, so close to me, somewhere I could have saved her. One of the guards finally sighed and knelt. He carefully drew back the sheet, and when Briar's pale, dead face came into view, I fell down beside her, collapsing on her body as I held her close. "No, this isn't real," I muttered, willing her to wake up, to breathe, for her heart to beat. What happened? I asked fiercely, glaring at the masters. What did you do to her? We had no choice, Balthazar explained. She attacked. You killed her. I looked over her body, searching for the killing blow, and saw her torso riddled with holes. The holes were set, charred, and surrounded by dirt. This could only mean one thing. All 3 masters had taken a hand at killing her. They'd torn her apart, and she'd bled out right here. No, this isn't real. It can't be real. Shroud, come on, Shroud, I whispered against her ear, kissing her forehead as my chest twisted, and I felt spirit pulsing with new life inside me. Wake up, please wake up. Don't leave me like this. Shroud! Briar! But she remained dead in my arms. They'd killed her, and I couldn't save her. Zack, Luke whispered beside me. Come on, we need to let them take her to make her ready. No, I snarled and held her closer. Get away from me. She was a murderer, Zachary, Balthazar said, as if that explained everything. She does not deserve your tears. You're the murderer. Why were you even in here with her? Tell me the truth, because it was not to try to see what she could do to prove her innocence. I shot back. What? Balthazar glowered at me as he crossed his arms. I am a master. I do not answer to you. You will, I muttered, and gently set Briar back down. I smoothed her hair back, then covered her with the sheet again, unable to look at her dead face any longer. I rose to my feet, a bit shaky at first. I focused on Balthazar. What were you doing to her? She reached out to me, you know. She said she needed to tell me something. So what were you doing? Luke, Nick, and Adam all stood beside me. I expected them to pull me from the room, but instead they stayed right where they were, staring Balthazar down. Odette hurried over to flank him, but Theon stayed back, his gaze flickering between me and Briar's body. We did what was necessary, Odette said. That is all you need to know. I suggest you take this time to mourn and move on. Move on and do what? I snapped. It's not as if you believed anything she told you, or that we did. Because it's not true, Odette yelled. Necromancers and undead. How gullible do you think we are? It's all a fantasy to hide what you and your brothers are truly up to here. And tell me, Odette, Adam said, stepping forward, what exactly would that be? Harboring and training summoners with unstable abilities to use as your own personal weapons, she stated, drawing herself to her full height. You are not the first Pierce to come to us with outlandish claims, nor the first to be involved with powerful summoners who are deemed dangerous. Wait, what? Adam shook his head. Briar was never deemed dangerous, and we have no record of any other summoners like her being here. Then it appears your father did not trust you with everything. Listen, lady, our father did his job, Adam said hotly, starting to lose his temper. He went after necromancers and other users of dark magic. He would never have turned against his own government. Whatever you think you know, you're wrong. Hear me? Think what you like, but your father was on the verge of being labeled a traitor before his untimely death. I exchanged a look with my brothers that spoke volumes about the amount of bullshit in her words. Either they knew more about the necromancers than they were letting on, or this was their desperate attempt to hide their own plans for Briar. Thinking of her was a knife to the heart, and I stiffened, willing myself not to fall apart completely yet. We needed answers, and they were going to give them to us. I suggest the 4 of you take a good long look at what is truly happening here before you walk down the same path, Balthazar warned. Is that a threat? Adam asked. Sounded like one to me, Luke argued. Ditto. You know, threatening another summoner is a crime. Master Balthazar, would you care to relax in one of our cells for the night? That will not be necessary, gentlemen, General Bastille said, finally walking over. What happened here tonight was a terrible accident. We're all a bit on edge. I suggest we all turn in and deal with this in the morning when we can be a bit more clear-headed. He patted me on the shoulder solemnly, shaking his head. I am sorry for your loss, Zachary. For what it's worth, I did not think she was capable of murder. And yet she was on trial, her life ripped apart, and now she's dead, I uttered through gritted teeth. Your understanding came a bit too late, General. She did not deserve understanding, Mark called out from across the room. The guards helped him to his feet. He waved off the medics trying to get him out the door and to the infirmary so they could finish treating his extensive burns. Inside my mind, I smiled in approval. At least Briar had not gone down without one hell of a fight. A pain shot through my heart, knowing I had let her down, but I kept my back ramrod straight as the master limped his way toward me, snarling at the medics when they tried to help him. She was a monster at heart. I saw it, he told me. That killer instinct, it was in there. And despite what Bastille might say, I have no trouble believing she killed Stone. I say good riddance. I took half a step toward him, but Luke grabbed my arm. Shut your mouth, I whispered. What for? You can do nothing to me, Zack. You're merely a soldier, and I am a master. Things change. Oh, you think you can scare me? He laughed, wincing as he moved. I managed to smile at his discomfort. You are nothing to me. Do you understand? Nothing at all, he announced, walking until he was in my face. I felt my energy humming, begging to unleash its wrath against this man. You know, it's a real pity she's dead, though, he whispered, so quietly I doubted anyone else could hear. I would have loved to see what she was like outside this prison. Such a fiery spirit. Makes me sad to think she turned me down. What do you mean? I glared at him. Between you and me, I'm the better choice. I nearly had her, too. So close, and yet... well, she would have been an exceptional partner, if you catch my drift. That body and those eyes. I growled like a wild beast as the spirit I didn't summon burst from my body, struck Mark, and slammed him into the nearest wall. I held him there without any effort at all, ignoring the guards and other masters yelling at me to let him go. I thrust my left hand out behind me, creating a shield with so much strength none of them could get through as I shook with fury. What did you do to her? I snarled. Mark grimaced in pain, fighting to get free. Release me at once. What did you do? I repeated, and slammed him back into the wall, even harder this time. Answer me. He gave up struggling and shrugged. His blue eyes held all the answers I needed, and I bellowed in rage, charging him. I punched him in the face over and over again. He had hurt Briar, touched her. He'd tried to make her his, and she'd tried to kill him. The reality of all she suffered at his hands tore through me like a red wave of pure anger, and I lost myself in it. Briar was dead, and no matter what anyone told me, it was this man's fault. He killed her. He destroyed my world. Voices shouted around me, yelling for me to stop, but I couldn't. I curled in on myself, pulling away from the hands yanking at me, and when I spread my arms wide with a yell of pain, spirit exploded outward, knocking everyone around me to the floor. My vision blurred from the use of so much power so fast. I took a few staggering steps, not even sure where I was planning on going, and then the floor rushed up to meet me.
Chapter 9. Zack. No charges will be filed, I promise you that,
a familiar voice said from nearby. Theon, was that his voice? Thank you, Master Theon, but don't put yourself out, Adam replied quietly.
Nonsense. That boy is hurting. Anyone can see that. Master Mark brought this upon himself, as did the other two. You can bet I will be questioning them thoroughly about why they decided to interrogate a prisoner that powerful without Kira or myself present. Or generals, for that matter. The entire situation is, pardon my language, a shitstorm.
That it is, sir, Adam agreed. Do you know when they will release the body to General Morris? I kept my eyes shut and embraced the agony that slammed into me. Briar's body. She was dead. The truth still seemed unreal, but there it was all the same, staring me down.
A few days, possibly longer, depending on when the investigation into her death is over.
You don't sound as if you believe what you're being told.
Damn straight I don't. All of it sounds wrong, And killing Briar like that, so violently. There were 3 masters in a room, and you tell me they could not subdue her. Briar was strong, but she was not that strong.
But she was. I'd seen what she'd been capable of these past few days. Everyone had, and everyone continued to underestimate her. I would offer my help, but I'm still working on getting back to the tunnels Zack found beneath the temple. I doubt the ghouls are still there, but I have to get answers.
As do we all. Continue working on your case, Adam. I will keep you posted with my own findings.
And what they said about my father. Was he really going to be deemed a traitor?
If he was, that is news to me. Your father was an exceptional man, Adam. Don't dwell on whatever nonsense those 3 are spewing to cover their own asses. Besides, you said it yourself. You feared there was someone higher up the chain of command controlling the Necromancers.
He trailed off, and I shifted on the bed quietly, still listening. You don't think one of them is behind this, do you? Adam whispered.
I'm not saying they are, but I would not rule out the possibility either. Why else would they have been testing Briar's abilities? All I know is though Briar is dead, the fight is far from over. In fact, I fear it is just beginning.
His words echoed what I'd heard only hours ago from Ivan. A war was coming, and all we could do was brace for it. There was no stopping it, and apparently the sentiment was spreading. Theon bade Adam good night and said to keep him updated on how I was holding up. What kind of crap was that? How was I expected to hold up? How was I expected to do anything? A door closed and I heard Adam sigh. You can open your eyes, he said. I know you're awake. You always sucked at fake sleeping. Never my strong suit, I said quietly as I opened my eyes and sat up. My brain felt like it rattled around freely inside my skull, and I cringed. How long was I out? After attacking a master and going Hulk mode on the entire room, a few hours. Feel like shit. You should, he said with a half smile that fell away as fast as it appeared. Zack, listen, Damn. I'm so sorry about all this shit. I nodded, swallowing the lump in my throat and unable to say anything in response. She did not deserve to go out like that. Theon will get to the bottom of it, and they'll pay. I swear they'll pay, he promised. I could have stopped this. I could have saved her. No, don't do that shit to yourself. You had no idea what they were doing to her. None of us did, or we would have called them out for it. She got her licks in, though. Have to give her credit for that. He sat beside me in silence for a long while. There was so much I wanted to say, but the words just weren't there. My mind was a mess. Briar had reached out to me in that nightmare. I told myself it was all just part of the dream. But she'd needed me. And what did I do? I ignored it, brushed it off as my mind playing tricks. A tear slipped from my eye and I hastily wiped it away, clearing my throat roughly as I rose to my feet. Where are you going? Adam asked warily as I reached the door. I don't know. Stay away from the masters. Theon was able to save your ass once. Don't expect him to do it again if you go after Mark. He hurt her, I whispered harshly. And shit, Adam, I don't know what else he did to her, but I saw it in his eyes. He wanted her to be his. My gut protested the notion, and I was almost sick. Almost. I took hold of my disgust and shook my head. I just need to walk. I understand. We're here for you if you need us, he assured me. As soon as I know anything about her funeral, I'll find you. Funeral? Briar's funeral because she was dead. I nodded and then was out the door, not paying attention to where I walked, just needing to move around. I would never hear her laugh again, see that smile, feel her warm hand in mine as we kissed. Her fire. I was going to miss those flames and everything else. Briar was gone, ripped from my life, and I had no idea what I was going to do now. None. I wandered through corridors, passing people who all looked at me with sympathy in their eyes. A few hugged me, assuring me they were there for me, but I couldn't say anything in response. My feet took me where they would, and then I was outside on the grounds, sinking to the grass as my body gave out. I wasn't sure how long I was out there before a set of strong hands hauled me to my feet. "Hey man, let's get you inside," Hunter said gently. "Come on." "Thanks," I mumbled. "You don't look that great yourself right now." "She's my friend too," he replied. "Nyala's been calling me, asking about you." "She knows? How?" "Apparently someone sent a message to someone at Academy. The whole damn campus knows." I wasn't sure if that was a good or bad thing, but I let it go for now. Hunter and Nyala, they'd be hurting from the loss too. But Morris, where the hell was he? "Have you heard from General Morris at all?" "No, not sure anyone has." "We need to find him. I should speak with him." I couldn't even fathom how badly he must be hurting from losing his only other daughter. I needed to be there for him, to do something. Not that I was in any great shape now, either. Hunter helped me get back inside to my quarters, and I found my cell. I called Morris, but he didn't answer. I frowned. I tried his main office number next, but that too went straight to voicemail. "Is he still here at HQ?" I asked Hunter. "As far as I know, he hasn't left, but then again, no one's seen him around. Probably locked up in his rooms." I started for the door, and Hunter came along with me. I was happy for the company, though we didn't speak the whole time we walked. I was too busy trying to figure out what I would even say to the man when I came face to face with him. He would hate me if I told him Briar contacted me and I ignored it, swore it was a nightmare. But this one was so much worse. When we reached his guest chambers, I raised my hand to knock, but stopped short. "Want me to knock?" Hunter asked. "No, I never thought I'd have to do this. Not for Briar. I'm sure he already knows what's happened to her. That's the hard part." "No, the hard part is going to be burying her," I whispered as my voice cracked. "Shit, man, how did this happen?" "It's not your fault, and your brothers will make them pay. You know they will." "They better," I muttered, not adding that I would do that myself, personally. I would make Mark's burns look like child's play compared to what I would do to him if he got away with killing Briar. My hand finally found the door, and I knocked a few times, listening closely. "General Morris?" I called, knocking a bit louder. I pressed my ear against the door, frowning at Hunter. "I don't hear anything." "Maybe he's left to clear his head," Hunter suggested. I knocked once more, then reached for the handle. When it turned and the door swung inward, I looked to Hunter's concerned frown. His door shouldn't be unlocked. Slowly, I pushed it in farther and stepped inside, ready for anything that was about to attack us. "General Morris." The room was in perfect condition. The bed made, the desk orderly with a few stacks of files. His clothes were still hanging in the wardrobe, and there was no sign of the man himself. "This doesn't feel right," Hunter said, standing in the doorway. "Where is he?" "It's not like him to take off, not after something like this happens. Unless he's going after Mark himself," I said. But as irrational as Morris could be, I doubted he'd go so far as to attack a master. He wasn't like me. He had control. I considered sticking around for a bit to see if he'd return, but a wave of exhaustion hit me, and I wanted to lie down for a bit and see if I couldn't get my thoughts in some sort of coherent order. Hunter escorted me back to my room, but I said I was going to try to sleep when we got to my door. He said to come and get him if I needed anything, and after promising I would, I shut and locked my door, lay down and shut my eyes. I hoped for sleep, but instead all I saw were all my times with Briar, each one flashing through my mind, as if I was watching a movie of the last year and a half or so. I felt her so close to me, as if she was right beside me, laughing about something or another. I willed for the image to come true, but each time I rolled over and opened my eyes, I was alone. I buried my face in the bed, cursing the universe for taking it out on her. She hadn't deserved this trial, or to be killed. She deserved to be happy. With me. And instead I'd be going to her funeral and burying her in the ground. "Zach." My head shot up and I looked around my room. "Briar?" I waited, holding my breath. But there was nothing. Just my ragged breathing as I clambered to my feet, spinning around. Great. Now I was going to start hearing her inside my head. That was perfect. "Zach. Zach." "No," I whispered, shaking my head as I slammed my hands over my ears. "Please don't do this to me. Don't." But the whisper continued on and on, just my name, until I thought I'd go mad. Then it changed.
Zach, not alone. Morris, too weak to talk much.
I went still with those last words. Briar? She wasn't alive. She couldn't be. I saw her body, held it. As I was about to question the voice, doubting it was even there at all, a knock came at my door. Zach, open up, Adam said harshly. His tone had me at the door and yanking it open fast. He pushed it in, as did Luke, then Nick, who proceeded to close and lock it behind him. But he didn't stop there. He held out his hands and placed heavy wards on the door and all around my room. What's going on? I asked Adam, who was frantically pacing from one end of my room to the other. We have a situation. And? Adam, tell me what the hell is going on? He stopped short and stared with such intense anger, I was surprised there wasn't a cyclone whipping around him. She's alive. I blinked and took a step backward. What? Briar is alive. They lied to us just like they've lied about everything for who knows how long, he ranted. She is alive and has escaped HQ. But the body, I whispered, not ready to believe him just yet. I saw her. I craned my neck, straining to hear Briar calling my name again. They faked it somehow, but she's alive, Zach. His eyes narrowed. You've heard her, haven't you? I could have sworn it was all in my head. I whispered. She's alive. I sagged in relief against the closet door as a wave of dizziness washed over me. Briar, please talk to me again. Come on, I need to know this is real. Briar.
Zach.
I slid all the way to the floor at the sound of her voice bouncing around in my head.
Whatever they told you, it's all lies. Can't talk. Much danger. Stay away.
No, I snapped. My brothers glanced at me, worried. Sorry, she's trying to talk to me, but she's breaking up, like there's interference or something. She wants me to stay away. Can you ask her what happened? Adam asked. I shut my eyes and focused, searching for the brush of her against my mind, but after several minutes I grunted, hitting my head back against the wall. I can't reach her. She's gone. Why would they try to cover up her escape with her death? Why? Whatever they were doing to her was clearly not legal or ethical, probably. Adam spat. They pushed her too hard, and she escaped. And they don't want you going after her, Nick added. Which is why I'm going to, I said, climbing to my feet in a hurry to get going and catch up to her. All three of my brothers were shaking their heads. You can't expect me to stay here. She's running for her life now, and whatever they did to her, I can tell it's changed her. She feels off somehow. You can't just take off, or they'll know we know, Adam insisted. And how did you find out? I overheard Mark speaking with Balthazar in the infirmary, he said with a shrug. One of them said they had to send out a party to find her. Which other her would they be talking about, except Briar? I was on a roller coaster of raw emotions that was nowhere close to slowing down. So how do I go after her? Because I'm going to. I know you are, but we have to be smart about this. Then tell me what to do, I said urgently. Adam glanced to Luke and Nick, and when I followed his gaze, I found them both grinning madly like they used to, when they were kids and ready to pull a prank on someone they did not like. They nodded to each other, and when Luke patted my shoulder and winked, I knew whatever plan they came up with would get me where I needed to be. Coming for you, Shroud, I thought, hoping she'd get the message. I'm coming for you. Just hold on. Please, just hold on.
Chapter 10. Briar. I paused when Zach's words brushed across my mind, but I couldn't make out what he'd said. Morris and I had been running since breaking out of HQ, and I honestly had no idea where the hell we were. Morris was ahead of me, leading the way. Neither one of us spoke much, but there wasn't anything to talk about, not really. I took a peek at the wilderness over my shoulder. We'd been out here for a full day, maybe 2. I'd already lost track of time. Briar, Morris called. Right, coming. I ran to catch up to him and we continued on our way through the trees. Where are we going exactly? As far from them as we can get you, he said simply. Somewhere you'll be safe. I nodded. For now, it was a good enough answer. Farther I was away from the masters, the safer Zack would be too, I hoped. I had no idea what they would tell him after the attack, but from the pain that exploded from him when I reached out earlier, it had not been good. I swore I saw him beating up on Mark and giggled at the notion again. The bastard deserved whatever Zack threw at him. I wished I could have been there, but everything happened so fast at that moment. I'd see him again, Zack. I knew I would. We ran for another hour or so until I tripped over a few tree roots jutting out of the ground and was sent tumbling into the leaves.
"We'll stop for the night," Morris stated. "Why don't you get a fire going?"
I gathered up some sticks and cleared out a small area as Morris walked in a tight circle around our small camp. He was muttering under his breath as he went, and I felt magic fill the air. He was warding our camp, which meant we'd both be able to get some much-needed sleep. When he finished, I was just snapping my fingers and grinned when the sticks caught flame. Then I plopped down beside my little fire. I pulled a small flame from it, letting it drift from one palm to the other as Morris joined me. "Where are we going?" I asked again, as the persistent nagging in my mind told me I needed a better answer than what he'd given me so far. I should have just trusted him. He was my dad, after all. But a niggling feeling kept poking and prodding me until I questioned him, as it seemed to be guiding me to do.
"There's another secret I've been keeping from you,"
he said quietly, holding his hands out to the fire but not letting it touch him.
"I don't want to say too much right now."
"Why not?"
"I might be strong, but my words will not keep out everyone. If there's a chance we'll be overheard, then you'll just have to wait. Is that good enough for now?"
"Guess I don't have a choice," I mused as a mad laugh escaped my lips. Ever since that damned spirit summoner got inside my head, I swore he knocked a screw loose, or 5. I should have been more panicked, freaking out, demanding we go back and find Zack and get him out too. But instead, I found this all highly amusing. I was more curious than worried about what I'd just gotten myself into. I went from a murder trial to what would undoubtedly be a trial deeming me a danger that needed to be put down for good. I sighed with delight, relishing how it had felt to attack Mark, make him feel pain. "That is not you," the voice annoyingly said. "You are not a torturer, and you certainly aren't a killer. This is wrong. You need to go back." "And do what? Let them capture me again? Torture me some more? No thanks, I'm good." "And Zack, what about him?" "I'm keeping him safe," I insisted. "He'll be better off without me around." The voice fell silent, but I doubted it was finished. I let the flame crawl up my arm and around my body, enjoying the warmth I'd so missed all my days in captivity, unable to summon the heat or the spirit that made me who I was. I was strong, so much stronger than those idiots assumed. I'd show them, one way or another. I'd get them back for what they did to me. Burning Mark was just a taste of what I had in store for them. The notion of revenge was new to me, and I liked how it made me feel. I was suddenly invincible, ready to take on the world.
"When we reach our destination," Morris said, pulling me from my darkening thoughts, "I'm afraid to say the fighting will be far from over."
"That's all right. I was told I'm drawn to violence anyway. Be ashamed to disappoint the masters."
Morris's lips twitched as he bowed his head. "That it would. The enemy is still coming for us, and we must stop them. Are you with me?"
"Always," I said without hesitation, and settled back on the ground to try to sleep.
"Rest, Briar. I'll wake you up when it's time to go," he murmured.
I shut my eyes, and my tiny flame found its way back to the others in the fire, to burn and crackle throughout the long night. My body relaxed, despite the wounds the masters inflicted on me. As my breathing steadied, I felt myself drifting away further and further into darkness. An explosion jerked me upright, and I was on my feet, witnessing a landscape on fire. The campfire was gone. So was Morris. This was another damned nightmare. "Oh, come on!" I shouted. "Haven't you tortured me enough? Damned assholes, just have to keep bringing this shit back." I stalked around, glancing at the hordes of undead around me. I waited for this to go the way it always went, but none of them came after me. They just looked at me as if they were waiting for something to happen. "Well, I don't have all night." Still nothing happened. It was like the dream was on pause. I lost patience and went up to one, punched him square in his rotting jaw. He fell backward into another, and they hit the ground. Even that didn't get anything started, and I spun around again, holding my arms out. If you're not going to fight, then I'm leaving. How about that?
I do not wish to fight you.
The voice I'd heard in my nightmare for days finally sounded behind me.
I wish for you to join me, Briar.
I pivoted on my heel as the undead parted, and the cloaked figure appeared. You're late, buddy. I've got a schedule to keep, and you're making me fall very far behind. So if we can please just get to the part where you kill my love and then we start fighting and I wake up, that would be amazing. He cocked his head to the side.
I'm sorry.
You heard me. Oh, and while we're at it, maybe this time you could just show me your damn face so I'll actually gain something from this nightmare instead of just being pissed off.
You already know who I am, Briar. You know. You've always known.
Is that a hint? I grunted, annoyed. I hate hints. Why can't anyone just give a damn straight answer, huh? Just once.
A fight it is, then,
the cloaked figure said, as if I hadn't spoken at all. What is this? This doesn't matter right now. Another voice said from behind me, You need to get a grip on your shit. That's what's important. The cloaked figure charged forward, ready to fight me, as always. Then suddenly, he froze mid-run. I hung my head and kicked at the ground. What are you doing here, huh? I turned all the way around to come face to face with myself. You have to see what's going on here, she insisted. They messed with your head, but they're not the only ones. What are you talking about? You sound crazy. And you are going crazy, she challenged. Think about it. Would Morris have seriously gone into that room alone to try to get you out? How did he even know you were in there? Use your brain, or what's left of it. Hey, don't call me stupid. I'm not calling us anything, but you need to wake up and see the truth before it turns around and bites you in the ass. I never thought I'd be getting yelled at by my other self, and the notion had me cackling. Well, we are a piece of work, aren't we? We aren't going to be anything if you don't catch up with reality. Look, Morris got us out because he's our dad, I said, waving off her worries. What's the big deal? We left so we could be safe from the masters and keep fighting the enemy. Right, sure. And who exactly is the enemy? At the moment, I'd say the damned masters, I snapped. Look, she said, rubbing her forehead, I know you hate them right now for what they did. I do too. But you can't just kill them. Who said I was going to? Where do you think Morris is taking you? Somewhere safe? Who cares as long as I'm away from that damned cell and the assholes who want to use me as a weapon? Morris doesn't want that. She crossed her arms, her brow arching. Oh, no? No, I spat. He's our father. He would never. You're forgetting to ask yourself one very important question. Is that actually our father? I scoffed. Of course, who else would it be? What did they do to you? To us, she whispered sadly. Briar, you can't let him take you wherever it is you're going. Please, go back and find Zach before it's too late. What do you know, huh? I know that right now I'm the voice of reason, while the rest of me seems quite content to go to Crazyville, she yelled. Why do we have to be so stubborn? Don't look at me, I mumbled. I heard something crack nearby and frowned. What was that? Not me. Just please do as I say, all right? That is not Morris. Yes, it is, and the fact that you're telling me it's not has me thinking that maybe this, right here, I said, motioning between her and me, is not real. That whatever the masters did to my head is causing me to see this, that they're wanting me to go back. I narrowed my eyes at her. They want me to come back. He wants me to come back to him. I backtracked quickly, shaking my head. Now, wait just a second, Briar said, moving closer. No, just stay there. You're not even me right now, are you? You're just him. You got inside my head. I shuddered, remembering how close Mark had gotten to me, how he almost made me believe that he was the man who had saved me from a horrible fate. He'd wanted me, and as my gut roiled, I fell to my knees, dry heaving since I couldn't actually get sick in my nightmare. You bastard! I charged forward with a scream, ready to take him down, but the image of myself merely disappeared as I reached it. I expected to whip around and find Mark, but there was just the cloaked figure coming toward me. I was back in the original nightmare. I wanted it all to end. A sharp pain shot across my forehead, and I threw my head back and screamed. The figure reached me, and just as the killing blow fell, I bolted upright. Briar? Morris asked from across the fire. Yeah, sorry. Bad dream, I mumbled, glancing around to make sure we were alone.
Do you want to talk about it?
No, I said quickly. No, I'm fine.
There's a few hours left till the dawn. Why don't you go back to sleep for a bit longer?
Sure, yeah. I agreed and lay back down. I shut my eyes mostly, but watched Morris through the flames. The me inside my head, or Mark, or whoever the hell it had been, claimed this was not the real Morris. If that was true, I'd know, wouldn't I? I refused to let myself fall asleep again, and instead watched Morris the rest of the night until the first rays of morning sun lit the forest around us. The fire had burned down to embers, and I stretched, waiting for him to put the fire out with a simple wave of his hand. Instead, he asked me to do it. I said I would, but wondered why, in all this time, I had yet to see him wield fire. Even back in the domed room when he attacked Odette and Balthazar. Had he used it at all? I had been the only one warded.
Briar, Morris asked, and I jumped. Something the matter?
No, I said, squashing the sudden urge to burst out in laughter again. Just wondering if something was wrong with your summoning.
Why?
Well, you haven't used it. Did you get hurt?
I'm afraid I don't know what you're talking about. I used it during the fight,
he said. I watched as his right hand twitched. A weird tug started in my mind, even as I started to tell him I didn't remember that. But the more I thought back on those quick moments, I saw flames covering Morris's hands and shook my head. Guess you did. Weird.
You've been through a lot, Briar. Your mind needs time to rest and heal. Once we reach our destination, you'll have that chance. We have a lot of ground to cover today. Stay close and stay alert.
Will there be food there too? I asked, holding my aching stomach as it growled again.
There will, he promised. Food and a bed for you to sleep in, and perhaps a few other surprises.
I wasn't sure I liked the sound of any more surprises, but he picked up the pace until we were running, and there was no time left for talking. The nagging voice slipped further and further to the back of my mind as I focused on just getting to safety. Morris continued to take us deeper and deeper into the wilderness. There wasn't a chance I'd find my own way back now, or that anyone would find us. The notion that no one knew I was out here made me glance around worriedly, wondering if I should leave a trail. But why? And for who? The last person I wanted to be found by was Mark. And Zach? Don't you want him to find you? I slowed just enough to press my hand to a tree trunk and burn a few letters into it with my fingers. If Zach did come looking for me, though I doubted he'd get this far, he would at least know I had been this way. The sun was making its way to the horizon again when the air changed, and Morris held out his hand to stop me from running any further. My shins were screaming, and my side cramped so badly I nearly fell over. What? I panted.
We're here, he said, and whistled long and loud.
I looked around, not sure what he was waiting for, when the ground rumbled beneath our feet. Through the trees I spotted a stone archway covered in vines that almost hid it completely from view. Stone slabs beneath it yawned open, and then came to a stop, revealing a black void in the ground.
Let's go,
Morris said. Down there? What is it? I asked, refusing to move.
A hideout that has been around for many, many years.
A hideout for who? You?
Me and others who found themselves needing to hide away from the masters. You don't want them to find you, do you?
An image of Mark pinching my chin in his fingers appeared in my mind, and then I was moving toward the entrance. I would go anywhere at the moment to get away from Mark and whatever plans he had for me. At the edge I looked down, but couldn't see anything.
Look to your left, Morris instructed.
There on the wall just below the ground was a torch. I snapped my fingers near it, and flames burst into life. With the torch in hand I descended the stairs, Morris behind me. His head was barely clear of the slabs when they rumbled once again and closed over us, locking us in. For a horrible second, I felt like I had just been sealed in a tomb, and a giggle escaped my control. It echoed off the stones around us. I glanced at Morris over my shoulder, but his face was blank. My steps slowed as I turned back around. See what I mean? The nagging voice poked at me again and again, but I ground my teeth and hummed as loud as I could to tune it out. If it bothered Morris, he said nothing, and that was how we went down the long, winding stairs until we finally hit the bottom, with me humming as loud as I could, and Morris seeming like a quiet guardian behind me. Now where? I asked, holding the torch higher. The ceiling was at least 15 feet here, and the corridor widened. More torches were already lit, leading deeper into the hideout. Morris walked around me and nodded for me to follow, giving me a weird smile over his shoulder. The hairs rose on the back of my neck, and it had nothing to do with the chilly air down here. My inner fire kept me plenty warm, but in the short time I'd known Morris, I'd never seen that look on his face. It wasn't exactly mischievous, but it was obvious he was up to something. My feet followed without my thinking of moving, like something pulled me toward him. I tried to break away, but then I heard more footsteps ahead of us. Then I heard voices. "Morris!" I hissed. He didn't stop or tell me who we were meeting down here. "I was wondering what took so long," a female voice said as we neared. "There was trouble getting her out, but we made it," Morris replied and embraced the person, then turned to me. "Briar, there is someone I would like you to meet." He stepped to the side and revealed 4 people, all wearing dark cloaks with hoods covering their faces. I was about to ask if this was some sick joke when one stepped forward and threw back the hood. The torch slipped from my numb fingers as my jaw dropped. The woman, who looked remarkably like me, smiled. "Briar, sister, welcome home." "Bethany?" I whispered in disbelief. "But I thought, aren't you dead?" She shook her head with a gentle laugh and held out her arms. "No, I'm not." She closed the distance between us, and the second she hugged me, I fell into her, knowing she was real. Bethany was alive all this time. And Morris, had he known? Tears wet my cheeks, and all I wanted to do at that moment was ask her where she'd been all this time, and what had happened. "No, don't fall for it. Don't," the voice inside my head ranted. I twitched at the noise, but then Bethany brushed her hand across my forehead, and the voice vanished instantly. "You must be exhausted. Come inside. I'll get you settled, and then we can talk, yes?" she said, keeping her arm around my shoulders as she guided me forward. "Yeah, I'd like that," I said happily, as the other cloaked figures pulled down their hoods and followed along with Morris. Torchlight flickered against 3 bald heads, but when I met their eyes, they smiled warmly at me. Whoever these people were, they'd kept Bethany safe, and if she trusted them, I would too. Home. She'd said I was home. With her and Morris beside me, I certainly did feel like I was right where I was supposed to be. Chapter 11. Zach.
"This better work," I muttered, not believing what we were about to do. If we Pierce brothers didn't have a reputation yet, we would after this little stunt. "Seriously?" "What, if you recall, this was originally your idea," Luke reminded me. "Yes, in a controlled environment with 1 or 2 to scare them shitless," I pointed out. "Not all of them at once while we're just going to stand back and watch the chaos ensue."
So we just amped up the stakes a bit," Nick said.
"I don't see the problem." I ran a hand down my face, staring at the door in front of me. "And what's to stop this from turning into a bloodbath?" "All 5 masters are here, as well as several high-ranking generals," Nick told me. "If they can't figure out how to handle this situation, then they shouldn't be in their positions now, should they?" "And our own people?" "Our own people have orders to stay in their rooms, so the only guards roaming the corridors right now are those that work for the said generals and masters. They didn't want to see the truth, so this is what happens." Luke grabbed me by the shoulders and gave me a firm shake. "They've been playing dirty since this whole mess started. Now it's our turn. You ready?" There was a motorcycle waiting for me, packed with supplies and a full tank of gas. If Briar was out there with Morris, they would not go back to Silent Heights. He'd take her somewhere else, where the masters couldn't easily track her down. I honestly had no idea how I was going to find her, but the first part of this mission was just to sneak me out of HQ. That, and for those in power to finally realize that we were telling the truth, and that there was a war coming, whether they wanted to believe it or not. It would be coming all the same. "Ready," I finally said. "Good. You call us and check in every day, you hear me? Otherwise Adam will have your hide." Luke patted my shoulder, then he and Nick turned to the door leading into the cell that held 11 undead. 11 undead we were ready to let loose in Talon HQ. Nick was just about to open the door when someone cleared his throat behind us. "What the hell are you 3 doing?" Theon demanded. I glared as I turned around to face him. What does it look like?
You're just going to what, let them free? He said, head sagging. Zachary, I know you're upset about Briar's death, but what will this solve? This is only going to take away more lives. I can't let you do this.
You don't have a choice. Either let us do this, or we'll tie you up and lock you in another cell, I snapped. You don't have the whole story yet, so just trust us, please.
The whole story? What are you talking about?
I glanced at Nick and Luke, who both shrugged. We'd trusted Theon this far, and he had yet to turn on us. Even as my gut told me I shouldn't, I knew if I admitted the truth, Theon might be able to help find Briar faster. Briar is alive, sir, I said quietly. She's alive, and they're trying to cover up her escape. Theon's mouth parted as he looked at all three of us in turn.
No, I saw the body.
Fake. Trust us, Luke insisted.
She's alive?
He said, and I nodded.
And you're going to what, go after her, are you?
She's been in contact with me, sort of. Morris is with her, I explained. They messed with her head, Theon. They got inside there and screwed her up. She's not stable, not by a long shot. I have to find her. I saw the warring debate in his mind. He finally sighed.
Has she answered your calls? Do you know where she's going?
No, I was just going to wing it.
Wing it, he repeated and shot his gaze skyward. Zachary, you are about to get a crash course in tracking someone by their aura. I need 5 minutes before you open that door. Deal?
Make it fast, Luke said. I let Theon pull me back down the hall a few steps away. I listened closely, as he did indeed give me a crash course to use Briar's aura to find her. It wasn't complicated. And he was certain, since we already had such a strong connection to each other, it wouldn't be difficult for me to track her down.
General Morris will not take her anywhere that others know of, he said when he finished the instructions. They'll go into the woods, stay off the main roads, and out of the towns. The others, they will have sent men to track her down. You'll have to avoid them and keep them from finding her first.
I will, don't you worry about that, I swore. I'm going to find her, but I can't bring her back here, not after what they did to her.
I understand. Contact me once you have her, and I will direct you to a safe house.
The other masters, are you ready to deal with the fallout from siding against them? Theon tapped the side of his nose, even though his grin was more grim than cheerful.
Kiara and I have discussed it at length. We have yet to reach the truth of what they were doing to poor Briar. But I sense they intended to test her abilities, and then steal her away. Use her.
For what? I snapped, remembering how Mark had spoken of her.
A weapon, their personal killer. None of that matters now, because it will not happen.
Time's up, Luke called.
Theon nodded. I must be off. Good luck, Zachary. And when you find her, tell her I'm sorry.
You and me both, I mumbled as he hurried back the way he'd come. Nick waved me off too. Get your ass going. You need to be in position when it's time. I shook their hands, but instead they both yanked me into one-armed hugs before they shoved me away, telling me to find Briar and save her ass before the masters got their hands on her again. I took off through HQ, avoiding the other guards as best I could, until I reached my quarters. The undead wouldn't take long to spread out and start attacking. Once the fighting started and the alarm sounded, I had to duck out and head to the motorcycle, then rush to get off the grounds before anyone spotted me. Yeah, it was gonna be fun. I slipped into my leather jacket and stood by the door, waiting. My hands shook in anticipation of throwing open my door and racing off. The seconds ticked by, then minutes, and I wondered if someone had gone down there and stopped Luke and Nick from carrying out our plan. Just when I was about to go check on them, the alarm went off as the lights dimmed and red ones flashed in my room, as they would be flashing throughout HQ. Sounds of fighting echoed down to my room, yelling and gunshots. The ground shook, and I gripped the door, giving myself a few more minutes before I opened the door and peeked out. Screams, panicked yells, as well as pounding steps, all reached my ears. I heard a few curses and crept down the corridor. At the far end, I smiled at the sight of 3 undead shambling into the infirmary. If I wasn't about to leave to go after Briar, I'd be waiting around to see how Mark would deal with his surprise. I was just nearing the opposite end when a sharp-pitched shriek cut the air. Outside, I kept to the shadows of the buildings and out of the searchlights scouring the grounds. I left the fight behind, reached my bike, and pushed it toward the front gate. As was protocol, when the alarm sounded, the gate automatically locked and could only be opened manually by a key. Adam had given me his. I used it now, unlocked the gate, pushed out my motorcycle, then tucked the key near the wall for him to find later. I waited until I was round the bend of the road to start it, kicking it into gear, and rode away from Talon HQ and into the night. Theon warned me to get several miles away before starting to track Briar, just in case the other masters picked up on the power I was using. A side road intersected the main, and I pulled off onto it, taking it up into the mountains. There was a pullover a few more miles ahead, and when I reached it, I hid the bike in a small grove of trees and checked my cell. It had a single message from Luke, letting me know there were a few injuries but no deaths, and General Bastille was more than ready to sit down to have a chat about what the Pierce brothers had been investigating for the past few years. The masters were all unharmed, sadly, but no one seemed to realize I was missing. With any luck, my brothers would be able to keep it that way for a while longer. I turned my cell off to avoid any distractions, and went about doing exactly as Theon instructed. Since this was my first time tracking someone by an aura, it would have been ideal if I was not in such a desperate situation, but that just wasn't going to happen. I was trying to find the person I loved the most in the world right now, who I had believed was dead. I needed to focus, and found a soft patch of grass near the grove where I sat down and cleared my mind. After 5 minutes, I cursed in frustration and gave up on clearing it completely, rested my hands on my legs, and thought only of Briar, of finding her before it was too late. I shut my eyes, took another deep breath in, and finally felt able to concentrate. Spirit welled within me, filling me completely, fueled by memories of me and Briar together. I centered in on her aura, stretching myself as far as I could, until I sensed her. She was far away, damned far, but when I opened my eyes, there before me was a trail I could easily follow that led into the woods. The colors had shifted slightly since last time I checked, mostly red with a hint of pink thrown in, but it was the black part of her aura that had me worrying most about what Mark and the others did to her. I brushed off my pants as I stood. "If you can hear me, Shroud, I'm right behind you," I whispered to the air. "No matter where you go, I'm coming to you." I walked, following Briar's aura until I couldn't keep my feet moving, stopping long enough to sleep for 2 hours and eat some rations before I got my ass back up and pushed on. The ground became steeper with every step I took. When the sun was getting ready to set once again, I stopped and checked the GPS tracker to figure out where the hell I was. As far as I knew, there were no HQs up this way, nor any hideouts, so where the hell were they going? I looked at my current location, realizing I'd been heading mostly northwest. There should be nothing this way. I was just tucking the GPS away when the satellite phone Luke made me pack went off, making me jump and curse. Rolling my eyes at myself, I removed it and answered. "Yeah? I said I'd check in with you guys once I found her." "We said call every day, but that's beside the point. We have a problem," Luke said, sounding as if he was trying not to be overheard. "Where are you?" "Middle of nowhere. What's wrong?" "You're following Briar's trail, right?" "Who else would I be following?" I asked, not liking where this conversation was going. "Luke, did I miss something?" "You're saying you can't see Morris's trail at all?" "I wasn't exactly looking for it, but no, I didn't see it when I was looking for hers." Theon had told me there was a chance I'd pick up on General Morris's trail since they were related, but I hadn't noticed it at all. "Do you want me to try to see his?" "That's just it. You won't." "What do you mean?" "I will if he's with her." He sighed heavily, and I heard a few more voices in the background. "No, you won't, because I'm staring at his dead body. General Morris has been murdered. 4 days ago, at least. Just found his body dumped outside the perimeter. Dead." "He's dead?" "Yes, his throat was slit, and I'm sure I don't have to tell you that several organs were missing." "If he's dead, then who the hell is with Briar?" I snapped. "I don't know, but it's not her father. Shit, Zach, I know she means everything to you, but I have no idea what you're walking into. Whoever, whatever, is with her, it's not going to be good. I'm not going anywhere until I get her. Yeah, I figured that's what you'd say, so all I'm going to do is beg of you to be careful and not get your ass killed, all right? I don't need to be burying a brother anytime soon. I was in agreement with that notion. I'll do my best. Is there any way you can contact Briar? I'm not the one who can astral project, remember? I muttered, wishing I could have at this point. You might want to try it anyway. With Morris dead and the Masters delving into her head, I don't even want to think about what she's seeing right now, he said in a hushed voice again. I have to go before they figure out who it is I'm talking to. Get her out of there and get your ass to that safe house, understood? Yes, I hear you, I said, then hung up. Derek Morris, strong, hard-ass General Morris, was dead. Killed just like my dad and General Addie. She said she was with her dad. Was this another creature like Carter? But she would have realized that, unless Mark had messed up her mind that badly. I gripped the phone in my hand, wanting to shout and beat the shit out of something, but there wasn't anything around except trees. Luke suggested I reach out to her, and since I had no idea how far ahead of me she was still, I figured I might as well give it a try. I sat down right where I was, crossed my legs, held out my hands, and shut my eyes. I filled my mind only with thoughts of Briar, of speaking to her as she spoke to me so many times before. Briar, please hear this. You are in danger. Morris is dead. Whoever you're with, they are not there to help you. Come on, just hear this. I'm almost to you, I swear it, and I'll get you out of there. I repeated the message over and over, but there was never a reply. With a curse, I climbed back to my feet and looked for Briar's aura trail once more. I was exhausted, my feet ached, and I was more pissed than ever about Morris's death and Briar being tricked. I'd be damned if I was gonna slow down now.
Chapter 12. Briar. A warm breath of air brushed against my neck, and I glanced backward. I could have sworn I heard Zach calling my name, but he wasn't here. He was safe, back at Talon HQ. I was alone in my new room. Nothing special about it, which suited me perfectly after being trapped in a cell for so long with a damned camera in the ceiling. Bethany and Morris had gone off to talk some more, giving me a chance to sleep, eat, sleep some more, and figure out every last question I wanted to ask my sister, who was obviously not dead. I finished putting my boots on, braided my hair so it was out of the way, and stepped out of my room. The underground safe house, as Morris called it, was a huge labyrinth of tunnels and corridors that intersected at odd places. Several sets of stairs led up or down throughout. Just getting to my room had been a bit of a challenge, and as I started to walk, I worried I was going to get lost down here. Well, I half worried, and then I started to laugh inside about how ironic it would be to die down here, lost, just when I thought I was finally safe. The giggle grew louder, until two cloaked figures appeared at my sides, eyeing me curiously. "Sorry, don't ask," I said, wiping away a tear of mirth. "Do you need help finding your sister?" the woman on my right asked. "Yeah, something like that. How do you guys just walk about down here without getting completely turned around?" "Years of practice." "You've been down here for years?" "We've been on the run for years from those who would take us away from our families and friends," the woman said bitterly. "The enemy has always been here, but now we're finally going to have a chance at fighting back." "Yeah? How?" "Our leader is returning soon." The man spoke this time, awe in his words. "And we are going to have a few very special weapons we didn't have last time." "Like what?" I asked excitedly. They exchanged a look and grinned. "You'll find out soon enough. We'll let Bethany tell you," the woman told me. They continued to guide me through the winding corridors until we finally entered a large hall with a high ceiling and torches and braziers all round. It was very medieval, but it suited the current mood I was in. Well, partially. I wasn't even sure what mood I was in. Seeing Bethany yesterday had cracked my already fragile mind even more. But I managed to keep myself together until I was alone in my room. Then I'd started cackling, unable to stop for probably at least an hour. "Briar, did you rest well?" Morris asked as he hurried toward me. Think so, I replied slowly. Not sure, really. Everything's a bit fuzzy.
It will take some time to recover after what they did to you. Your sister will be along shortly.
Good, that's good, because we have a lot to catch up on. A lot. I rambled on and swallowed back a giggle. I waited for Morris to ask if I was really all right or lying, but his small smile remained right where it was. Breakfast? Or coffee? That'd be good.
Of course. Right this way,
he said formally, and I fell into step behind him, wondering why he was acting weird. Because he's not your dad. You have to pull yourself together before it's too late. Get out of my head, I whispered sharply.
Morris didn't even turn around at that.
I can't, not when I'm the only rational one here at the moment, which is scary if you think about it. If I'm being rational, that means that you have completely and utterly lost it. You are not rational. This is our dad, I whispered. Leave me alone. No, not happening. Zach is not going to just let you go either. I hope you know that. What do you think's going to happen when he shows up here? Do you really think this place is a safe house? Look around, you moron. I slammed my hands over my ears and scrunched in on myself after I took a seat at the table, humming again to drown out the voice. Whenever Bethany arrived, she would see me and think her sister was a nutcase. I had Mark and Clarence to thank for that. Balthazar and Odette were to blame for all my cuts and bruises, but it was the other two I wanted to torture slowly, to tear them apart piece by piece like they did to me. You have to forget them and look at the bigger picture. Enough, I yelled, just as a hand fell on my shoulder, making me jump. Briar, what's wrong? Bethany asked, gently turning me toward her so I could see her face. Her eyes were filled with concern as she cupped my cheek. You don't look well, not at all. Being tortured'll do that to you, I replied. They got in my head. That's terrible. I can help ease whatever pain is left behind. Would you like that? No, that is not your sister. What the hell do you know? Sure looks like my sister. She's wearing a cloak. She's around other people wearing cloaks, and some of them have tattoos. And maybe I'll get a tattoo. What's your point? I yelled back at the voice in my head. Briar? Bethany asked. Talk to me. Voices. There are these voices, and I can't get them to stop, I told her, even as the voice inside my head raged even louder, trying to drown out whatever thoughts I had. Gosh, she just won't stop. She? Yeah, she or me or whoever, but it's fine. It's all their fault, and I'll get through it. I'll be fine. I don't mind helping. Here, she soothed, and rested her palm against my forehead. No, don't let her. The voice cut off instantly, and I felt a rush of comfort wash over me, followed by a sense of belonging. Bethany grinned at me as she pulled her hand back. Well? Thanks, I can't hear it anymore. Thought she'd never shut up. You are quite welcome. It's the least I can do after everything that's happened to you. You didn't know, I said, seeing guilt on her face. I glanced around for Morris, but he had left, and I hadn't even noticed. I do want to know, though, what happened to you? Everyone assumed you were dead. Bethany took a seat next to me and poured us both cups of steaming coffee from a carafe on the table. I almost was. They came for me, dragged me away. For days I was locked up, but I managed to fight my way free. When I went to report what happened, they laughed at me, said I was crazy, she whispered with a sad laugh. They were going to lock me up, but I got a hold of others who had the same story I did. They took me in, and I've been here ever since. A sharp burst of pain shot across my forehead, but I ignored it. That's incredible, I sighed. I can't believe you're alive. I mean, I'm happy you are, really. As am I. I almost couldn't believe it when word reached me that I had a baby sister. Yep, and now I'm here with you, and Dad. I glanced around for him again, but he wasn't here. That pain exploded again, and I cursed, rubbing at the spot. Headache? I'm sure it's nothing. We have all the time in the world, Briar, now that you're here with me. Why don't I give you something to help you sleep, and we can speak later? No, I want to keep talking to you, I insisted, but she was already shaking her head. You must let your mind recover. I know all too well what it's like to have someone poking and prodding around in my mind. She seethed, her face suddenly a mask of fury, And you, my poor baby sister. What they did to you, all because of the gifts you were given. Not sure I'd call them gifts anymore, I argued. Curse is more like it, to deal with two elements. To be able to astral project, and Bethany, I can make people's heads explode. They think I murdered someone. Did you? I opened my mouth to say no, but a new image appeared in my mind, and I froze. Sam opening her hotel room door. Me standing there with a grin on my face, as I readied myself for the act that would free me and Zach of this nuisance. How I'd shoved her back into the room, put my hands on her temples, and... Briar, calm yourself, Bethany said urgently. I glanced down and found fire dancing around my feet. Sorry, I mumbled, embarrassed, pulling the flames back into myself. Honestly, I don't know anymore. They twisted so much around in my head to trick me. I don't know what the truth is anymore. You are safe here, she assured me, taking my hands firmly in hers. They were cold to the touch, but then again I was always so much warmer than everyone else. And now that you're with me, I feel we can truly make a difference in the war to come. War? Yes, the war against our one true enemy. Yeah, someone said something about a leader coming. Will they help us take out the bad guys? With any luck, yes, he will do just that, she said. Her voice had the same tone of awe as the man who escorted me here. He will need help, though, and that is where you will come in. Me? I asked, confused and a bit panicky. I'm not good at helping anyone right now. But you will be. Trust me and have faith, Briar. You will be of more help than you could ever know. Now then, drink this, and I'll walk you back to your room to get some sleep. When we wake again, we will talk more about what you can do, because it has to be your decision. Right, yeah, I said, not sure what she was really talking about. Every time I tried to help in the past, people got hurt, or I messed up so badly the bad guys got away. Whatever my sister thought I could do, I didn't have the heart to tell her she was wrong. She'd be disappointed, just like everyone else was always disappointed in me. I watched her remove a small pouch from her cloak, and a purple powder slipped into my coffee. Here, drink up, she said, handing the mug back to me. I did as she said, and after I drained the coffee, a warmth pooled in my stomach, and I felt drowsy. Sleep sounded fantastic right then, and I rose to my feet, letting Bethany guide me back to my room. Several times on our walk back, I swore I heard chanting, a low hum of sound echoing throughout the corridors. But before I could really hone in on what was being said, I was being pulled along. Another time I heard a sharp scream, and I whipped around. What was that? I asked quickly, ready to jump into action despite my drowsy state. Nothing to worry about. There are many others like you here recovering, Bethany explained. We're almost to your room. There, you can rest and think about what I've told you. Helping the big guy, I mumbled. Helping you. That's right, Briar. I can't do this without you, and neither can he. But I'm nothing, I said, shaking my head and giggling when the room spun around me. Nothing but a screw-up. No, you are so much more than that. Your destiny, Briar, it's here for the taking. All you have to do is say yes. I felt myself sink onto a bed and curled up beneath the blanket she covered me with. Her hand brushed across my forehead again, and then I was asleep, drifting further and further away from the madness that had become my life. I felt my feet slam onto the ground, and when I opened my eyes, I screamed in frustration. Why can't I get just one night of peaceful sleep? Just one. Because you're not listening to me, that's why. I gritted my teeth and looked across the charred and burning landscape, only to see myself again. She looked more pissed than ever, the gold flecks glowing in her eyes as she stalked toward me and shoved me hard enough to make me stagger backward. You are walking right into their trap. Do you have any idea what's about to happen? Do you? Don't touch me, I shouted back and shoved her in return. I'm right where I need to be. Really? Because Bethany says so. Why is it now that I have to be so stupid? I'm not. Or we're not. Whatever, I muttered, getting irritated at myself, which only added to my already confused state of mind. You should be thrilled for us. We have our father and Bethany. We almost have our family back together, and you think it's all a trick? How cynical am I? Realistic, because that's what you are, and right now, I need you to understand that this is not real. And you've still given me no proof to show that you aren't Mark or Clarence or someone else who's messing with my head. I'm sick of this shit, do you know that? I yelled, reaching for the end of whatever wit I had left. You know, since finding out about this damned world, everyone's just been trying to kill us or tell us we're not good enough, and I'm sick of it. Here, with Morris and Bethany, I feel like I might actually be able to do something worthwhile. I might actually be able to save people, instead of watching them get hurt or killed. I can't stand to think of Zach being dead. I won't let that happen. And you think I want that? She asked hotly. I am trying to save you right now. No, I don't think you are. If you're not Mark, then you're the part of me that always held me back. That's all you are. No, I'm not. I'm you, damn it. I shook my head again, backing away. I don't believe you. When Clarence got inside your head, he twisted your mind around, remember? He tried to erase memories of you and Zach together, and put Mark there instead. She moved closer, but I stepped backward. She clenched her jaw, but stopped moving. He broke you. Broke us. You just can't see it through the haze of madness he caused. He wants you to lose your edge, forget who you are. He wants you to turn into a crazed killer with no conscience whatsoever. But Bethany doesn't want that from me, I whispered, hating the doubt creeping in. She said I could help. Help who? She hasn't even told you this mysterious leader's name. Maybe she can't. Maybe she's worried about being overheard. Or maybe she's worried that as soon as you know, you'll realize the truth about where you are. And where is that? I snapped. You haven't exactly offered up any suggestions for that answer either, so why should I trust you? She's preventing me from telling you, the other me stated. Why do you think my voice cuts off when you first saw her? She knows the real you, the one with some sense, is trapped up here. She tapped the center of her forehead. Clarence was on his way to putting me away for good when Morris, who is not Morris, broke you out. Maybe he was on to something, I mumbled. Don't do this, she begged. If you do, you're going to make us lose everything we have in our lives. Please. But suddenly we were surrounded by a horde of undead, and the nightmare I'd experienced over and over again was coming back to play itself out. The other me was overwhelmed by them, and I disappeared as I fell into my usual routine of fighting off the undead and waiting for the cloaked figure to appear. Even as I fought and heard Zach calling for me, as I watched him getting killed again in an even more gruesome way, I told myself that I was safe, that Bethany and Morris were truly with me. I tuned out everything the other me had said and waited for when I would wake again. Whatever Bethany gave me let me sleep peacefully for a few hours after my nightmare. When I awoke, my body felt restored, and though my brain was still out of whack, there was no hint that other me was rattling around in here with the rest of the madness. The nightmare no longer bothered me either. Not like it was a vision or something. Just me dealing with all this shit I'd gone through the only way I knew how. A knock sounded at my door, and I called for whoever it was to come in. Hey, how'd you sleep this time? Bethany asked brightly. So much better. Whatever you gave me works miracles, I said as I found my feet. She pulled me right into a hug, squeezing me tightly. Good, because we have a lot of work to do and not a lot of time. Have you thought at all about what I told you before? She asked, looping her arm around mine as we left the room. It felt nice to have a sister, to feel like I belonged with this person beside me. Zach and I had something incredible going, that was true, but this helped me see where I came from. There was so much she could teach me about spirit summoning, and with any luck, we'd be able to fight back the tide of undead and necromancers before they killed any more students, or any other innocents who kept getting dragged into these messes. I could help her end this. A pain behind my eyes had me wincing, and I swore I heard the echo of a voice in my mind. Not the other me, but someone else. Zach? But he couldn't get inside my head. I gave myself a shake and focused on the conversation at hand. I have, I told her, and I want to help you in any way I can. You're willing to let me show you and teach you how to become even more powerful, how to control your abilities and use them in the fight against our enemy. Yeah, I'm not promising I'm going to be great or anything, but yeah, I'll do that. You have no idea how happy you just made me. I nodded, smiling along with her as she guided me even deeper into the underground fortress. Where are we going? And where's Dad? He's coming, don't worry, she said, her grin stretching even wider. Don't you worry about anything at all. Come, my sister. The time is right, yes, for you to see your true potential. A shiver raced down my spine, and my steps grew a bit sluggish, though she continued to pull me along. When we passed the next torch, the flickering flames made Bethany's smile seem to stretch farther than was naturally possible. I blinked, and her face shifted before my eyes. But then it was back to normal again. Briar? Sorry, just still groggy is all, I mumbled, watching her closely out of the corner of my eye. Suddenly my gut screamed at me to stop, turn around, and run like hell to get out of here. Not that I knew which way was out, or where anything in this damn place was. More flashes appeared before my eyes, images of Mark before me, leaning in closer, of Clarence poking and prodding my thoughts, shifting them until I wasn't sure what was real or fake. I saw Morris appear in the domed room to save me. But why did he act so strange? Why hadn't he come with more people? Now, none of that, Bethany snapped, and her hand was on my forehead before I even realized. I wanted to shove it away and pull back from her, but a rush of warm spirit washed over me, emanating from her hand, and I forgot why I was so worried before. I'd found my long-lost sister, who was alive. Morris was here. We were going to stop the bad guys once and for all. There was absolutely nothing to fret about. We reached a set of dark wood double doors with symbols carved into the wood. On the other side, I thought I heard crying, but Bethany squeezed my hand and the sound disappeared. Are you ready for your new life to begin? She asked me. I nodded, and the doors opened inward. Beyond them was a raised black stone platform with an archway at each side. 3 steps led up, and in the center was a massive altar with 4 branches coming off a central circle. A book rested on a pedestal, open to weathered yellow pages. All around the circular room were figures cloaked in black and red robes, their heads covered by hoods. Candles were lit in wall sconces, with so many more covering the altar, the floor, the steps. The build-up of melted wax made me smile, enjoying the way it dried, dripping all over the place, making a chaotic yet beautiful mess. A door across from us opened up, and 4 hooded figures walked in, leading 4 others in white robes instead of black. Who are they? I asked Bethany, keeping my voice quiet. The room was so still and the air heavy. I worried I'd disturb the atmosphere if I spoke too loudly. They are here to become like you, she said. Do you trust me, Briar? I do, I said without hesitation. Good. Then take my hand and let us begin. This process is not short, and if we are to get you ready for the main event, we must start now. Main event? Yes. Tonight, dear sister, our leader will return to us, she whispered. He will rise again, and all will tremble in his path. I kept smiling, her words slipping in one ear and out the other, without my thinking too hard about them. I was here. I was going to be useful and meet the secret leader. When crying met my ears again, I glanced around wondering who could possibly be upset when we were about to meet someone all these people were so in awe of. Or maybe they were crying out in happiness. Whatever the reason, this night was definitely going to be one I'd remember. Chapter 13. Zach. Seriously? I snapped under my breath, hunkering down behind a tree as I glared at the place Briar's aura disappeared into. There were 2 large stone slabs just like the ones back at the temple that Hunter and I had gone down into and found an army of ghouls. And to make matters worse, this entrance was currently being guarded by 3 men in cloaks.
Necromancers, I had no doubt. I wanted to believe she was not down there, but on my way here, I'd passed the initials burned into a tree. Hers and mine. It was a simple enough message to let me know she had in fact passed this way, and the trail I followed was the right one. That did not make getting to her now any easier. I was weakened from the long trek to get here. One thing keeping me going was my anger at whoever tricked Briar into thinking she was with Morris, that she was safe with these bastards. I didn't care how many of them I had to kill to get her out of there, but I was not turning around and heading for safety until she was in my arms again. I set my pack behind a tree and returned to observing the 3 cloaked figures. Night was falling quickly, and I wanted to be in and out with Briar before darkness fully settled in. I had no idea how large this network of tunnels would be once I got into it, but I'd be able to keep following her aura, I hoped. The only question now was, how the hell did I get past those 3 necromancers and inside without alerting every single person down there? If I had one of those cloaks, I'd have a chance of at least sneaking around without drawing too much attention to myself. 3 against 1 weren't terrible odds, especially if I knocked them out before they had a chance to summon any of their undead. Shaking out my hands, I shut my eyes long enough to center myself and feel spirit rising within me, ready to strike. I had to be quick, agile, and not get caught up in the fight. When I felt the power pooling in my palms and ready to use, I spun out from behind the tree and threw my hands out toward the 3, casting a large net of spirit over them, trapping them together. "What is this?" one yelled in a panic. "We're under attack." "I can't move," another shouted, but then I was on them. I kicked one in the gut and drove my elbow into his spine, slamming him into the ground with a grunt. I knocked him out with a swift kick to his face, then turned around and aimed for the next 2. The first was moving toward the stone slabs, but I side-tackled him and pummeled him until he was unconscious beneath me. The last one yelled and threw himself onto my back, wrapping his arms around my neck. I sputtered, trying to get him off, but his grip was too strong. I spun around and then fell backward right onto the stones as a last resort. His arm went slack, and I rolled over quickly, landing a kick to his side, but then he was on me again, his fists flying. He got 2 solid hits in before I managed to duck under the next one and caught him in the side. I drew in the net of spirit and crushed him within it. His hand slipped free, but I was too far away for him to reach. "You won't win this war," he uttered. "The war hasn't started just yet," I pointed out. He cackled even as the net closed in tighter. "Oh, but it has. And now that we have the final piece, our master will rise again. You won't stop him." Final piece. I let the net loosen just enough, and the necromancer sucked in a breath. "Tell me, or I'll kill you here and now." He shook his head. "Then kill me and be done with it." He had answers I needed, but if Briar was down there and they were planning on raising Xylon, I had no time to sit around here trying to get more information out of him. I slammed my fists together, and the net closed in again until he passed out from lack of oxygen. I drew the spirit back and he slumped to the ground. Shoving the bodies into the underbrush, I glanced at the stone slabs and ran my hands over them. There were no words on them anywhere, or symbols, but I had to get inside. He said missing piece. As far as I knew, the only thing they did not have until a few days ago was Briar. Adrenaline pumping fiercely through my veins, I slammed my palms down on the stones, cursing for them to open. But when that didn't work, not that I expected it to, I forced myself to take a few deep breaths and calm down enough to think straight. Briar was down there, and I had to get to her before it was too late. But how? I looked at the stones again, and the words that I'd uttered that day back at the temple flowed easily through my mind. I whispered them, and the stones rumbled immediately beneath me. Once the slabs were completely open, I rushed back to the necromancers, tied them up, and gagged them with rope from my bag, then took one of their cloaks and slipped it on. I drew up the hood, and after entrusting I could still see Briar's bold red aura, I descended into darkness. The stairway was long, and I worried I'd be greeted by a horde of necromancers, or worse, at the bottom. but the corridor appeared empty. Torches lined this one, which was much larger than the one Hunter and I sprinted through while being chased by ghouls. This one also had more passages intersecting it. If I wasn't able to follow the aura trail, I'd be lost down here for days. The deeper into the tunnels I went, the heavier the air became, until it felt like I was back at the temple when Digit had been preparing to do the ceremony with Hook. I hadn't run into anyone else yet either, and it had me on edge that any second now I would be swarmed with no way out. A scream reverberated from overhead, and I froze as it came again. I picked up the pace, careful the hood stayed over my head, and as I drew closer to Briar, her trail burned all the brighter. The screaming didn't sound again, though a strange chanting met my ears instead. The sounds made my hair stand on end, and a shiver raced down my spine. An open set of double doors stood before me, and a crowd of hooded figures filled the space beyond. At least I'd be able to sneak in, but I was so far into the enemy territory. One wrong move, and I'd be dead. No one would even know where the hell I was. "Prepare the sacrifices," a woman called out loudly. I shifted my gaze to the massive altar set up in the center of the room. It was larger than the one at the temple, but the exact same concept. A woman in a dark cloak stood near the center, arms raised, an open book before her. "The time has come, my brothers and sisters, for us to finally bring home the final part needed to raise our master from the dead, to bring him to his full glory." I forced myself to remain perfectly still, even as my blood filled with rage. 4 figures in white cloaks, hands bound, gags covering their mouths, were led up to the altar. One by one, they were shoved atop the stone slabs and secured so they couldn't move. They struggled and cried, pleading through the gags, but the necromancers didn't listen. I feared one of them was Briar, but then the woman threw back her hood, and I had to bite back my shout of surprise. She looked exactly like Briar, but older, and her face was covered in the tattoos of a necromancer. Bethany Morris was alive after all. She was a damned necromancer, and from what I could tell, was one of their leaders. She held out her hand, and another person ascended the steps. This one was not wearing a cloak. My heart was in my throat, and I nearly sprinted up there, coming close to blowing what chance of surprise I had. Briar. She was here, but when she turned to face the altar, her eyes were glazed over, and there was no emotion whatsoever to her. She stood where Bethany pointed, apparently not able to see what was about to happen to those on the altar. "A sister has returned to us," Bethany announced loudly. "Today she will truly become one of us, one of our sacred brotherhood." Briar didn't do anything but stand there. Carefully and slowly I inched my way through the crowd, trying to get into a better position, so that if I lifted my head, she'd see my face. "Once this ceremony is complete, Briar will be adorned with our markings, and then we will have the power needed to raise Xylon from his grave. We will have our leader once again, and can return this world to darkness. We will bring about a war unlike any ever seen, a war that will leave us as the victors." The necromancers around me broke out into cheers and yelling at her words. I grimaced, not sure why they thought Briar would be able to bring Xylon back, but then again, she was the only summoner who had fire and spirit within her. I'd seen enough to know how strong she was. Bethany unsheathed a dagger from her hip and took Briar's hand. "Take this, sister, and begin the ritual killings." Briar's hand closed around the hilt, and I made ready to stop her, except she didn't make a move toward those about to be killed. She simply stood there, the dagger in hand, and did nothing at all. Bethany frowned and glanced at another necromancer nearby. "What is happening?" Bethany hissed. "I do not know." He grimaced, then said more, but the rest was too quiet for me to hear. I sidled around again, growing closer to the altar and to Briar. If she would just turn her head, she would see me. But her eyes were still glazed over. "You said I would have complete control," Bethany stated. And you should. But her mind. The necromancer reached out and rested his hand on Briar's temple. It's in turmoil. She's fighting against the illusions. Also, that other spirit summoner. He pushed too hard, too fast.
Meaning what?
Bethany snapped. Meaning she is not as docile as you believe. There's still a bit of free will within her, and it's struggling to hold on.
Damn it. I knew we should have taken her after we had her kill that girl. Her mind was mine then. Mine. And I should have just done what I thought best.
Those were not your orders. You know that. They said they had her kill that girl, Samantha Stone. Briar had killed her after all, but she didn't know it because they had gotten into her head. Those 3 days when she'd been asleep. What had happened to her mind without me realizing it? How long had they been inside her head like that? They kept arguing, but I heard nothing else as I kept my focus on Briar. I'd failed her in so many ways. I swore to protect her, and instead, I let her be used as a weapon. She'd killed someone, an innocent. If she ever learned the truth, it would destroy her. Samantha's death was in the past. What mattered now was stopping Briar from killing anyone else, or from being turned into a necromancer.
Briar, I need you to spill their blood,
Bethany urged, grasping Briar's hand that held the dagger.
Do as I say.
Briar took a step, then another, but then her body froze up as her jaw clenched.
No. You said you were willing,
Bethany argued.
This is what needs to happen. Do it.
A shudder rushed over Briar as she took another step, but then her head fell forward and she shook it.
No,
she said. This time her voice was stronger.
Get out of my head. You will do this,
Bethany snapped.
Kill them.
She pressed her palm to Briar's forehead. At first I thought nothing was happening, but then Briar screamed, and her eyes flared a bright white color from spirit before living flames replaced spirit. She tried to break away from Bethany, but her sister held her fast. If she didn't let up, Briar was going to lose all control of her abilities. She screamed again, and the sound cut right through me. Bethany was killing her right before my eyes. I thought I'd lost Briar once. I was not about to stand there and watch her be killed again. I charged toward the altar, using spirit as a shield, and rammed right into Bethany. She let out a yelp of surprise as she flew backward into the other necromancer, taking him down with her in a heap. Briar's cry cut off sharply, and she fell forward, but I caught her around the middle and turned her to face me. "Briar, look at me," I whispered fiercely, needing her to concentrate. "Briar." Her eyes fluttered, and then they slowly lifted.
"Blue eyes,"
she mumbled.
"You have blue eyes."
"Yeah, I do," I replied, not sure what was going on inside her head. "Do you know who I am?" She started to shake her head, but then paused.
"I know you. You're not him, the bad man. You're important to me."
My arms tightened protectively around her as I heard Bethany getting back to her feet. "I am. You and I are. We're in love," I said fiercely, "and we're always stronger together. Do you remember me? Do you remember us fighting together, side by side?" I gripped her fingers in mine and then was reaching for the hand with the dagger when Bethany screamed.
"Who the hell are you?"
Briar's eyes narrowed, still studying my face. I wasn't about to answer Bethany. But then Briar did it for me.
"Zach?"
she said, as if she didn't believe it.
You can't be. Are you here?"
"I'm here. This is real," I assured her and threw back my hood. "I'm here."
"No, you're just another trick," she mumbled. "Mark and Clarence, they're all inside my head. I just want them out."
She clutched at her temples, whining like a wounded animal.
"Make it stop, please. I just want it to stop. I'll be good. Swear I will be."
I ground my teeth as rage filled me at what the masters did to her, what Bethany had.
"You won't be leaving here alive,"
Bethany informed me, and I glared at her over my shoulder.
"You were a fool even to come for her."
She is ours." "No, she's mine," I shot back, and put myself between Bethany and her sister. She crossed her arms, laughing at me.
"And what are you going to do against us? You are nothing but a spirit summoner. You are out of your depths, Zachary."
Briar clutched at my arm.
"Zach."
"It's going to be all right. I'm going to get us out of here," I promised, although I had no idea how I was going to do it. I shouldn't have rushed in without a damned plan, but if I'd waited any longer, Briar would have been lost. The room was filled with necromancers, and the only other 4 allies I might have had were bound to the altar. I prepared myself for a fight, knowing all I had to do was put a shield up around Briar and myself and run like hell for the exit. But then Briar suddenly shoved me forward, and 4 necromancers lunged at me, grabbing me in their arms. "No, get off me! Briar!" But her eyes were glazed over again, and she gripped the dagger firmly in her fist.
"Family bond is stronger after all,"
Bethany said with a wink toward me, even as I continued to fight to get out of the necromancer's hands.
"Don't worry, you can be a part of this, too."
I turned to Briar. "Shroud, this isn't you. You are not a murderer. Do you hear me? You can't let them win. Any of them." "Silence!" Bethany shouted over me. "No, she's stronger than you think. She's stronger than all of you. Shroud, I know you hear me in there. Don't let her use you. Not again." Briar had been moving closer to the altar, but at my words she stopped.
"Again? Don't listen to him,"
Bethany ordered, but Briar was looking right at me.
"Don't!"
Bethany screeched. "She used you to kill someone already, but that's not who you are. You can't spill blood, not like this. Come back to me, Shroud. Just come back." Briar cringed and staggered backward, holding her head.
"Too many voices," she hissed. "Too many. Just get them out."
"Listen to me," Bethany said firmly. Briar shoved her away with a snarl.
"No, get out of my head, all of you. I can't."
I hated to do it, but she needed the push, needed to come back to reality. "Briar, Derek Morris is dead. He was murdered. He never took you from HQ. That was all a lie. They killed him. Killed him like an animal." Bethany's lips lifted as she came toward me, but it was Briar who moved faster, and the dagger was suddenly at her sister's throat. Bethany's eyes were wild.
"What are you doing?"
"You bitch!" Briar snapped.
You killed him? And Sam?" "I didn't, my dear sister. You killed Sam," Bethany informed her coldly. "And Morris? Who killed our father?"
"Your father," she spat with such malice it made Briar flinch away.
"Not mine. Never mine. I have found my true path, and it is here." "My path isn't," Briar stated, but I saw the war taking place inside her head. "Oh, it will be. You don't have a choice. You, my sweet little sister, are the missing piece. And I will raise our master."
She slammed her hands around Briar's temples. Briar screamed once again. The dagger slipped from her hand. I kicked and shoved, trying to stop this torture again. I yelled at Bethany to stop as flames sprung to life at Briar's feet. The flames pulsed with a life of their own, growing in size as more sprouted at Briar's fingertips and spread around the altar. I sensed her drawing in spirit, sucking in as much as she could from the room, and then some. It weakened me, and I heard the other necromancers groan, some holding their heads, others falling to their knees. But she didn't stop. Briar sucked in another deep breath, and when she yelled this time, I felt the power growing within her. Bethany pulled back, her eyes wide, but Briar didn't stop her shrieking. She slapped Briar across the face and the scream shut off. But then those glowing white eyes filled with fire glowered at her. Briar breathed heavily and stalked closer to Bethany.
"I command you to stop this at once,"
Bethany ordered, but Briar didn't back down.
"Stop! You will submit to my command."
Briar opened her mouth, and the laugh that came out was crazed, filled with pain, sorrow, and anger beyond measure.
You did this to me," All of you! And now you will all pay for it!
Bethany reached out to try to subdue her, but whatever chaos was taking place in Briar's head made her reel backward. Her summoning was out of her control. I zeroed in on Briar. The necromancers holding me were too weak to keep me in their grasp, and I charged onto the altar just as Briar's head dropped back and a scream powered by spirit and fire erupted from her very core. I threw up a shield around us, a shield that sadly Bethany was in. I was trying to stretch it as far as I could, but then the blast hit me like a shockwave, and the entire chamber shook. Screams reverberated in that room, and then I fell, slamming into the stone floor. The only sound I could make out was my own shaky breathing as I raised my head. I was covered in blood, and quickly searched myself for a wound, but there wasn't one. Briar lay right beside me, also drenched. I crawled to her, expecting to find some sort of wound, but again, nothing. I was confused, not sure what had happened, until I glanced around the chamber. "Oh no," I whispered in shock. Those who didn't flee when they had the chance were dead, scattered around the chamber. Their heads were no more. Briar had killed them all. I willed her to stay unconscious until I could get her out of there, but she stirred and sat up, holding her head with a curse. "Zach?" "Right here," I said, hurrying to her side and trying to block her view. "We have to go."
What happened? Was Bethany here?" she mumbled, shaking her head. "I don't remember. How did I get down here?"
"Doesn't matter. What does is getting you out of here right now." I helped her stand up and was about to guide her toward the exit when I heard her gasp, and she fell right back to her knees. "Don't look."
"Zach, what? Oh my God," she whispered, horrified as she covered her mouth, eyes wide. Did I do this?"
"We have to go," I insisted, not answering her.
"No, tell me. Did I do this?"
she demanded. I wanted to lie to her and say it was Bethany, but I couldn't get anything out. Nothing at all. She looked at me first, then her gaze took in the chamber and all the blood and gore surrounding us. If the masters wanted her broken, she was now. I feared there would be no getting her back, but staying here was not an option. I reached for her hand and attempted again to pull her to her feet.
Chapter 14. Briar.
"Shroud, we have to go,"
Zach said in my ear, tugging frantically on my hand. "No," I whispered, staring around at the carnage, numb. "I did this."
"Doesn't matter. We don't have time and we can't help them. We have to get out of here before the rest of them show up. Let's move."
I shook my head, a horrible animalistic shriek filling my ears, and I realized too late it came from me. I held my head, the past few days shattering within my skull. I couldn't figure out what was real or fake. So much had been an illusion to trick me, to get me here, to kill innocents and raise Xylon from his grave. Blood covered the ground, covered me and Zach. Not all ours, though. No, it came from those I killed, those I slaughtered. My head spun, and I refused to get up even as Zach yelled at me again. "Just leave me," I shouted, shoving him away from me. "I don't deserve to live."
"I am not leaving you down here. Either get up or I will carry your ass out of here, Shroud. Your choice."
I wanted to die. I was too dangerous to be around anyone else. I knew that before, but now, what had I done? I keeled over, shaking my head, muttering over and over under my breath. Everything since that first night when the masters took me was a mess. No, before that night even. "I killed Sam," I whispered, seeing the truth of what happened that day appear in my mind.
"We can discuss this later,"
Zach argued, and then he hefted me up over his shoulder, and we were moving. He took off through the maze of tunnels. I wasn't even sure how he knew the way out. I didn't really care either. He should have left me behind. Left me with the rest of the dead. As for Bethany, she was a damned necromancer. The bitch. I cursed her wherever she was, wishing she'd been amongst those I'd killed when I lost control. She was alive, and someone had murdered Morris while I was being tortured. I'd just found the only family I had left, and he was gone. Just like that, as if I'd never gotten the chance to meet him at all. Tears streamed down my cheeks, and I felt a bit more of my mind crack under the pressure and the reality I'd been living with without even knowing it. I went limp over Zach's shoulder, and he paused.
"Stay with me, Shroud,"
he muttered. "Dead. So many dead," I whispered, and my vision darkened. I heard voices all around us, yelling warnings, but Zach never slowed. How he had the strength to get us out of there, I'd never know, but he did. We were up the stairs and out into the dark of night before any of the others caught up with us. He ran, and when I protested, saying I could walk, he set me down, grabbed my hand, and we took off again. I followed him, focusing only on moving my feet and getting as far away from the Necromancers as we could. I still couldn't believe what they'd almost made me do, the damage I was about to bring upon this world, all because I hadn't been strong enough. Eventually, Zach slowed his pace, and we sank to the ground beside each other.
"Are you hurt?"
he asked, reaching over to cup my cheek. I pulled away, not wanting his touch. "I'm fine."
"Don't do this, please," he said, inching closer. "Do not turn in on yourself."
"Why shouldn't I? I killed her, Zach. I killed Sam and all those people down there. They were right. Mark and the others, they were all right about me," I rambled, shaking my head as the madness bubbled within me again. "I'm a killer. I'm a cold-blooded killer." He reached out and held my face firmly, forcing me to look into those blue eyes that held so much love for me, even after everything I'd done.
"Listen to me, Briar. You did not kill Sam, all right? They got into your head. They put you there. And this here, they drove you to this too. All of them. They tried to break you."
"No, not tried," I argued furiously. "They did, Zach. I'm broken."
"You're not."
"Yes, I am," I shouted, drawing away from him, grabbing my head. "Up here? It's a mess, and I can't think straight. I can't control my powers." A mad giggle slipped out, and I couldn't stop. "Don't you see? I'm not your Briar anymore. They killed her. They killed her, and all that's left is this mess." I kept laughing, unable to make myself stop, even as Zach reached for me again. My stomach lurched, and then I was falling, letting darkness take me. I was so damn tired of fighting, of the nightmares, so tired of everything. All I wanted was to disappear, and that was exactly what I was gonna do. Chapter 15. Zach.
I caught Briar right before she fell, not letting her smash her head on a rock. I smoothed her hair back from her face, but she didn't wake up. I wanted her to open her eyes so I could assure her everything was going to be fine. Not that she would believe my lies. Hell, I didn't believe them. What I'd seen her do, what happened down there. No one could ever know the truth. We couldn't stay in the woods, though. Either the Necromancers would find us, or the men the Masters sent after her would eventually catch up to us. Keeping Briar in my arms, I dug around in my pockets for the satellite phone and called Theon first, needing the location of the safe house. I'd check with my brothers afterward, so I could tell them where I was headed with Briar. It rang 4 times, and I worried he wouldn't pick up, until he finally came on the line. "Zachary?" "Yes, Master Theon, I'm here." "And Briar?" "I have her," I said, and hesitated. "What is it? What's wrong?" "More than I can say over the phone. But we're on the run. I need to get her somewhere safe, somewhere the others won't find her until I can figure out our next move." "How is she?" I glanced at Briar, her face scrunching in pain as she fidgeted. "Not good." "They broke her, Theon," I whispered, not believing what I was saying. "I'm going to need your help once I get her settled in." "I'll be there as soon as I can. Zachary, what happened?" "It's too long of a story, and it's far from good." Theon cursed quietly under his breath before he gave me directions to a safe house. It would take several days to reach it, but if we could get to the bike, I could drive us there a bit faster. Thank you. We'll set off once I call my brothers. You won't be able to get a hold of them, he said, anger in his voice. They're currently meeting with Bastille and Phillips. About what? What's going on now? Adam is missing, Theon stated. Say that again, I muttered. How could this get any worse? Adam is missing. We have no sign of where he went or who took him. Luke and Nick have been searching for the past few hours and turned up nothing. I was suddenly torn between getting Briar to safety and going back to Talent HQ to help them. As if reading my mind, Theon told me he already had strict orders from my brothers to stay as far away as I could until they contacted me in person. Why? They don't want you disappearing next. Get Briar to safety, and we'll be in touch. And Zach, as bad as it sounds, do not let her bring harm to herself. I won't, I promised, and hung up. Briar stirred for a moment, but didn't waken. I'd give anything to get inside her head to try to understand what she was going through. Except I didn't have that ability, and I was wasting time sitting out here with her. Carefully, I hoisted her into my arms and took off again into the night, willing her to stay strong, and one way or another, we'd find a way to fix this. We had to.
Chapter 16. Briar. I blinked furiously against the bright sunshine falling over my face. It wasn't warm, though. That should have worried me, but it didn't bother me at all. Brushing my bare feet over the soft grass, I decided falling in it would be a good idea. I didn't want to waste a perfect afternoon. Anyway, I was waiting for someone to join me. Waiting for Zach. He was supposed to be here with me. My fingers lazily moved through the grass at my side as fluffy white clouds rolled in overhead. It was so peaceful here, so quiet, almost perfect. If only Zach would appear, then this day would be complete. I thought he was running late and smiled at the notion I would finally have something to give him hell about, after the countless lectures I received from him since we'd been together. I shut my eyes, soaking in the sunlight, when footsteps approached. A shadow fell over my face, and I opened my eyes to find Bethany staring down at me. I grinned as she plopped down in the grass beside me. Enjoying yourself? I am. It's a perfect day, I explained. How could I not be enjoying this? She nodded, resting back on her elbows. Yeah, it is, she agreed. Dad should be here soon. It'd be nice to see him, too. It had been too long. We'd have everyone back together again. Briar, wake up! I flinched at the harsh voice in my head, then blinked. The sunny setting around me flickered for a moment like a screen on a TV going in and out. I frowned. What was that? What was what? Bethany asked with a smile. I craned my neck, studying her face as a weird shiver raced over my body. Her smile almost stretched too far, unnaturally so. I wanted to ask if she felt all right, but then I blinked again, and the setting shifted once more. The grass was burnt, and smoke rose around me in black plumes. The sunlight faded as dark clouds rolled in. Thunder rumbled around me. No, not thunder. I sat up straight, eyes narrowing as the wind whipped around me harshly, bringing with it a horrible stench of death. Burnt flesh. I jumped to my feet, whirling around, but then it was back to the sunny glade. This wasn't right. None of this was right. Why was I here? And as for Bethany, a voice in my head screamed at me to run. But run where? And why? Briar, Bethany asked, not getting up. What's the matter? Briar, wake up. Wake up. Come on, Shroud. You have to fight them. Come back to me. Open your damned eyes. I grabbed my head and staggered backward. Thoughts raced painfully around and around in my skull, slamming into each other. I winced as the pain grew worse, and the sunshine vanished completely. Bethany stood before me now, and her smile made me freeze. There was nothing friendly about it. She reached toward my face, and all I could do was watch in terror as the skin peeled back from her fingers until her hand was all bone. Fear was a vice on my chest, and I couldn't breathe. Her bony fingers trailed down my cheek, and then she gripped my chin. I cringed in pain. "You will not escape me for long, sister." Bethany leered at me. "His time is coming again, and you will be the one who brings him back. Our master." "No!" I tore myself from her grasp, tumbling to the ground. "You will do as I command." "Leave me alone." "Never." I screamed as images flashed through my mind. Me standing in Sam's doorway, my killing her, hearing her screams. So many others, so much blood. It covered my hands as I shook my head frantically, trying to wipe it away. But my hands were stained in it, dripping, bloodying the grass around my feet. "I told you one day you would be a killer," another voice whispered. I scrunched my eyes shut, curling into myself. "You're not here. You can't be," I whispered. "But I am, Briar Morris. I have such hope for you still. Such hope that you will see the truth." Another hand cupped my cheek. I was powerless to move. "Look at me," the one holding my face continued. "You know me. I can save you from all this madness." I knew exactly what I'd see if I opened my eyes. Blue eyes, cold blue eyes.
"Briar, you're stronger than this. Fight it."
Zach. That was his voice. Where was he? I wanted to open my eyes and look for him, but the terror of what I would see stopped me. I shook, wanting to disappear into nothing. I'd killed people. I'd given in and been used to murder innocents. I didn't deserve Zach. I didn't deserve anything, not even to live. "Kill me," I whispered on a breath.
"Damn it, open your eyes!"
"I can't fight anymore." My whole body went numb as Mark, the master who tricked me, cackled in delight. Bethany stood at his side, and together they made me relive that horrible moment over and over again, when I lost complete control, when I took so many lives because I'd been weak, too weak to stop myself. They taunted me, showed me the bodies of the dead, those killed by my hand. I wanted it all to stop, but it never would. A tidal wave of heat flashed over me, exploding outward as I threw my head back and screamed. All at once, the scenery changed again, and I was thrown into the nightmare I hadn't been able to shake, not even in my maddened state. The sunny glade turned into charred earth as the sky overhead turned red, and lightning flashed through the darkened thunderheads. Bethany and Mark were gone, and instead, I faced down an army of the undead. They closed in around me while I waited for the cloaked figure to appear. But he never came. Instead, more figures approached. Necromancers. One by one, the undead parted for the necromancers that dragged prisoners with them. The ground shook beneath my feet, and an altar appeared, rising out of the dead earth. I stood at its center, unable to leave. The necromancers ignored my cursing and yelling as they placed the prisoners on the altar, one by one chaining them down. It was going to happen all over again. I rammed my hands to my temples, willing it all to go away. "Your part in this is far from over, Briar," Bethany whispered, and I felt her bony touch against my cheek. "You will bring him back to us, no matter how hard we have to break you down." "I won't do it. I won't. I'll kill you first." She cackled, and her touch started to burn. The heat was nothing compared to what wanted to rampage through me. Why was I holding back? I took a deep breath and closed my eyes again, and this time when I opened them, Bethany flinched back in fear. The flames in my eyes were reflected in hers, and I grinned darkly. I grabbed her head with both hands, putting all the fire within me into that one touch. She screamed as her body burst into flames, and the nightmare shattered around me. "Briar!" Firm hands grabbed hold of my shoulders as the fire swirled around me, out of my control. "Briar, wake up!" That voice. I knew that voice. Fire poured off me in waves. I heard a curse nearby, but saw nothing but flames. Zack! Zack was here. And I didn't want to hurt him. Yelling with the strain, I forced a shield into being, surrounding me, and his grip disappeared from my shoulders.
No, don't you dare block me out,
he demanded roughly. But I wouldn't let my fire burn him. I pushed the shield out further as I drew in my fire, dragging it back into my body as quickly as I could, though it fought me every inch of the way. Through the flames, I made out Zack's figure. We were in a room, but I didn't recognize it. The flames died down slowly, and finally disappeared back into my hands. The shield faltered and collapsed, leaving me shaking violently. Zack rushed back to my side, smoothing my hair from my face as he frowned at me, worried. "Hey," I whispered, failing to form a smile. He kissed my forehead.
"Hey? Really?"
I shrugged, but stopped when it hurt. Everything hurt, actually. I tried to hide my grimace as I shifted on the bed, but a grunt of pain escaped me anyway.
"Stop moving," he ordered quietly.
"I'm fine."
"The hell you are."
His eyes warred with anger and fear as he watched me, as if waiting for me to lose control again.
"What do you remember?"
he asked, sounding like it was the last question in the world he wanted to speak aloud. I turned away from him, but he tilted my face right back.
"No, don't do that."
"Do what?"
"Turn away from me. We're in this together, all right? You are not going to face this alone."
Heat swelled within me. Everything about me was raw, like I'd been burned by my own fire. "I killed them, Zack," I mumbled. "Killed everyone down there. Killed Sam. You can't want to be with me, not now. I'm just a killer. A damned monster."
"I'm not going to tell you this again,"
he said sternly.
"You did nothing wrong."
"Yes, I did. Stop trying to act like I didn't," I yelled, tearing myself away from him. Unsteadily, I climbed out of bed, ready to run to get as far away from him as I could. My knees shook and then buckled as the room spun around me. Flashes of the nightmare, of the dead bodies around me, and I cried out. Mark's laughter sounded in my ears. And when Zack approached me, I lost sight of him and instead saw the bastard who forced his way into my mind with the help of Clarence, that other spirit summoner. I scrambled, screaming to get away, and pressed myself flat against the far wall. "Just stay away from me."
"Shroud,"
he said, but I shook my head, turning away from him. A voice in my head said it was Zack, but all I saw was Mark and those icy blue eyes. I rocked back and forth as Mark's laughter was joined with Bethany's. Needles poked and prodded my mind, and flames burst to life around me, no matter how hard I tried to stamp them out.
"Briar, listen to my voice,"
Zack said quietly but firmly.
"Listen to me."
"The voices," I whispered, "they're still here."
"No, they're not. It's just you and me, Briar. You and me. We're alone. You hear me? You are stronger than they are. You've always been stronger. Take a deep breath and center yourself."
Center myself. Right. I thought back to those very first days of meeting Zack, remembered what he told me to do. Picture myself in a calm, soothing environment. With every breath in, cackling in my skull lessened, and my body grew lighter. The hard floor beneath me disappeared, and I was sitting on a bed of soft moss as the gentle rushing sounds of a small waterfall echoed around me. Water rushed below my dangling feet, and I picked a white flower that was growing next to me. There was a presence there with me, and as I took another breath, Zack sat down to my right. I leaned against him, breathing him in as his arm draped around my shoulders.
"Better?"
he whispered. "Better," I agreed. "Can we stay here for a while?" I did not even care that this place technically wasn't real. Not at this moment, at least.
"We can stay here as long as you want."
"Promise?" He kissed the top of my head and I curled into his side, burying my face.
"Always. Rest, Shroud. I'm not going anywhere."
I held on to that white flower as I closed my eyes, and muscle by muscle my body relaxed. My fire raged within me, but stayed where it belonged. Soon I knew I would have to come face to face with what I'd done only 2 days ago. My heart sank, wishing Zach had been able to get a hold of Morris already. Of all the times I wanted my dad, it was now. He would be able to tell me how to get a handle on my fire, stop it from tearing through this house and hurting anyone else. When I woke up, I'd ask Zach about him. Ask if he could join us, wherever the hell we were. Chapter 17. Zach.
Briar's breathing evened out. At her feet, the last few sparks went out. I waited for a few more beats, then I carefully picked her up off the floor and carried her back to the bed. She flinched, and I stilled, waiting for another outburst, but then she settled back down. Once she was tucked in, I kissed her forehead, letting my lips linger, then turned around and walked out of the room. I pulled the door closed behind me, sinking down to the floor, with my back against it. Holding my face, I glared at the floorboards of this rickety safe house, wondering how much more this place could take before Briar burned it to the ground. 8 days. That's how long we'd been hiding out here. 8 days of watching Briar be tormented by whatever the Masters and her damned sister did to her. 8 days of fighting not to give in to the fear that I'd already lost her. The only other person I'd spoken to was Theon. Luke and Nick had dropped off the grid in search of Adam, which meant that at the moment, I was on my own. Theon was supposed to be joining us eventually, but he'd been held up several times now, dealing with Mark and what he'd tried to do to Briar. I ground my teeth, wishing that bastard were here so I could beat the shit out of him for hurting her like this. He hadn't just physically tortured her. Oh no, he had to get inside her head and try to tear her apart. She was hardly coherent, and when I did manage to get through her nightmares and whatever other hellish images she was seeing, there wasn't any time to really talk to her or let her know what had happened since I pulled her out of those damned tunnels. From the way she acted, I could tell she didn't realize any time had passed since we escaped the Necromancers and came here. For her, it was the next day. Always the next day. I was failing her the longer she spent in this maddened state. Hell, sometimes I wasn't even sure if I was talking to Briar. She would stare at me, and her eyes, they were filled with a hatred that did not belong in her. Her fire hadn't burned me yet, but it was only a matter of time. That maniacal laughter slipped free too, sometimes, and it terrified me more than the fire, hearing such malice coming from someone I love. Muttering sounds came through the door, and I was on my feet a second later, cracking it open. Briar's head thrashed from side to side on the pillow as she mumbled in her sleep. I took her hand, sitting on the edge of the bed next to her. Her skin was feverish, and sweat dotted her brow. I called her name softly, and she calmed down again. Exhausted and worried to leave her side since she was only getting worse, I planted myself beside her, drawing her close, and shut my eyes. I'd hardly slept at all, and didn't expect to this time either, yet I found myself drifting away in dreams. We were back at the apartment in Silent Heights, sitting on the balcony at night. The stars were shining brightly, and there was a full moon. Neither one of us said anything. We didn't have to. I held Briar securely in my arms, and though I knew this was a dream, I wished we could go back to more nights like this.
"It won't last,"
she whispered suddenly in my arms. What won't?
"This. It's all gonna burn, and Xylon, he's gonna come back."
Her voice was dull and emotionless. I shifted so I could see her face. Her eyes were glazed over, her fire diminished within their depths. What are you saying? We'll stop them? We have to.
"No, we won't. They want me, Zach, and they'll have me one way or another."
"I won't let them," I argued. Briar's lips curled in a wicked grin as her whole body caught fire, burning me. I tried to get away, but she grabbed hold of me, crushing me to her as she laughed.
"You won't have a choice."
I pushed against her, working to draw on spirit, but it was like I wasn't a summoner at all. I yelled as the flames engulfed me and the apartment. I looked out over the railing into the night. The entire town caught fire. Screams filled the air, and all I could do was stand there and watch as they burned. "Zachary," a voice whispered as a hand fell heavily on my shoulder. I jumped, my eyes shooting open, expecting to see flames. Instead, Theon looked down at me, eyes filled with concern. I glanced beside me, worried I'd woken Briar, but she was passed out still. Slowly I moved and followed Theon from the bedroom, shutting the door firmly. Neither of us said a word until we were safely downstairs, away from Briar's room. Theon motioned to the kitchen, and I saw the bags of takeout and coffee. I went for the paper cup first and took a long gulp, burning the roof of my mouth as I dropped into a seat. "You look terrible," Theon commented. "No better?" "No," I muttered, running my hand through my hair, wishing I had good news. "She's getting worse, much worse. I thought I had a breakthrough last night, but then today she forgot who I was again, saw me as that bastard Mark. Every time she looked at me with fear in her eyes, looked at me as if I was going to hurt her, it tore me apart. I had to find a way to get to her, help her move past what they did to her mind. No matter how hard I tried, I had no way inside her thoughts, no way to talk her back to reality."
"Does she know about Morris?"
Theon asked quietly, his gaze wandering toward the stairs. "I told her, but I'm not sure how much she retains each time we talk. She might not think it's real, might believe it's another trick."
"Time, Zachary. We just need time."
"How much?" I yelled, shooting up from my chair to stalk around the kitchen. "A month? 6? A year?" I ranted, unable to get a rein on my anger. "Not anymore. I don't know how to help her. I'm failing, Theon, failing to bring her back to herself." I shook my head fiercely, glaring out the window into the woods that surrounded this safe house. "I'm losing her," I whispered. "Every day I feel her slipping further and further away from me." I hadn't said the words out loud since bringing Briar here, but it was the truth. Every time I thought I had her with me again, the moment would disappear, and we'd be taking 2 steps back. She was unstable, mentally and physically. The longer she was in this messed-up state, the more I worried about her sanity ever coming back.
"You have to have faith in her,"
Theon said firmly.
"We all do."
"What do you mean?" I asked slowly as I turned back around.
"If she is the key to bringing Xylon back, then we have to hope that she will continue to resist the darkness," he explained. "And if somehow they do bring their master back—" He trailed off quietly, giving his head a hard shake. "If he comes back, then what?" I asked through gritted teeth, already sensing what he was getting at, though I didn't want to believe it, not one damned word of it. But Theon said nothing and started opening the takeout, setting out plates and plasticware. "Theon, tell me," I snapped, prowling toward him. "What are you saying to me? What?" He set the boxes down hard and sighed heavily as if about to say something. The floor creaked behind us. We both whirled around to find Briar standing in the doorway. Had she overheard us? Her eyes seemed clear, and there was no fire burning in them. She leaned against the frame, her gaze going from Theon to me and back again. "So," she finally said in the silence that had fallen, "something you need to tell me about?" "How are you feeling?" I asked instead. "Like hell," she replied with a bitter laugh. "But conscious. No voices right now." "Good." I went to her. And as I hesitated to wrap my arms around her, she flung herself at me, and I held her close, kissing the top of her head. We stayed like that, locked together in each other's arms, until the shuffling of Theon around the kitchen pulled us apart. "You hungry? You haven't really eaten much since we got here." "Yeah, sure. Eating's important." She sat down at the table, and I passed her a container of chicken fried rice. She dumped a bit on her plate, but only moved the food around. Didn't eat anything. "What were you yelling about?" "Sorry, didn't mean to wake you up," I said. She set her fork down and pushed her plate away. "You have to eat, Shroud." "And I will, after you tell me what's been going on. How bad is it?" I picked at my rice for a few seconds before I sighed and shoved my plate aside too. "How much do you remember me telling you these past few days?" Not much, and from the looks on both your faces, there's a shit ton I need to be caught up on, so go ahead. Get it over with.
I cleared my throat, ready to give her the latest rundown, sensing she was doing better. Perhaps better than I assumed. But Theon rested his hand on my arm suddenly, and I clamped my mouth shut at the power pulsing off him. What is it? I was worried the house was about to be attacked, that we'd finally been found by either the Masters or the Necromancers. But he wasn't looking toward the front door. Instead, his gaze was narrowed on Briar's face. He was confusing me. Theon?
Briar, look at me, he said firmly.
I glanced at her. Theon, she's fine. She's finally awake.
Is she? He challenged. There's nothing in her eyes, Zachary. Nothing except a stranger staring back at me.
I didn't want to believe it, but Briar's lips curled up into a sly grin that did not match her at all.
Now, Master Theon, you just had to go and ruin my game, didn't you?
Her mouth moved, but the voice that came out was deep, rough, tainted by dark magic.
Sorry to impose on dinner, boys, but I'll be taking Briar with me now.
She stood. The hell you will, I snapped. Get out of her head.
Why? You going to stop me? Please, you're nothing compared to those in my command, the voice uttered. Nothing. He will return, and you would do well to join him, lest he kill you both.
Briar backed away from the table, Theon and I following closely. If whoever this was inside her head saw outside the window, identified any landmarks, they'd know where we were. And this would no longer be our safe haven. I started to pull on my spirit, but then a flicker of fire burst to life in Briar's eyes. Her body stilled, and she froze, not even breathing. Shroud? Her head tilted, and she cringed, her arms jerking as if she was fighting back.
Come on, Shroud, I whispered. Get them out of your head. Don't let them control you.
Theon was working his way around her, trying to create a trap she would walk into, but Briar spun around on him and thrust her hand out. With a yelp of pain, Theon flew backward, through a wall, crashing into the living room. Stunned at her having enough power to do that to a master, I had no time to brace. She whirled around and aimed that hand at me. Suddenly, the fire burned brighter in her eyes, and she screamed, falling to the floor.
Zach, I can't. Just go.
Her voice resounded in my head. I'm not leaving you. Fight back.
She won't win,
the rough voice snarled, but Briar clutched at her skull, shaking her head, hunched over on the floor. Yes, she will.
Shroud.
I kneeled in front of her. Briar, look at me, I ordered. Remember what I told you. Remember how strong you are. You can fight them. You're strong, fierce, determined. Remember your center. Unbreakable wall, Briar. That's you. Tears of fire streamed down her cheeks as she threw her head back.
He's too powerful. They're all too strong. I'm tired. So tired, Zach. I can't make them stop.
Yes, you can. I believe in you, all right? I do.
Zach.
Shroud? But her voice had gone silent in my head. Fire burst from her eyes, her hands, surrounding her. The heat intensified and pushed me back, even as I tried to stay close. A flame lashed out, burning through my shirt, and the stink of singed flesh reached my nose. I felt for the wound, but kept my gaze locked on Briar. Her breaths turned ragged, and so rapid I expected her to pass out. But then she threw her arms to the side, and her shriek was accompanied by an explosion of fire that sent me flying across the kitchen. I tipped the table, using it as a shield, hunkered down, waiting for the flames to die down as the house became eerily silent. A muffled thud had me poking my head around the table, and then I was crawling to Briar's side. Briar? I held her in my lap, her skin feverish. The house, however, was not so lucky. The walls smoked, blackened by the fire that rampaged through the rooms. Theon?
I'm here, Zachary, he replied and appeared in the kitchen a second later. The presence is gone.
Who was it? I asked, giving Briar a subtle shake to try to wake her up, but she was limp in my arms. Bethany? Or Dijon. I'm not certain. Let's get her back upstairs. Then you and I are going to have a long talk about what you're not telling me, I warned. I'm tired of being kept in the dark. Whatever you know, I want to know. Got it? Or I'm taking her somewhere else, and you won't ever see us again. Zachary, he started, but I glared at him until he sighed. All right, I will tell you what you want to know. I told him I would get her tucked back in bed again, and he began cleaning up the mess left behind by this close call. Upstairs, I laid Briar down and began the long process of placing protective wards on the window, the walls, the floors, any entrance someone's power could possibly try to penetrate. The one that I placed on the door would alert me if it opened, so she couldn't sneak up on us like that again. I'd just finished the last touches and was about to head downstairs when her voice brushed across my mind. Zach. Slowly I turned to find her eyes opened. Shroud? She pushed herself up, but her arms gave out, and she fell back to the bed as I reached her and took her hand. What happened? I sucked in a breath, ready to tell her, but her eyes were fluttering as if she couldn't keep them open. Get some rest, Briar. I'll tell you later. I held her hand as her eyes closed again, and this time they didn't open. Her breathing evened out, and I tried once again to get inside her head. Why couldn't I astral project instead of reading auras, a power that was useless at the moment? As I walked back downstairs, I debated trying to get hold of Luke or Nick again. Theon said they were off the grid, but that didn't mean they wouldn't answer if they saw me calling a few 100 times. Whatever Theon was going to tell me, I wondered if they knew about it too. Bearing those thoughts, I entered the kitchen to find Theon with a few beers sitting on the table. He slid one toward me, nodding for me to have a seat. That bad, huh? I asked, trying and failing miserably to keep my tone light. I'm afraid to say yes, it is. I needed more than just a beer to get through this conversation with Theon. Hours ticked by as he told me all he knew about Xylon and the ritual to bring the bastard back to life. None of it was good, but even worse was the notion that the Necromancers believed Briar was the key. Every Necromancer was a spirit summoner, but Briar was the strongest anyone had seen in decades. It was pretty clear on his face he believed she could be more powerful than he was if she kept up her training. That, and she was a hybrid. From what my brothers had been able to decipher from the text back at HQ, Briar had been foreseen by Xylon centuries before as the one who would raise him from the dead should he fall. Theon also believed if Xylon did come, then she might be the only one who could kill him. It was a bunch of bullshit in my opinion, but if they believed it, they would keep coming after Briar. She was their savior, or at least her power was. And if she refused, then they would kill her and be done with it. This ritual, then, what will it do to her? Theon sipped his beer as he rested back in his chair. Some days it was still weird to see him in casual clothes instead of his usual robes. He looked like any normal guy, minus the beard, of course. That made him look like a biker. Theon, be honest with me, I urged when he took too long to answer. If she's strong enough, she'll live. But in the state she's in now, it will most likely kill her. My jaw clenched painfully as I gripped my beer bottle. They can't get her. No, they can't. Which is why you need to find a way to reach her and bring her back from the brink of insanity. The weaker her mind stays, the easier it will be for them to get inside her head, use her against you, against all of us. He leaned over the table as he whispered firmly, and we need her, Zach. We need her to stop them all if we're to win this war. How is she supposed to stop them all? By doing what, killing them? I shook my head furiously. You just want to use her as a damned weapon, just like they did. Zachary, no, don't you dare sit there and try to plead your case. I cut him off. You're doing exactly what the other masters did. You're just being nice about it. They were wrong in their methods, it's true, but she is powerful. She can put an end to all of this before it gets out of hand. Please, you must understand. I don't want her to have any more blood on her hands. But we need her. You touch her. You lay one finger on her, and I'll kill you myself, I snarled. I won't have her used as a weapon. Find someone else."
"There is no one else,"
he snapped, getting to his feet too. The air in the house grew heavy as both our powers pulsed with our emotions.
"She is the key to all of this. I didn't make that choice. Destiny did. And Briar can't hide away forever."
"Get out," I seethed.
"What?"
"I said get out. I don't want you here. Not now. I need your help to bring her back to me, but if all you care about is turning her into a killing machine, just get out." I crossed my arms and waited to see what he'd do. Could I take him? In a normal state? Probably not. But right now, pissed off and doing everything I could to protect Briar, I would make him hurt. I knew that much at least. And from the way he backed off, so did he. Theon was getting old, and even Masters weakened with age.
"I will return in a couple of days, then."
I said nothing, but waited for him to get going. He exited the kitchen, and when the front door slammed shut behind him, I fell into the nearest chair, all the strength gone from me. I'd trusted Theon. We all did. Maybe we'd been wrong to do so. A voice in my head said to go to Briar, but if she was resting peacefully, waking her up was the last thing I wanted to do, so I stayed in the kitchen, drinking the rest of my beer, contemplating how to get us out of this mess. We could keep running, but eventually someone would catch up with us. The Masters had the power of the military behind them, for the most part. Theon hadn't been able to get them to call off the search for Briar. After she'd attacked Mark, she was deemed dangerous and gave them the reason they needed to hold her for as long as they wanted. If Mark got his hands on her again. The beer bottle shattered in my hand. Rivulets of blood slipped from the cuts on my fingers and palm. The world was falling apart around me, and I couldn't do a thing to stop it. I was picking shards of glass from my hand and washing off the blood, when Briar's voice reached out to me. I stilled, shutting my eyes to listen. She whispered my name again, sounding as if she was lost in dreams, until her quiet call turned into a scream that had me gripping the counter and grimacing at the pain reverberating in my head. "Briar!" I tried to call back, but I couldn't get the word out loud enough. Praying I hadn't sent Theon away at the wrong time, I sprinted upstairs and into her room to find her thrashing around on the bed. There was no fire, yet, and I hurried to her side, resting my hand on her forehead. "Briar, it's just a dream," I whispered. "Just a dream. Calm down. You're safe. I'm right here with you." I leaned forward, meaning to rest my head against hers, give her as much comfort as I could. But as soon as I made contact, she reached out to me, and I was lost in my own head. Briar was there with me, and we were at the waterfall again, standing across from one another. "Shroud?" I asked as I glanced around, not sure how this was possible.
"Zach? What? Are we inside your head?"
she asked, confused. "Think so. Were you dreaming?" I reached out to her, and when my hand touched hers, I drew her right into my arms, holding her tight as she squeezed me back. "I came up to check on you."
"I think I know that. What happened before? Theon, he was here, right?"
"He was, but he had to leave. Don't worry about any of that right now. You're supposed to be resting, letting yourself heal." She shook her head.
"No, I did something. Was there an explosion? Did I hurt you?"
"No, we're both fine," I lied, wondering how long I'd be able to hide the burn on my ribcage.
"There was a voice in my head. It was telling me what to do, and I couldn't get rid of it," she rambled. "I couldn't tell who it was, but it wanted me to leave you. It was trying to take me somewhere. Damn it, why can't I remember?"
"Stop. All you're going to do is make it worse," I said sternly. "You need to keep yourself calm. Try to ignore the voices." But she was pulling away from me, rubbing her temples as if they were still assaulting her mind.
"I can't. There are too many. They just keep talking and screaming at me. I can't make them stop. I keep seeing it all over and over again," she gasped, falling to her knees, hunched over. I went to her, but she held up her hand, forcing me to stay back with her spirit summoning. "No, I don't want to hurt you."
"You won't. Do not shut me out. Let me help you." She held her head harder, screaming.
"No, you can't trust me right now. They're here with me all the time. I don't know what's real. Not anymore."
I can show you. Don't block me out. Don't do it. Briar! I pushed harder to get to her, but her spirit was too strong. Her body shimmered, and I realized she was going to disappear back into her head to face those demons alone. Briar, look at me, damn it!
You have to stay away from me, she whispered harshly. Stay away!
She screamed the last words, and her spirit tried to throw me away from her, but I dug my feet in, and with a yell, broke through the wall and grabbed hold of her shoulder just as she shimmered out of view. I had a brief flash of the bedroom before I was dragged right into the madness and the nightmare that had become Briar's mind. My stomach threatened to rebel as my vision blurred, and I staggered forward a few steps. I reached out, expecting to grab hold of Briar's shoulder again, but all my hand met was air. Where do you think you're going, huh? I frowned at the unfamiliar angry voice as the scene finally came into focus. What? It couldn't be this place, but as I spun slowly around, and each horrifying detail cleared up around me, my heart plummeted. This was what she was seeing? How? This was my nightmare, the one where she reached out to me before, but I hadn't realized she saw the exact same thing. Shroud? You will join me or watch your world burn, the same voice yelled furiously, and I spotted the black-clad figure I'd seen far too many nights to count. And facing him down alone was Briar. Shroud! I yelled. But when I went to move, my feet were stuck. No, Briar! Snap out of it! It's not real! Wake up! You have to wake yourself up! But she made no indication she'd heard me.
I won't. I'll die first.
Will you now? That would be a waste of such potential. The figure sighed. No, my dear Briar. There is much left for you to do. So many lives to take.
I'm not a killer. I'm nothing like you.
Liar. Briar flinched at the tone of his voice.
What did you say?
You are a liar. You have killed quite a few people, many of them innocent. Do you deny it?
Don't listen to him,
I shouted, straining to pull myself free of whatever dark magic kept me from Briar. No matter what I did, though, I remained stuck. Damn it! Come on, you bastard! At my outburst, the figure turned to face me as if he could see me, even though Briar couldn't. This couldn't all just be in her head then, could it? His eyes flared red beneath his hood, but there was no way to make out his face, no way to tell who the hell he was, or why he was tormenting Briar, and now me. You wish to see them again, your poor victims? Briar backed away farther, but then it was like a wall appeared behind her, and she couldn't take another step. I willed her not to look, to wake up and get us both out of her head. I shut my eyes, mentally yelling to get free of this and take her with me. Whatever hold was on her mind, whatever insanity Bethany and Mark and whoever else caused, was too deeply embedded. The man snapped his fingers, and we weren't standing on the burnt lawns of Academy anymore. No, we were back in a chamber I never wished to see again, and prayed Briar would find a way to forget. Please, she whispered, though the cloaked man was gone. All around her were the bodies of those she killed in our escape from her sister's clutches. This time I could move my feet, and I rushed to stand beside her, but never made it. Something threw me backward, and I landed with a grunt on the hard stones. The body beside me was missing its head, and I pushed up, ready to take on whoever it was, only to find that it was Bethany. She leered at me, eyes flaring to life with spirit, tainted by the necromancy she used.
She is mine, Bethany hissed. She will never return to you. That is not her destiny.
I cursed and charged toward her. In a blink I was lying on my back, chained to one of the stone altars. Briar and Bethany stood over me, the first holding a dagger in her hand. I tugged on the chains, but they held fast. Briar, you need to get out of here, I pleaded, continuing to fight.
Do it, Bethany whispered in her ear. This is what you were meant for. To bring back our master. To be the bringer of the end, starting with him. Do it.
Whispers echoed Bethany's words, and more shadows filled the room, cloaked necromancers chanting over and over again. Briar's hand shook, as did the dagger in her grasp. Her gaze latched onto mine. There was a hint of recognition there before she screamed and whirled around, plunging the dagger into her sister's chest. The chanting stopped, but Bethany remained standing, staring at the dagger protruding from her chest.
"That's it? You truly think this will kill me?"
Cackling, Bethany yanked the blade free and held it high.
"Where's your true power, sister? Use it. Kill him. Kill them all."
The air grew heavy around us, then sucked in around Briar as she screamed. Fire burned at her hands and within the depths of her eyes. One by one, those around the room fell, killed just as she'd killed them before. Bethany's laughter grew louder and louder until I was wincing in pain, trying to get away from the noise. Silence. Complete silence. I was on my feet again, too. The walls were white, and there was a single chair in the room. A whimper met my ears, and my chest tightened as I approached, waiting for someone to attack. As far as I could tell, I was alone. I cursed when I came around the chair and saw Briar held in place with warded chains. Her head hung, and she was whispering under her breath, her voice broken and filled with pain. I worked at the chains, but they had no give. I cupped Briar's face instead, lifting her head so she could look into my eyes and see that I at least was real. Behind me, a door slammed open, and she flinched, flailing to get away from me, curling up as small as she could in the chair. "Have you changed your mind?" That voice. I whipped around to find Master Mark as well as the other two masters, and another man I didn't recognize step into the room. Briar said nothing. Mark sighed, snapping his fingers. "Very well, then. Remember, you brought this on yourself." I threw myself at Mark, but passed right through him. All I could do was watch as the unknown man sat down across from Briar. His eyes closed, and a few seconds later, Briar was screaming until she was hoarse. I yelled at her to open her eyes, to break the connection to this memory, but she was too damaged to hear me. I sank to my knees, helpless and hating myself for it. The man pulled back his assault, and Briar collapsed in the chair as Mark approached. He grabbed her chin in his hand, and my hands curled into fists, wanting nothing more than to kill him at that moment. "Just a few words would end this," Mark whispered to her, his lips against her ear. "Just a few words that you know I want to hear." Briar pulled back, but Mark only grabbed her chin harder, making her wince. "Be with me, Briar, and I promise you, I will turn you into one of the greatest summoners alive. Forget your father. Forget Zach. All you need is me. Say yes, and all this pain stops. All of it." She lifted her head, and I held my breath, not sure what she was going to say. She spat in his face. He backhanded her, and I was on my feet again, not caring I'd fall right through him. I was nearly there when a hand grabbed hold of my shoulder, and I was thrown backward, hitting a solid surface with a grunt. "Zach, what the hell is he doing? Zach, wake up!" Someone was tapping my cheeks, hard. I muttered, my eyes flickering open. "Luke?" "Right here, man," he confirmed. "Nick's here too. Come on." He hoisted me to my feet, and I shook out my head, glancing back at Briar. She looked peaceful, but now I knew how much of a lie her out-of-appearance was compared to the chaos happening inside her head. "Zach?" Luke reached for me. I moved past him to the bed, but my legs gave out halfway there, and I was surrounded by darkness.
Chapter 18. Zach.
"We have movement," Nick said from somewhere nearby. "Zach?" When did you two get here? What happened?" I mumbled, holding my head. "Why does it feel like I was hit by a truck?" I thought back and vaguely remembered what before I'd passed out. What had I been doing? Where was I? Briar. I'd been inside her mind with her, seeing what she saw. I sat up too fast, ready to go back to her side, but Nick shoved my shoulders back down, a stern look on his face. Briar's fine for now. You need to rest, he ordered. I'm good. And that right there is what we call a load of horse shit. When was the last time you actually slept or ate something? You think she wants you walking around half dead? I grunted in annoyance, but he refused to let me up. I want to see her. Not until you tell me what we walked in on. I grimaced as my head throbbed again, cursing at all I'd seen while trapped in Briar's nightmares. She was inside my head, I murmured, but she's trying to pull away from me, worried she's going to hurt me. She's closing herself off, so I followed her back into her mind. You did what? Nick muttered. How? No idea, but I did. And what I saw, it's not hard to understand why she's confused. I finally sighed. Everything is a mix of nightmare and memory, and she can't get free of it. I don't even think she realized I was in there with her, the real me. You realize how dangerous that was? Yeah, I do, but I can't sit around and do nothing while she's suffering. I can't. Zach. I shook my head and pushed him out of the way as I climbed to my feet. Don't, all right? Just don't. I held my face in my hands, remembering every detail of what I saw in Briar's head vividly, including Mark torturing her. He was trying to trick her into joining him, Nick, trying to get her to be with him. He was torturing her. If I see him again, I'm going to kill him. Who? Mark, I spat. That rotten bastard. You can't go around killing masters, he reminded me. And anyway, Theon and Kira are well into an investigation of what happened between Mark and Briar. He won't let that man get away with it. I nodded, but paused and looked at him. Wait, why are you guys here? Adam, did you find him? I asked, hating how I just now thought to ask him about our missing brother. Nick's face told me whatever news they had wasn't good. Let's grab some food, and we'll talk about it after you've eaten something. I'm going to check on Briar. He nodded and said he'd meet me downstairs. Getting up was challenging, but I managed. Using the wall for support, I walked out of my room and down the hall to Briar's. My wards were holding, and when I opened the door, I found her asleep. It killed me to know she was probably in pain, but short of waking her up and possibly making it worse, my best option was to leave her be. This was a fight she had to win on her own. I'd seen that from inside her head. She had to push back. I'd give her what strength I could offer, but if she didn't let me in, this was on her. I feared she saw herself as weak and would only grow weaker the longer she let these visions take root in her mind. I was halfway into her room when her voice whispered through my mind, but what she said I couldn't make out. Right here, Briar, I whispered. Always right here. Zach. I waited, but there was nothing else said. I closed the door again and headed downstairs to talk to my brothers. When I entered the kitchen, they were putting fresh bags of takeout on the table and talking quietly. I could have sworn I heard the name Mark mentioned once or twice, and made sure I stepped on the creaking floorboards long enough to alert them I was there. Yeah, we hear you, Luke muttered without glancing up. Sit down and eat. You're going to tell me what's going on back at HQ? Or with Adam? I asked, not sitting down until he glared at me. The threat to tie me to the damned chair was there, so I gave in and sat down, taking the plate loaded with food he handed me. So? But neither of them said a damned word. They sat and started to eat. I grunted about them treating me like a kid, but dug into my dish, and before long it was empty. When was the last time I sat down and ate a full meal that didn't mostly consist of beer? I pushed my plate away and ignored the knowing looks Nick and Luke gave me as I nursed a beer Luke held out for me. There, I ate. Tell me what's been going on outside of this house. We've been investigating a few of those altar locations again, Nick told me. Found more tunnels beneath, huge networks, too much for just two people to try to explore on their own. Any more necromancers? Ghouls? A few, but we've been avoiding them as much as possible. The last thing we want them to know is we found more of their hideouts, other than the one you found. And Briar, I added. The place I tracked her to was a damned underground fortress. Which is why we've stopped looking for Adam until we can get more muscle behind us. Nick drained his half beer, setting the bottle down hard as he glared across the kitchen. Politics. It always comes down to damn politics. But, Luke chimed in, we are swaying two generals to our side. Who? Bastille and Phillips. Both were on Briar's side during her trial, and they were the ones as pissed off as Theon was when they discovered that Mark and the other masters had been trying to use her as a weapon, Luke said. They believe she's innocent. I had a hard time swallowing, realizing from his tone Theon must not have revealed everything I told him about Briar and what I found out after I saved her. Or, well, when she saved us. Briar's not innocent, I whispered, glancing behind me, worried she would show up. What do you mean? Nick asked, confused. She wouldn't kill Sam. She wouldn't, but she did. Bethany, the others, they got inside her head, manipulated her. She killed Sam just like she killed the one in the underground fortress, and I don't even know how many others. Now the food sat heavy in my stomach, and the beer tasted sour. Why do you think she's in torment right now? Why she can't get a hold of her own mind? No wonder she's not doing well. Luke patted my shoulder. We didn't know. I swore Theon would have told you. Haven't talked to the man since right after you left, Luke admitted. Been underground, not able to get messages easily or send them. And he's got his hands full right now with carrying out the investigation. He came to check on me yesterday, I guess it was, I said, realizing night had fallen at some point and morning couldn't be too far away. And if anyone else learns the truth, they'll lock Briar away from murder once they realize she's not dead. Not true. If we can bring in these necromancers, her sister, for instance, then we can prove Briar didn't kill Sam. I held my hand up suddenly, sensing the ward on Briar's door had been breached. I shifted around, but heard another door close upstairs. Then the sound of water running. She was in the bathroom. Like I said, Luke lowered his voice, if we can get our hands on her sister, then we have a chance. What about Ivan and Dresden? Have they given anything up yet? I asked, figuring it was a long shot. Not that we're aware of, but haven't been to HQ yet, getting updates from a few trusted sources. Hunter is one of them, Nick replied. We planned on heading there next, after we saw how your and Briar's situation was going. But like I said, Bethany Morris right now is the key. If we get her, then... No, Briar said. The three of us whirled around, startled to see her leaning in the doorway. I hadn't even realized she turned the water off. I rushed to hold her up when she faltered, expecting to see someone else in control of her. But this was all Briar. She shook her head. No, you can't go after her. We just got away from her. She's too powerful. She'll kill you. Why are you up? I helped her to a chair as Luke fetched a glass of water. Heard you guys talking. When did you two get here? A few hours ago, Nick said, but he was eyeing Briar with an odd look. Came to update Zach. On the assholes who were torturing me? How is Mark? She asked stiffly, glancing over her shoulder as if fearing the bastard would appear. Nick and Luke both looked at me now, and I bit the inside of my cheek. Briar hadn't been coherent enough to grasp everything since I pulled her from the tunnels. As far as I knew, she had no idea her dad was dead, or what happened back at HQ after she left. I had no way to know if she remembered how she escaped, either. She mumbled curses under her breath and leaned back into me. I winced and hoped she didn't notice. No such luck. She frowned. What's wrong? It's nothing. Bullshit. Are you hurt? She reached for my shirt. I caught her hands. Really, I'm fine. You hungry? She nodded, and I rose to grab her some food. I didn't hear her sneak up behind me until she yanked my shirt up. I worked to get away from her, but again, no luck. What is that? Scratch, I lied, from our escape. 8 days ago? Luke muttered worriedly. I glowered at him over Briar's head. His eyes widened, and then he cringed in apology. 8 days? Briar whispered, blinking rapidly. Did he say 8 days? Technically 9 now, I murmured under my breath, and she backed away until I caught her hands. Take a breath before you pass out. 9 days. What's happened since then? Where are we? Why don't I remember anything? I guided her back to the table, but she planted her feet. What are you doing? I asked her. 9 days, and you still have a wound? Let me see it. She fumbled with the bandaging, pulled it back, and sucked in a breath, staggering away from me. That's a burn mark, isn't it? I covered the wound back up, but Nick and Luke got an eyeful of it too. Doesn't matter. Yeah, it does, she argued. I did that to you. When? Fire burst to life in the depths of her eyes as she shook, not letting me near her now. Shroud, you need to sit down and just breathe. Everything's going to be fine.
How? I know what I did,
she yelled, and the fire spread to her fingertips.
I killed so many people. And what about Bethany? You want to find her? Bring her in? You can't, understand? You can't. She's too dangerous. You'll get hurt or worse.
Her gaze flickered back to my wound, and she paled.
I'm so sorry.
She turned and made for the door. I reached out and caught her arm, but she tore herself free, sprinting for the stairs. I chased after her, reaching her bedroom as the door slammed shut, and she flipped the lock on the other side. I banged on it, but she yelled at me to go away. No, not gonna happen. Open up.
Why? I know what I did,
she yelled. You saved us. You did what you had to do to get us out of there.
To go where? Where are we, huh? This doesn't look like HQ to me, which means we're what, on the run?
The door flew open and she glared at me, fire raging in her eyes.
What is this place?
I ground my teeth, but lying to her wouldn't get me anywhere. Safe house, set up by Theon.
Where does everyone else think I am? Or you?
They're under the impression you're dead, I explained quickly, and as far as the masters are concerned, you're missing, somewhere out in the wilderness. Only a few know you've been found. We have to keep you safe until Theon takes care of the other masters. She crossed her arms but made no move to close the door.
Dead? Is that what they told everyone?
Yes, to cover up what they are doing.
And what is he going to tell them? A lie?
Mark and the others had no right to hold you as they did, I muttered roughly. Fire burst alive around Briar's feet, and she cursed, stomping it out. It was my fault. I shouldn't have said the name, but it slipped out.
No, but I did kill Sam, she muttered. They won't let me get away with that.
Unless we prove it wasn't you. There's hope. You just need to see it.
Hard to do that when I can't even think straight.
She backed away from me again, and the clarity that filled her gaze moments before was now slipping further and further away.
9 days. Wait, how did I even get out of HQ?
Steps sounded behind me, and I spotted Luke and Nick. I assumed they were there as backup in case Briar lost control completely. What's the last thing you remember about being at HQ? The last thing you remember me telling you? With her back to me, she took a few deep breaths, her head twitching every so often, as if she was trying to get away from whatever voices were still within her.
I was in that room, chained to a chair, she whispered. And Clarence, he was there.
Clarence? Luke asked sharply.
Yeah, he was the one helping Mark get inside my head.
She shuddered, but when I approached her, she moved away from me again. I let my hand fall, clenching my jaw, but forced myself to ask, "How did you escape?" She whispered, talking to herself, but then she whirled around, eyes searching for someone else.
Morris, where is he? He got me out. We attacked Mark and the others, and then we got out. Why isn't he here? He should be here.
Shit. Briar. I took a deep breath. Morris.
He what?
She demanded when I couldn't finish the thought.
Zach, tell me.
He was murdered, I told her, while you were in Mark's custody. She took a half step back, shaking her head.
No, I saw him. Then he wasn't... He's dead? Who killed him? Who?
We don't know, but the Morris who helped you escape was sent by Bethany. It was another abomination, I explained. I'm sorry, Briar, but he's gone. The masters, they tried to play off that you were dead, faked a body. Everyone believes you're dead, but the masters are still after you.
And Bethany,
she whispered, and the sound of defeat in her words killed me.
Why can't they all just leave me alone?
Theon and Kira are forming a case against Mark as we speak, I said, hoping that would give her some hope. And Nick and Luke have word that 2 generals are coming to see our side of things. There's a chance they'll be going after the Necromancers soon enough, and hopefully find Adam in the process. Briar's head shot up. Your brother's missing? I mentally smacked myself upside the head, but nodded. Happened a few days after you took off. We'll find him, we'll take care of Bethany, and you'll be able to leave this house. Briar? Fire flared in her eyes as she backed all the way to the wall.
No, I won't.
What are you talking about? We're going to stop this madness.
You can't. Don't you get it? I'm not me anymore. I'm broken. Lost.
Even as she said it, the fires burned brighter in her eyes, and her face scrunched in pain.
They're all in there, clawing at me, and he's the worst one.
He? I snapped. Which he, Briar? But fire appeared at her hands and all around her feet.
Go away, she pleaded. Just go away, please. I don't want to hurt you again.
I'm not leaving, I argued. A burst of spirit threw me and my brothers out the door. We landed in the hall in a heap, and the door slammed shut, the lock clicking in place. No! I scrambled to get back up and rammed into the door. Don't do this! Briar! The only sound that came from inside was a high-pitched scream. Mark. It had to be him. I backed up and started kicking the door. I was not going to lose Briar. Not to him.
Chapter 19. Briar. The room flickered in and out of view as all the news Zack relayed crashed into me. Morris was dead. I attacked the Masters on my own, escaped on my own with a damned abomination, and dead. Dead. Everyone I thought was dead. At that moment, I almost wished it was true. Zack's yelling through the door kept me grounded, but our connection had weakened thanks to my not being able to fight back against the intrusions in my head. I wanted them gone, all of them, and clutched at any memory of Zack and me that I could think of. I had to hang on, had to. But I slipped away, and when I opened my eyes, I wasn't in the safe house anymore. I was in an unfamiliar space. There was nothing in it at all. No doors, no windows, nothing. Hello? I yelled, but my voice was muffled. Wake up, Briar. You have to wake up. Think of Zack. Think of him and only him. I shut my eyes, picturing Zack and me in the training circle, all the times we'd laughed and smiled together, the moments we spent tangled in each other's arms, his sweet kisses that let me know he was always with me, no matter what danger we faced. I grew stronger with every memory, and when I opened my eyes and sucked in a deep breath, I let my fire and spirit soothe me. This was not real. None of it was real. I'm not falling for it. Not this time. I waited, but nothing happened. The room wasn't large, and I walked from one end to the other, running my hands along the walls for a door or any way out. When I reached the spot where I'd started, I grunted in frustration and kicked the wall. Leaving now, I muttered and shut my eyes. I'm going back to Zack. I'm going to open my eyes, and Zack's going to be there. You think so? My eyes flew open, and at the same time I raised my fist and decked the vision of Mark right in the jaw. He staggered backward, cursing as blood dripped from his mouth. Yeah, I do, I snapped, right before I brought up my left to hit him again. His hand moved too fast for me to see, and it was suddenly wrapped around my neck, choking me. I gasped as he lifted me off my feet, unfazed that I kicked him over and over again. You are in my creation now, he uttered, eyes narrowed as he sneered at me. It has taken much work to break through your mind enough to get you here. And here you will stay until you give me what I want. Go to hell, asshole! Such spirit burns within you, but one way or another, I will break you. He pulled me closer, then threw me into the far wall. I slammed into it, gasping at the pain ricocheting around my body, then collapsed to the floor. He whistled as he walked toward me, taking his time. I tried to summon fire to my hands, but it refused to answer. No, I muttered, terrified. What's wrong with you? Work! I'm afraid your abilities don't work here, Mark informed me. Pity. I do love watching your fire take form. As long as it's not attacking me, of course. Too bad that's the only time you're ever going to see it. Grabbing a handful of my hair, he yanked me to my feet, forcing me to bend backward as those blue eyes filled my vision. My offer still stands to give you everything you could ever dream of, Briar. All you have to do is say yes. To become your killing machine? Think I'll pass, but thanks for asking, D-bag. His grip tightened, but I swallowed back the cry of pain.
You're holding on to something that will fade with time. Trust me.
Trust you, the asshole who keeps beating the shit out of me. Seriously?
All love fades, but power, that lasts through the ages. I can even see to it that you are made a master in your own right, he offered. Forget Zachary. He is nothing but a blip in your life.
Just like that, huh? I said, keeping my voice soft, hating myself for what I was about to do. I raised my hand and gently caressed Mark's cheek. It is seductive. Power. He swallowed hard, barely nodding his head in agreement. How do I know you wouldn't hurt me?
All you have to do is say yes and swear you will be loyal to me. I am good to those under my care.
Bile rose in my throat, but I managed a light curling of my lips. His hand in my hair loosened, but not enough for me to pull free yet. I cupped his cheek now, and when he leaned in closer, I closed my eyes and told myself not to feel a damned thing. Mark's lips met mine, and I let him kiss me for a second before I bit his lip hard enough to draw blood. He yelped and released me. I spun around, kicking out his legs from under him, then slammed him into the floor. My arm wrapped around his neck, and I hoisted his head back, holding him in a headlock as he struggled to breathe. You really think I'd turn my back on Zach? You're dumber than you look. His nails dug into my arm, but I held on even tighter. His fist rammed into my side, and I grunted, but tried to ignore the pain. Except the next hit was hard enough I heard ribs crack. My arm fell away from his neck, and then he was dragging me around the room by my hair. Oh, it's the damned hair. His fist landed in my face over and over until I saw stars and was barely able to stay upright. I'll find where you're hiding, he swore in between hits. I'll find you, and I'll make you watch as I kill Zachary for being a traitor. Then you and I will be spending a lot of time together. I spat blood from my mouth as I glared at him. You should be looking to fight the Necromancers, dumbass. Armies of undead and ghouls are waiting to attack everyone. You're a master. You're supposed to protect them. Yes, I saw the undead. Fantastic trick, he sighed, and his fist buried in my gut this time. I fell to my hands, fighting to breathe, as he paced away. But it's only a trick. How stupid are you? I gasped. On a scale of 1 to 10, really, be honest. He yelled furiously and kicked me in the stomach until more ribs cracked. At least this was all in my head, right? He went to kick again, but I rolled away, managing to find my feet. Anger swirled within me, and when I pictured him hurting Zach, my hands warmed. Mark tilted his head as if someone was speaking to him, and his eyes narrowed on my hands. Always amazes me how much fight you have in you, he commented. Is that right? I asked, fire growing within me, ready to be used. Then you're gonna love this. I aimed my hands at him, and 2 fireballs launched across the room. They barely missed him as he cursed, ducking and dodging everything I threw at him. My abdomen screamed with every breath I took. But I bellowed my agony and used my energy to attack Mark. If I could burn him in the real world, maybe I could burn him here, too. Kill him like you killed the others, a voice whispered through my mind. Do it. Show me who you truly are. Bethany. The fire in my hands sputtered out, and I froze. I was in control. I was going to kill Mark until I imagined him lying dead on the floor with his head gone. Something I'd done. Something I didn't want to do. That had me falling to my knees as my body shook. I didn't quite feel as in control anymore. Giving up already, Mark muttered as he approached. Do it. Kill him. If you don't do it by your choice, then I'll make you do it. End him. Even as the words trailed away, my hand rose on its own, fire flickering to life again. No! Get out of my head, you bitch! Mark paused, glancing around, but then continued toward me. I can help you, Briar. No, you can't. No one can. Get away from me. Just get away! You leave me no choice, Bethany uttered, sounding disappointed. My hand shook violently as I fought her control, using my other hand to try to pull it back down, but then flames sprouted at my fingertips. Spirit came to my other hand without my summoning it, and I attempted to move backward, getting as far away from Mark as I could. I hated the man. I did, but I was not a killer. But he was too much of an idiot to see the danger he was in. He knelt in front of me and grabbed hold of my arms, oblivious to the struggle happening inside me.
"Tell me where you are, Briar," he ordered. "Tell me, and all this ends. We'll kill him. He's hurt you. We can't stand for that. We won't stand for it."
"Tell me," Mark yelled in my face. I curled in on myself, shaking my head as Bethany's voice flooded my mind, and Mark continued to shout at me. I couldn't take it anymore and screamed. My body hit something hard, and the voices stopped. With a sore face and sides, I lay on whatever surface I landed on, listening to my ragged breathing. As my fingers ran across the rough floor, I realized I was awake and back in the bedroom, but the wounds caused by Mark? They'd been real. I had broken ribs. My face was swollen and throbbed in pain. I waited to hear either one of them when the sound of the door opening distracted me. Through puffy eyes from the beating, I tried to see who approached, but the only thing I saw was a pair of blue eyes. "No!" I screamed, the sound coming out hoarse. "Get away from me! Don't touch me!"
"Briar, calm down,"
a man said. I should know that voice, but it was like I had cotton shoved in my ears.
"Jesus, what did he do to you?"
"I need a med kit. Hurry up!" Hands were on my shoulders, then my hair. I flailed, wanting to get away before those blue eyes caused me any more pain. Fire shot to my hands, and I lashed out around me in an explosion of flame and heat. A panicked shout met my ears, and then there were curses, until something heavy struck me in the head, and everything went dark. Night had fallen at some point. I opened my eyes to find a lamp on the nightstand beside the bed. The pain took a few seconds to kick in, and when it did, I wanted to fall back into that blissful darkness again. I shifted, gasping as I spotted the bandaging as a support around my ribs, holding a cold salve of some kind against them. Broken. They'd been broken. Flashes of the fight came back to me, Mark kicking my ass. Bethany, she'd been there too. She wanted me to kill Mark, had almost used me to do it herself. Fear shot through me, and I sat up, cursing with every move I made. But I had to get out of here, get away from anyone before Bethany got a stronger hold on my mind and made me kill someone else. I was just tugging Zach's sweatshirt back on when the door opened, and he stood in the doorway.
"Going somewhere?"
he asked roughly. "Leaving. It's not safe for me to be here," I said. "Don't try to stop me." I waited for the argument, but he said nothing and stepped to the side. My heart sank, but at least he understood my reasoning. I took 3 steps to the door, then collapsed hard to the floor. "Damn it!"
"You're not leaving, Shroud,"
he muttered, helping me back to sit up on the edge of the bed.
"Not after the beating you took."
He was furious. I heard it in the undertone of his voice. "You can't do anything about him."
"The hell I can't," he snapped. "He's still getting inside your head somehow."
"Clarence," I told him. "It has to be him, but he's back at HQ, probably under heavy guard." "You can't get to him." I frowned as I noticed Zach's hands. "What happened to you?"
"Nothing."
"Bullshit." I reached for his arms carefully, studying the bandaging wrapped around his palms. There was more on his upper arms and one at his neck. "Burns. When—" I shrank away from him as my mind flashed back to the moment I'd woken up and saw a set of blue eyes. I could have sworn it was Mark. Fire. There'd been fire. And then someone knocked me over the head. The reality of what I'd done to Zach had me up from the bed, staggering to the nearest wall. He made to follow, but I held out my hand. The tick in his jaw was going non-stop as he ignored me and dragged me into his arms.
"Take a deep breath and calm down. I'm fine. We're all fine."
"All?" I shoved against him. "Your brothers? I hurt them too?"
"It was an accident,"
he said, but I kept shoving him.
"Stop pushing me away. You have to let me help you before this gets out of hand."
It's already out of hand. I burned you and Luke and Nick. I've killed people. And you, what if you're next, huh? They're in my head and they won't leave me alone.
Then let me in, he stated. Let me in and we can fight them together.
No, I won't risk your life like that. Get out of here, Zach. Get out and leave me here. I'm safer alone, I said, my voice cracking with the words. I wanted nothing more than to be safely wrapped up in his arms, have him hold me and make it all go away. But it wasn't that easy. I'd hurt him more than once because I'd lost control. Bethany's threat whispered through my mind again, and I gulped. If she could use me to kill Mark, she could use me to kill Zach.
Briar, please,
Zach pleaded. No, I snapped, the hurt in his eyes cutting me deep. You had to knock me out to stop me. What if that doesn't work next time?
There doesn't have to be a next time.
But there could be, and what then, huh? I'm not going to put that on you. He reached out for me, but I walked as far away from him as I could. Hanging his head, Zach dropped his hand, and he nodded.
If that's what you want to believe, then fine,
he muttered.
But I'm always here for you, Shroud. Always. Don't think you have to fight this alone. Please. I can handle the risk.
But I can't, I whispered. I won't. Slowly, he backed toward the door.
I'll be right downstairs when you change your mind. You're not alone.
He hesitated, then turned around and left, closing the door behind him. I nearly followed him, made it halfway across the room. Then my feet came to an abrupt halt. I was better off alone now. There was no stopping the madness inside me. Not even Zach was strong enough to stand against it. Mark's words about love fading and it not mattering in the end came to me again. As much as I clung to the memories of Zach and I being happy, a doubting voice in the back of my mind couldn't help suggesting that maybe Mark was right. Chapter 20. Zach.
I stomped downstairs after replacing the ward on Briar's door. When I thought she had died, I believed I knew what true fury was. Now, as I entered the kitchen to find Nick and Luke talking quietly together, their arms bandaged from the burns, both looking ready to kill, I knew I'd been wrong. Well, I asked harshly.
Hunter says Clarence never left HQ,
Luke informed me, handing over a knife.
Ready? You can't let anyone see you, either of you,
Nick stated. You sure you want to stay behind? I can, I said, but Nick was already shaking his head.
You need this. Vent some of that pent-up rage you've got going on. Find Clarence, kick his ass, and maybe you get Briar back. Anyway, I have backup coming to keep me company soon enough.
I looked at the ceiling, where she was, right above me. I told her I'd be down here if she needed anything.
I've got her, Zach,
Nick assured me.
Go save your girl's mind before those assholes steal her from you forever.
Luke led the way outside, and we climbed into the SUV. I looked once more at the house as we drove away. I wasn't coming back until Clarence was locked up, and I knew Briar's mind would be safe from him and Mark. Luke and I waited until night fell again, then we made our move against HQ. I expected it would be harder to get in than it actually was, but when I asked, all Luke said was we still had friends on the inside. We walked through a side gate, mostly used for prisoner transports. I'd never seen the gate without a guard at it, but for some reason tonight, it was vacant. We climbed over the fence and landed in the mud. It had been raining for the last couple of hours, not that it put a damper on our plans. I made sure the black cloth covered everything but my eyes, and we crouched low as we hurried toward the main building. Hunter hadn't been able to pinpoint where Clarence was, but I had a feeling I knew. There were very few places among these buildings where someone could hide out for as long as he had and not be disturbed. He'd be guarded by Mark's men as well, to ensure he wouldn't be disturbed. At first, I was tempted to believe Clarence would be in Mark's room, but that would be too easy, and Mark wouldn't want to be associated with him if he was caught. There were, however, several rooms on the lower levels of the main building that he might use. I'd only been down there a few times, but Luke knew exactly where he was going. We entered the building and headed for a set of side stairs, taking them two at a time, moving as quietly as we could. I worried we'd get picked up on the cameras and was on edge. waiting for the alarm to sound at any second. The fact that it didn't told me we either had another ally watching out for us, or we were damned lucky. At a door, Luke held out his arm to stop me. He peered around and pulled back fast. 4 guards, he whispered. Mark's men from the look of it. Good, I muttered. They were as guilty as their master, since they'd guarded the doors and dragged Briar away from her cell every time he tortured her. Let me handle them. You can't reach the ground from here. He stepped back without an argument. Nick had been right. I was itching to cause someone pain, and these men would do, at least until I put my hands on Clarence. I closed my eyes and centered myself. Spirit rose within me and filled me completely. I formed a shield around myself and then stepped into the hall. Halt! One of the guards yelled, holding out his hand to me. Wind whipped by me, but didn't touch me. My spirit was fueled by an anger too strong to be cut down. I said halt! We will attack you if you do not stop. I lifted my hands without a sound, thrust my palms forward. The guard in front was lifted off his feet and crashed into the ceiling. When I pulled my hand back, he hit the floor, unconscious. The 3 remaining guards formed a wall, one reaching for his radio, but I was quicker. I focused on it and made a fist with my hand, crushing the device. I did the same to the others and kept walking. 2 guards drew fire into their hands, while the 3rd lifted water into a swirling mass from a bowl I hadn't noticed. I stopped, calculating my next move, when they attacked. Fire lashed out like whips around my shield, fighting to reach me, but I pushed back harder, and the fire shot to the ceiling and the walls. Ice shards appeared through the flames, but they shattered on impact. I took another step and another, keeping up the shield in front, and then making it higher and wider. It blocked their fire from getting around me, and soon they were running out of room, my spirit forcing them into the rear wall of the corridor. With my left hand, I maintained the shield, and with my right, I formed bars, weaving them together to form a cage. Stop him! One of the guards yelled in panic, and his fire raged toward me. I dropped the cage, having to use both hands to maintain the shield, and dug my feet in. The heat pushed me backward, but I shouted and shoved them all back until they were pressed into the wall. No one was going to stop me from saving Briar. My mind filled with images of her, bruised and bloodied, of her mind in shambles, and all this drove my rage to new heights. In a reckless move, I dropped the shield, using both hands to form the cage around the 3 guards. Ice slammed into me, piercing my body, but then the cage took form, and their summoning was cut off. You moron, Luke muttered as he hurried to me. I glanced down at my bleeding side and shrugged. What's one more wound? He fumbled with my shirt. I pushed his hands away. The door! Open it! You won't get away with this, one of the guards warned. He'll find you. Not if he's dead, I snarled. He gulped. I reached out and forced the cage as small as I could without killing the guards, then waited for Luke to burst through the door to my right. It was warded, which meant we would have very little time to get inside, snatch Clarence, and get him somewhere no one would see him before Mark was alerted and rushed down here. Ready? Luke asked, hand on the knob. Ready, I said, and the door swung inward. Sitting on a chair in the center of the room was a man I recognized from Briar's memories. His hands rested palms up on his thighs, and his eyes were closed. His lips moved, but he made no indication he realized we were in the room with him. I paused, waiting to see if he would come out of whatever meditation he was in, when one word caught my attention, and all I saw was red. Briar. I had my hands around his throat in a shot as Luke yelled at me to let him go. Clarence's eyes flew open, and he grabbed at my arms, flailing to get loose. He wasn't going anywhere. Leave her alone, I seethed, crushing his throat. Stop, we need him alive, Luke hissed in my ear. Let him go, or I'll make you. Lip twitching in disgust, I released Clarence long enough to punch him. He slouched, mostly out of it, and I threw him over my shoulder. Luke took us back down the hall, the guards yelling for someone to come and get them out of their cage. But then we were up the stairs and rushing through a narrow hall I'd never been down. Where are we going? Cells. We can't. They'll see us. Not those cells. We have a different set of cells that are not watched by the security system. he explained. For very unique cases. For those the Talons had to beat to get answers out of. Good. That was good. Privacy was what we needed right now. I lost exactly where we were and trusted Luke not to get us lost. We went down another set of stairs, through 2 sets of double doors, and finally entered a long stretch of hall with cells, bars on the front instead of actual doors. There were no nice holding areas down here. No bathrooms. That was fine by me. Clarence and whoever else we dragged down here didn't deserve to be comforted. Luke opened one of the doors, and I sensed the power radiating from the bars. Once he's in, he won't be able to summon or astral project. He'll be completely cut off. And Briar's mind would be safe from Mark's influence as long as we kept Clarence down here. "What are you doing?" Clarence asked groggily as he stirred. "Get your hands off me!" I threw him unceremoniously into the cell and followed him in. "Zach, what are you doing? Your summoning won't work in there." "Close the door," I ordered, yanking the cloth from my face. "Do it." Clarence was getting to his feet as the cell door clanged shut behind me. "You think because I'm in here I'm powerless?" He held out his hands with a sneer, and I watched, brow raised, as nothing happened. He shook out his hands with a curse. "No. What did you do to me?" "Stopped you from attacking Briar," I said calmly as I paced closer. "You won't get inside her head ever again." "You can't stop me." "I already have." "This cage won't hold me forever. Mark will find out what you've done." "No, he won't." Clarence's eyes widened, giving away the fear he was feeling. "No one knows you're down here, or that these cells exist. You will stay down here and rot unless I decide to let you out." Clarence's eyes darted to the door behind me. "You're a fool. You're all fools." "Maybe, but better a fool than a tool used by another person." "I am one of the most powerful spirit summoners." I laughed, and Luke joined me, making Clarence bristle. "No, you're not even close. Briar was able to break through the wards on her cell, damaged the cage in court. She even fought back against you. Otherwise, she would have been back here already. Isn't that so? Now tell me, what is Mark's plan? Who else is he working with?" Clarence shrugged. "Why would I tell you anything?" "Suit yourself," I mumbled, then rushed him. I slammed him back into the hard concrete wall, following it up with my fist to his nose. He cursed, holding his bleeding face as I backed away. "Tell me what I want to know." "I can't," Clarence muttered. I sighed, then decked him again. I gave him no time to recover and delivered another solid blow to his gut. "You know, for being so great at summoning, you really should have focused on your hand-to-hand." He sucked in a breath, and his fists flailed wildly. I blocked each hit and grabbed him by his shoulders, spinning him around until he smashed into the bars with a groan. "Talk, and this stops," I promised. "If I tell you anything, he'll kill me," he whispered. "And what makes you think I won't? You're a Pierce. A Pierce who watched the woman he loved being tortured, a woman he thought was killed. Don't think I won't break my own code of honor for the shit you've put her through." I whispered harshly. "What is Mark's plan? Does he have anything to do with the Necromancers? Speak, damn it!" I raised my fist again. Clarence threw his arms up, begging me to stop. "Talk." With blood leaking down his face, Clarence tried to turn to face me, but I kept him pressed against the bars. "All right. Mark thinks the Necromancers are a hoax." "Really?" "Yeah, he does. Even with the undead you lot set loose, he thinks it's a trick." "Then why does he want Briar?" I waited 3 seconds for him to reply, and when he didn't, I smacked him upside the head. "Why?" "Thinks she's the next coming or whatever," he muttered bitterly. "That if he can get her on his side, that he'll be unstoppable as a master and make his move against the council." "What do you mean?" Luke asked seriously. "He hasn't said it outright, but from what I can tell, Mark is working with a few others to take total control," Clarence told us. "He's tired of having his power limited by the council and the generals. So he has nothing to do with the Necromancers." "Not a damn thing, like I said. All he wants is your girl as his weapon, and whatever else he has in mind," he added with an undertone. I grabbed Clarence and spun him around, tossing him across the cell. I was ready to start kicking him when Luke called my name sharply, and I froze. "Leave him." He nodded for me to get out of the cell and opened the door long enough for me to slip through before locking it again. "I have to get a message to Theon, to have him meet us down here. You stay here and do not open that door, understand? Not for a second. I don't give two shits what he says." "You're sure you can find Theon without being spotted?" "Ye of little faith," he whispered, then set off. I kept my back to the cage, but I heard Clarence grunt and curse Mark for getting him into this mess. He flopped onto the cot and continued to make noises. If he wanted my attention, he was going to be muttering to himself for a very long time. I shut my eyes and thought of Briar, reached out to her. I waited, not expecting to feel anything since I was not the astral projector. But when I sensed her presence, I stiffened. "Briar?"
"Zach, where are you? Hunter and Nyala are here, but Nick said you took off with Luke. What's going on?"
"How are you feeling?" I asked instead, and waited, holding my breath.
"Like there's only one person inside my head. What did you do?"
I breathed a sigh of relief, but this wasn't the time to celebrate. Not yet. I'd wait until I got back to the house and I saw her for myself. Saw how clear her eyes would be then. "I'll be seeing you soon, all right?"
"Zach, is Mark... Did you kill him?"
"Sadly, no. But don't worry about that right now. Get some rest."
"Whatever you're doing, be careful. Promise me?"
I gingerly touched my face, knowing it was going to be bruised. "Always, Shroud. Love you."
"Love you more, and I'm sorry for hurting you earlier."
The urge to hug her at that moment and let her know there was nothing to be sorry for was so strong, I imagined doing just that. I knew the moment she saw it, because I could have sworn her arms were around me, too. I said nothing else, and she slipped from my mind. No craziness left behind, no muddled thoughts. It was like she was truly back to her old self. "You won't be able to stop him from getting to her," Clarence said. "Watch me," I growled without turning around. "He's a master, and he's got more allies in this world than you do. He'll take you down hard if he has to. Trust me, I've seen it before." That got my attention. "How many others have you helped Mark corrupt?" I approached the bars. "How many have you broken for him?" "Doesn't matter now, does it? You've caught me." "It matters. You called Briar a weapon. These others Mark has, are they like her? Different?" "Something like that, though none with her combination of skills," he added, his brow arched. "But a few who are exceptional at what they do and control two elements." "No, there haven't been that many, and I know all of them." Clarence smirked. "You think so? Tell me, Zachary Pierce, you think there's only one government cover-up happening at a time?" I grabbed the bars, ready to threaten to kick his ass some more if he didn't tell me, but approaching voices had me stepping away, and Clarence moving as far back in his cell as possible. I readied myself for a fight in case Mark found us after all, but I heard Luke's voice, followed by another familiar one. Theon. I was still pissed at him, but couldn't stay mad at him forever. Luke led the way through the double doors, followed by Theon and Kira. I paused. "You brought her? Can we trust her?" Kira raised her brow. Luke shrugged. "We need her on our side, fully on our side, and this is the proof."
"Clarence,"
Theon peered into the cage.
"You're working with Mark? Why?"
"You know him?" I asked.
"I do, or at least I thought I did. He used to work under me in my guard, but then he transferred to another unit. I have not seen him in years," Theon explained, his face growing red as he glared in the cell. "What were you thinking, messing with someone's mind like that?" "I was following orders," he replied, emotionless. Theon shook his head in disgust. "You will pay for these crimes once you tell us everything you helped Mark do. And I mean everything. Understood? We will be clearing Briar of these charges, and you will help us one way or another. Though I see you appear to enjoy making things difficult." He glanced from Clarence's messed-up face to my bloodied knuckles. "Feel better?" "Getting there," I said, and motioned my head for him to step to the side, then joined him. "Kira, you're sure we can trust her?" I kept my voice low.
With my life, Zachary. Otherwise, I would not have brought her along. Right. What's next, then? We will get a confession from Clarence and draw up official charges against Mark, he told me, then frowned. However, this is where it's going to get messy, since these charges will mean speaking of a person everyone here believes to be dead. Even Kira. I looked at her. She was speaking quietly with Luke. No, she knows Briar is alive. Sadly, she is the one person in the world I cannot lie to, he said with a light laugh. But she has no idea of where Briar is. How is she doing? He was studying the bandages covering my burns. Luke mentioned she lost control. She thought I was Mark, I uttered furiously. But with Clarence in here, she said she's already feeling better. Be careful, he warned me. What do you mean? I mean Clarence was not the only one inside her head, remember? Don't let her push herself yet. He stepped back to the cell and told me and Luke we should get going. Mark is already in an uproar about 2 intruders. Everyone's on high alert. I suggest you slip out of here, quickly and quietly. You keep us updated on proceedings here, I requested. On everything, got it? Theon nodded. I will. Don't worry. We will have Mark well in hand. And Generals Bastille and Phillips. Should you show Clarence to them too? When the time is right, that will be our next move. After all, someone has to sign off on the arrest warrant for Mark, and then be told Briar Morris is alive. Half of me wanted to stay and ensure this next part of our plan worked, but with Briar coherent, I was anxious to get back to her side. Bethany might still be a threat, but with Clarence gone, our chances of beating back Briar's sister were much higher. As long as I could convince Briar we were stronger together.
Chapter 21. Briar. Resting was the last thing on my mind. The change came over me so suddenly. It left me gasping for air, struggling to find words to even ask what the hell just happened. 1 minute there was a gnawing in my head, and the next, it was gone. My head was clear. And the world came into sharp focus around me. Everything that had occurred over the last week or so, all the attempts from Zach to try to bring me back to him. It was like it never happened. I'd run from the bedroom ready to find Zach and tell him, but had been swept up in a bear hug by Hunter, only to be set back on my feet and have Nyala nearly tackle me to the floor. I'd been so stunned to see them. All I could do was smile and laugh as I asked him what they were even doing here.
Moral support,
Nyala told me,
and backup to keep you safe.
Do you have any idea how much danger you just put yourselves in? I'd asked, but all they'd done was shrug at me like it was nothing. Nick had been standing off to the side, and when I looked at him, he promised me Zach would be back as soon as he could. That was when I sensed his relief at seeing a clear-headed me. That was last night, and now I was nervously waiting for Zach to come back to me. I stood on the front porch, leaning against the railing as the sun set on yet another day. My eyes stayed glued to the dirt road, waiting.
He'll be here soon,
Nyala said as she came up beside me.
Here, have some cocoa. It's chilly tonight.
Didn't notice, I said as I took it. Since Clarence had been kicked out of my head, my summoning was well on its way to full strength and under my control again. I was a bit scared at first to summon fire, worried it would explode out of my control. But instead it was like I was greeted by an old friend. I can't thank you enough for being here, but
before you go all hero mode on me and try to kick me out, I'm not going anywhere.
She cut me off.
I hadn't been able to help you at all during that joke of a trial or save you from your sister, but I'm here now, and I'm going to see this through to the end.
My sister? How much did they tell you? She pursed her lips, not meeting my gaze.
Everything. I'm so sorry, by the way, about your dad.
Yeah, me too, I mumbled. Can't believe he's really gone.
We'll figure out who did it.
Oh, I know, and I'll make sure they pay. We sipped our cocoa in silence for a while. Then I asked her how the semester had gone so far. She burst out laughing, saying she hadn't a clue.
Pulled out, taking some time off until I know you're not going to jail for the rest of your life.
You'll be behind.
Yeah, and so will you. and I know you're going to get the chance to go back. Don't you want a friend there when you do?"
"You're crazy," I said, but hugged her with one arm. "Thanks."
"Any time. I just want to kick these necromancers' asses and call it a day."
"You and me both. If only it could be that easy. Flush them out, kill them, call it a day." But we had no idea who was actually in charge, how many there were, or when they were going to strike next. A fluttering started in my mind, but the sound of a car coming cut through it, and I tensed as headlights broke through the trees. The black SUV was a welcome sight, as was the guy with the cerulean blue eyes sitting in the passenger seat. His door opened, and Nyala took my mug from me. Good thing, too, because the next second I launched myself off the porch and flung myself into Zach's arms. He caught me, and our lips met in a flurry of emotions that I hadn't felt in too damned long. "Hey," he said with a grin as he set me on my feet.
"Hey, what did you do?"
He cupped my face and kissed me again.
"Took care of a pest."
He glanced around before we both grinned, clasped hands, and darted off toward the house. "Nyala," he managed in greeting, as she giggled and we disappeared upstairs. He kicked the door closed, and we were in each other's arms again, frantically holding each other.
"You know,"
I murmured against his lips, "I want to know what happened."
"I'll tell you, I swear it,"
he replied. I felt something under his shirt and shoved it over his head. When I spied the bandages from the burns I caused him, he took my hands and kissed them both.
"Don't let your guilt ruin the moment. I'm fine. You're fine. For right now, we're alive. Enjoy it."
He didn't have to tell me twice. I made note of the fresh scrapes on his knuckles, but was too lost in his kiss to say anything about them. How did I ever doubt our love in the first place? Even now it encircled us, between his spirit and my fire, flowing around us in an endless swirl. I was back, and I planned on staying back. Zach held my hand in his. I smoothed my thumb over his knuckles, wishing I could have seen him kick Clarence's ass. But hearing about it was good enough. I scooted as close as I could to his side, never wanting this moment to end. Not now. So Clarence is in a cell, and Mark is going to be arrested?
"Hopefully, and soon,"
Zach confirmed.
"But that means we'll be putting you back in danger. They'll have to know you're alive."
You trust Kira?
"I trust Theon, so I guess that means I have to trust her."
My fingers moved from his knuckles to his arm and the bandages covering his burns. "And these don't hurt you?"
"They sting, but I'll survive."
He brushed away my worried touch and wrapped his arms around me, pulling me on top of him. I sighed as he ran his hands through my hair.
"I missed you."
"Missed you more, trust me."
"And how is it up here?"
he asked, gently poking my forehead. "Quiet. Not gonna lie, I still feel like shit about what I did, but there's hope now." I hugged him tightly. "I never meant to push you away."
"I get it, but don't do it again, please. I can't stand just sitting around twiddling my thumbs."
"Promise." I kissed him again and laughed as he held me, not caring about the world outside the window. At some point we fell asleep, and when the sun broke through the window the next morning, I was refreshed and more than ready to take on the day. Zach grunted beside me when I got up, but his eyes stayed closed. I figured he needed sleep as much as I had, and carefully slipped from the bed, wanting to take a nice, long, hot shower. I was getting dressed and making ready to go downstairs and get some coffee when a whisper sounded in my ear. My blood ran cold as I gripped the bathroom sink, telling myself it was nothing, only my imagination. "You're alone. There's no more voices, no more visions. You're fine," I told my reflection. But are you? At the sound of Bethany's voice, I cursed, throwing a hand over my mouth to stop myself from crying out in fear. Zach said he took care of Clarence, and, silly me, I'd hoped it'd somehow stopped Bethany, too. Apparently, I was wrong. My, you must thank your boyfriend for me," Bethany went on. "There's so much less competition now for control over you." "Get out of my head," I hissed. "Why should I? You and I are far from finished, Briar. Fighting me will only make this worse for you in the end." "I'm growing strong again. I'll block you out. I'll keep you from getting to me," I snapped, but my hand moved on its own, There was a pair of scissors on the counter, and suddenly, the point was aimed at my own throat. My hand moved up, so the point was at my eye. I strained to bring my hand down, using my other hand to shove against it. Eventually, I managed to toss the scissors aside and backed into the corner of the bathroom, panting to catch my breath. You come to me now, and no one gets hurt. Why should I believe you? You can't tell me you actually believe what Zach said, that you and he are better together? You can't fight this forever. I'm a part of you, more than he is. You, dear sister, belong with me, and one way or another, you'll come to me.
Briar?
Zach called through the door as he knocked. I slammed my hand over my mouth to stop from screaming, but jumped all the same.
You all right?
Yeah, sorry, I mumbled, and gave myself a few seconds to contain my fear before I opened the door. Hey, sleepyhead. I was gonna try and let you sleep. His eyes narrowed as he studied my face.
I'm good. You all ready to take a shower?
Yep, all yours. See you for breakfast?
Sounds like a plan,
he said slowly, but then I kissed him soundly and pressed him into the wall. His arms wound around me, and with a grunt he finally let me go.
Better leave before...
Wow,
Nyala said from the doorway of another bedroom.
You two are something else.
Zach beamed at her just as I reached into the bathroom and closed the door on his face, though not before I saw the worry lingering in his eyes. He won't save you. Not this time, Bethany whispered, and I froze.
Briar?
Nyala asked. You good?
Huh?
Yeah, I'm good, I lied, forcing a smile to my face. Let's go grab some food. Maybe we'll hear from Theon today. She was talking about the plan, and I did my best to listen, but Bethany kept up a tirade inside my head, promising the deaths of everyone I knew. Luke and Nick joined us, as did Hunter. Bethany went into vivid detail how each of them would meet their end. I had to unclench my hand to get myself to drop the butter knife when Bethany teased about my carving out Nyala's eyes with it. When Zach entered the kitchen, her threats only worsened, and pretending that I was fine grew harder with every passing second. By that afternoon, I was ready to pull my hair out, so I stepped outside for some fresh air. I sat beneath the willow tree near the house, taking in deep breaths as I sat cross-legged in the grass, focusing on the waterfall and Zach, finding my center, my happy place. My body grew light, and when my feet touched down on soft moss, I was able to relax. Until I heard a sighing sound too close for comfort. This is quite peaceful, Bethany agreed. Shame, really. Why can't you leave me alone? I blurted, jumping to my feet. You are the chosen one, as horribly cheesy as that sounds, Bethany said with a shrug. I didn't make the decision. Fate did, and it's time you accepted yours. I won't bring him into this world. Are you ready to watch all your loved ones die? Don't you touch them, I yelled and rushed her, but she disappeared in a blink. I won't be the one who does it, she said, appearing behind me. Final warning, or things get nasty from here on out. I snarled and went for her again, but her cackling was all that remained. When I opened my eyes, I was back in my body, beneath the willow. I sensed eyes on me. Zach. He watched me from the front porch, eyes flaring with worry and a hint of anger. I should have known better than to try to keep anything from him. But I had to keep him safe. I had to keep them all safe. Bethany was my problem now, and I'd take care of her. 2 days passed since Zach returned, and I was running out of ways to stop him from catching on to what was going on inside my head. I'd been sleeping more than normal, but he accepted my explanation that I was still recovering and let it go. That and he was busy working with Luke and Nick on the plan they'd put into place once they heard from Theon. All we needed was one general to sign off on the arrest warrant for Mark, and then it would be up to me to decide how I would announce to them all that I was in fact alive. I jolted upright in bed, blinking around wildly to find it was dark still. I checked Zach's phone and groaned. 2 a.m. But at least he was alive and breathing next to me. In the nightmare I'd woke up from, he'd been dead, his blood spilling all over the ground, soaking into the dirt. I hadn't been able to save him, and Bethany had stood nearby, watching. Whether or not she was actually inside my head, I couldn't tell the difference. I barely got to my feet and grabbed Zach's sweatshirt when her voice started all over again. "Don't you ever sleep?" I snapped, waiting until I was downstairs to say anything. "Time is of the essence, and I did warn you." "You could let your sister sleep at least." "Not gonna happen. You're weakening, Briar. You know it as well as I do. How much longer do you really think you can hold out against me, huh? How much longer? Until you break, and that nightmare of yours becomes a reality." "I'll just tell Zach," I said, as I stepped onto the front porch, heading for the willow tree. It was the one place that gave me some comfort, sort of. "I'll tell him, and then he'll know. He'll be smart about it and lock me away." "You and I both know that's a damned lie. Zach would die trying to save you from me, even if that means he dies at your hand. Look what you've already done to him. You sure you can handle hurting him more? The second he knows, he'll stop at nothing to save you. Nothing." My feet stilled in the wet grass, and I shivered, but not from being cold. "Love is what brings people down, and your love with Zach? All it will do is get him killed. Love is not strong enough to keep me out of your head. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to get here in the first place." "Shut up! Just shut up already!" I whispered harshly. I wanted to deny everything she just said, but how many times had Zach been hurt since meeting him? How many times had he nearly gotten himself killed because of me? I smashed my hands to my head, imagining ripping Bethany out of my mind like I plucked a leaf from a tree. In my anger, heat sprouted around me, but I was too blinded by my raw emotions to notice the fire spreading. Not until it surrounded me and rose into the air a good 10 feet, threatening to catch the willow tree and everything else nearby. Bethany laughed in delight inside my head as I cursed, trying and failing to call on spirit to contain the fire until I could pull it back into me. My hands shimmered in and out, but there was no shield. Growing frantic gave fires more strength, and just as I was about to yell for help, I saw the shimmering essence of a shield appear around the fire and me. "Briar, give me your hand," Zach ordered, and I reached through the flames. He took hold and pulled me free. His brow furrowed as he compressed the shield around the out-of-control flames, squashing them to nothing. "What were you doing out here? It's the middle of the damn night." "Couldn't sleep," I said. That wasn't a lie, at least. "Tell him, Briar. Tell him," Bethany taunted, and my arm twitched at her command. Zach drew me to his side as I shivered again, thinking I was cold. "Come on, let's get back inside. What brought on the fire?" "I had a bad dream. Guess I wasn't fully awake when I came out here. Sorry." "No, don't apologize. You've been through hell. I'd expect your summoning to be on the unstable side for a while." We got back into the house, but I pulled him to a stop before we reached the stairs. "Zach, never mind," I mumbled, changing my mind as Bethany unhelpfully forced the image of him dead back into my head. "Hey, you'd tell me, right, if something's going on?" "Yeah, I would." He kissed the top of my head before he moved to my forehead, then tilted my face up so he could kiss my lips. My arm snaked around his neck, drawing him in as close as I could, and trying without words to tell him how much he meant to me, that I would do anything I had to do to keep him safe. Anything. Back upstairs, I curled into his side and held on tight, listening to his heart beating, hearing him breathe. The nagging voice I thought was crushed once Clarence was out of my head whispered to me throughout the rest of the night, telling me my sister was right. Love couldn't conquer everything. Bethany would win this game of wills. The sun began to rise, and I hadn't slept at all. Dark thoughts seeped into my mind, and only 2 solutions came to me, each one worse than anything I ever thought I'd have to face. "Morning," Zach whispered as he shifted so he could see my face. "You sleep all right?" "Yeah, but still kind of tired," I said, faking a yawn. He got up, but tucked the blankets in around me. "Stay here. I'll come and get you if we hear anything from Theon." He leaned down and kissed me. I held him there, tears burning in my eyes. "Shroud, what's wrong?" He sat down on the edge of the bed, tucking my hair behind my ears.
"Look at me."
I wiped at my eyes and laughed. Sorry, a bit over-emotional. Been a rough couple of weeks, you know?
"Think I do,"
he said, laughing with me. His thumb brushed away a stray tear, and my heart broke as I couldn't enjoy this time with him without Bethany suddenly manifesting inside my head.
"Take the morning, sleep. I'll come check on you soon. Bring you breakfast in bed."
Sounds nice, I replied, digging my fingers into the blanket as Bethany sighed and muttered snickering curses about tearing him to shreds and making me watch. I held on to Zach's hand for a bit longer, but it wasn't me who finally released my grip. Bethany forced me to let him go, forced me to stay in bed instead of running after him like I wanted to. The door closed and she backed off. I sagged against the pillows, catching my breath. I gave you a chance to say goodbye. You should be grateful. What game are you playing at? I asked, wondering if she'd changed her mind and was going to leave Zach alone. Oh no, I'm not about to leave him alone. But today is the day. The others and I are tired of waiting, and all our preparations are nearly complete. We only lack a few more ingredients, and I would be quite pleased if you were already here so we could move our plans along. A hot flash had me taking off Zach's sweatshirt and tossing it aside. I had to think. There was a way out of this. There had to be. That's what Dad would tell me. Daddy's not here anymore. Bethany chimed in harshly. He's dead, as he should be. You sent someone to kill him? Naturally. He was only getting in the way, getting too close to answers. You bitch! I seethed, watching the door closely. He was your dad. And what did he ever do for me, aside from fathering me? He failed our mom, failed us both. The life I'm offering you is a second chance for us, Briar. We have one last bit of business to tend to, and then you can join me forever. We can change the world, do something history will remember us for. You're insane, I muttered. You can't actually think this plan of yours will work. They'll stop you all. Will they? Once Xylon returns, there's no one who can stop him. No one. I will, I said, then wanted to laugh at myself. Seriously? Could barely control my abilities, and I was going to stop the most powerful necromancer to ever walk the earth? Yeah, that was a good one. Even if you force me to come to you, I won't cooperate. I won't bring him back. As I said, you won't have a choice. Get out of my head, I snarled at Bethany's voice. Afraid I can't do that, little sister. You are the key. Your coming was foretold by our master so many decades ago. We've waited a long time for this moment. There's no escaping your destiny. I paced around the bedroom, searching for an escape, but there was no way out. My strength waned as her cackling grew louder. Every time I shut my eyes, I saw what she did, saw the necromancers surrounding her, giving her the strength to reach out and get inside my head. I pulled on my spirit, constructing a shield around my mind, but each time I was about to close off the connection from her, she broke it down again, leaving me defenseless and weakened. Tick-tock, Briar. The longer you stay away from us, the worse it'll be for you in the end. Leave me alone, I pleaded, tears burning in my eyes as the truth of her words sank in. I had a pleasant couple of days with Zach, let myself have hope that I was back to normal, and now my world came crashing down around me, harder than before. Please, go away. Never going to happen. I paced from one end of the room to the other, rubbing my temples, knowing before long she was going to gain control of me, and then do what? She'd already proved she could make me move at her command. How much longer before she had all of me at her beck and call? The sudden image that flashed in my mind from hers made my heart stop, and I gasped harshly for breath. No, I breathed, shaking my head and forcing myself farther away from the door. No, I'd never hurt him. I tried to shake the sickening image, but it stuck with me, and I nearly vomited right there. Hurt him? Oh, my dear sister. You're going to kill the Pierce brothers and your friends. Hurting them would only leave them to try to save you later.
To my horror, my feet ignored my commands, and I was halfway across the room without even realizing I'd moved. No, I won't kill them! I had to get back in control. I had to. Nyala and Hunter, Zach's brothers, they were all innocents. I couldn't have their blood on my hands, too.
Why not? You came close once already. Twice, actually. So unstable, Briar. Come to us, and we can help you control this immense power within you.
She was right. I was unstable. Between her and Mark messing with my head, my powers were all over the place. No, that was a lie, the nagging voice in my head whispered. They've never been fully under my control, not even in the beginning. How many people had I hurt since finding out what I was? Bethany's voice whispered over and over in my mind, reminding me that my hands were far from clean. I'd hurt Zach. Then those 4 innocents, I'd killed them when I should have been able to save them. The Necromancers, how many of them had I killed? And Sam, I'd murdered her in cold blood because I hadn't been strong enough to stop from being used as a weapon. I would always be used for what I was. I'd never be in control. I never was. Carter, poor Carter needed help, and instead I'd only made it worse for him. Tears were streaming down my cheeks, wetting my shirt, as I turned around slowly, waiting for a miraculous escape. Then I was at the door and my hand on the knob, with no memory of getting there. Despair pressed in on all sides, trapping me as those dark thoughts crept in closer and closer, not relenting in what my only choice seemed to be. "Don't make me do this, please," I whispered under my breath, but Bethany ignored me.
You will do this, and then you will come to me. There is no way out.
My hand closed around the knob, my whole body shaking to resist Bethany's control over me. Zach, I loved him, and I would not be the reason he died, or his brothers. Eyes darting around the room for an escape, my hand started to turn the knob. I shoved my foot in front of it, stopping myself from opening it, but that would only last for so long. The second I spotted Zach's pile of clothes in the corner, my heart lifted before it sank again.
"What are you doing?"
Bethany hissed as I tore my hand free, dragging myself back one step at a time.
"Briar!"
"No," I snapped. "I'm finished playing by your rules. I'm finished with being used. If this is the only way to stop you all, then that's what I'll do." I took another step, and another, biting my lip to stop from crying out when she shrieked. A warmth that I knew was blood trickled from my ears, but I was not about to give up now. Each step brought me closer to the only out I could see, the only way to save Zach, save them all. Xylon could not come back to life. My eyes narrowed on the clothes, steeling my nerves for what was going to be my final fight on this earth. Chapter 22. Zach.
Nick had just gotten off the phone with General Phillips, and by the look on his face, it was better news than he'd hoped to hear this morning.
It appears the young general is more than ready to charge into these tunnels, not only with his entire command behind him, but also the Talons. But we're waiting for word back from Bastille. 2 of our council members have caught wind that we're planning a large military operation and seem to think they should tag along for the ride, though they have no idea what they'll be walking into. I raised a brow. Why, so they can get themselves killed? Send Jasper. I'd like to see the piss scared out of him, I suggested. And Stone, too. Maybe then he could see that what his daughter was fighting against was real. Might not be a bad idea. And there was more that I wanted to hear news on. And what? Nick asked. Mark, Balthazar, and Odette, have they been arrested yet? Phillips said the masters sense their plan is about to be found out. Our new ally was brave enough to sign off on the arrest warrant, but as far as he knows, no word has come yet of an arrest. But I'm sure they're close, he said quickly when I glared and tossed out several curses. Why don't you go back upstairs and check on Briar? Rest, too, while you're up there. Might help speed up the healing of your burns. I rolled my eyes, but checked on the bandages on my arms and hands. The burns left by Briar stung, but I hid the pain as best I could. Her last outburst showed my brothers how unstable she was, and had all of us on edge even more than before. I didn't have to ask. I could tell they wanted to find a more secure place for her to remain until the time came for her to show her face at HQ. We might have taken care of Mark's threat against her mind, but this morning when I found her outside surrounded by fire, she couldn't hide the fear in her eyes. She was scared of her own abilities, that much I could understand, but when her gaze met mine, I swore there was someone else staring back at me, in addition to her. It wasn't like during her attack. My chest ached from the way she'd looked at me at that moment. Seeing me as Mark. That bastard. If Theon didn't take care of him soon, I'd march my happy ass right back to HQ and take care of the issue myself. No, this morning, it had been as if she wasn't alone inside her head, though she'd said she was. There was no way someone could be in her mind without her knowing it. But then again, the magic I'd seen being used lately had me wondering if all kinds of things were possible now. I hunkered down on the couch. Nick shrugged. "Suit yourself. Need anything, I'll be in the kitchen." I waved him off, wanting to be alone until the rest of the house woke up. Hunter and Nyala were still passed out, and though I worried about their safety, they helped my morale and Briar's by being here. It was Briar who worried me the most. This morning when she kissed me, the way she held onto my hand, it was almost like she was saying goodbye. Was she going to make a run for it? And do what? Find Bethany on her own? Take on her sister and the entire army of necromancers? She was stubborn, not stupid. She needed to be reminded of her strength, though, of the good she had done instead of lingering on the bad or the dead. That guilt would only continue to drag her down. I shut my eyes, considered dozing anyway. When my lids refused to stay closed, I considered going to check on Briar and do as my brother suggested, but then her voice suddenly brushed across my mind. "Forgive me." "Briar," I whispered, reaching out for her, but the presence I swore I always felt when she was nearby vanished. Heart pounding and adrenaline flooding my body, I yelled her name and flew off the couch, taking the stairs 2 at a time. Nick and Luke yelled after me. I said nothing, my focus on getting to Briar. Doors opened on the upper floor as Hunter and Nyala poked their heads out of their rooms, both rubbing their faces. Hunter asked what was going on, but my brothers had nothing to tell them, and they were just as confused. "Forgive me," that's what she said. Why the hell would she say that? At her door, I tried the knob, but it was locked. "Briar, open the door." I banged on it with my fist when there was no answer, ramming my shoulder into it next. Every second of not seeing her had another bit of my heart cracking as fear tightened my chest in a vice. "Zach, what's going on?" Luke asked when I started to hit the door harder, desperate to get to her. "Zach, stop for 2 seconds and tell us." "Forgive me," I muttered, slamming into the door again. The wood rattled in the frame but held. That's what she just whispered to me. Nick and Luke exchanged a brief glance, and then they were there beside me, slamming into the door. Nyala gasped in worry as Hunter and she stood close by, watching and waiting. The door should have given by now, unless she'd sealed it with magic. I bellowed her name, straining to feel her presence, her voice inside my head again. Instead, in between my brothers and I moving back to strike the door again, we heard a thud, like a body hitting the floor. "No, Briar!" I motioned to my brothers to stand back, then drew on spirit and banged it into the door. It struck it dead center, but the wood held. I hit it again and again. The 4th time, my panic turned into a strangled yell as I unleashed my spirit at it. The wood splintered, then exploded, destroying the door. I rushed inside the room, scanning for Briar. The sight that met my eyes had time slamming to a screeching halt for 1 nanosecond, then speeding up too fast to follow the next moment. "Zach!" Luke yelled, he and Nick moving into action. "Get over here. Use your spirit to stop the bleeding. Hunter, get the car ready." I fell to my knees beside Briar's body. Her chest rose and fell, barely, and her eyes were closed. I slammed my palms into her bleeding forearms, using my magic to seal the wounds temporarily, but my power flickered in and out. "I can't," I whispered, voice filled with despair. "If you can't, she's going to die," Nick said sternly. I shut my eyes and tried again, blotting out the grisly sight of her lying on the floor, blood pooled around her, the bloodied knife resting close by. My knife. I hadn't even known it was up here. Spirit flowed through me, but it took a few harrowing tries until it manifested enough to form a protective seal around the 2 gaping wounds Briar had inflicted on herself. "Why would she do this?" Luke asked, feeling her neck for a pulse. I kept my arms on Briar's, her warm blood coating my palms as I told him. "She was protecting us from whoever was controlling her mind. She's been acting strangely. I should have seen it sooner." Why did she think this was the only way? Why hadn't she come to me, talked to me?
"Who was?"
Nyala asked worriedly.
"She never said anything. You took care of Clarence."
"But not Bethany. Damn it," I shouted, making them all flinch with the force of my words. "I knew something was wrong. I should have pushed her harder." "You can argue with her about it later. We need to get her to the hospital," Luke whispered. "She's lost too much blood." Carefully, I picked up Briar in my arms, holding her close as I navigated the stairs and got her outside. Nyala opened the back door for me and helped me get inside the car with her. Seconds later, we were flooring it to the nearest town, which thankfully was a magic-based community. The entire drive, I kept feeling for Briar's heartbeat, refusing to imagine this was how life with her was going to end. Her breathing grew more haggard and shallow, and I muttered for Hunter to drive faster. Blood oozed from her wounds, dripping from the seals that weren't strong enough. I attempted again to use my spirit and stop her from losing any more blood, but nothing worked. "Come on," I whispered, tears pushing at my eyes. "Don't leave me yet. Don't you dare leave me. Not like this." I rested my forehead to hers, whispering to her the whole ride to the hospital. Her body, usually warmer from her always burning fire, grew cold against my skin. I held her tighter, as if that alone would keep her trapped in her body and alive. "Here," Hunter announced. Nick helped me out, while Luke and Nyala rushed inside to get help. Once through the doors, several people in scrubs tried to take Briar from me, laying her on a gurney, but I snarled at them all, not wanting to let her out of my sight. Luke and Nick firmly pried my arms away from her and held me back as they rolled her away to the emergency bay. "Her wounds were temporarily sealed," Nick told the doctor as Briar was hooked up to several monitors. The commotion fell away to the background as more questions were asked. I couldn't get the words out, but my brothers answered for me. My eyes remained on Briar's face, just wanting to see those dark eyes and those glowing gold flecks. Blood was hung on an IV, and her arms were being examined. She'd cut deep, and they were saying something about surgery. Their hopes seemed high that we'd gotten here in time. Just as I sighed in relief, feeling it wasn't over for her, Briar took a deep, shuddering breath, then flatlined. Her body was still, and then they were there with the paddles, trying to revive her. Nick and Luke each held onto my arm as I strained to get to her, muttering no over and over under my breath, as it felt like someone stabbed me right through the heart. They shocked her once, twice, nothing. 2 more times, and that terrifying endless tone echoed painfully in my ears. "Breathe," I whispered. "Please just breathe." The doctor glanced at his watch, and his face fell. "No," I yelled, and charged forward, breaking away from my brothers. "She's not dead. She can't be. Get away from her. Just get away." I pushed down hard on her chest, cursing for her to come back to me. I would not let her die like this, not driven to suicide because of her sister or anyone else. I was not going to stop until she opened her eyes. "Zach," Luke muttered solemnly beside me. "She's gone." "No," I snapped. "No, she wouldn't leave me." "She did it to save you," Nick whispered, reaching for my arms. I threw him off and kept at it. "Briar, I know you can hear me. I know you can. We're not finished, not even close. You're going to open those eyes of yours and yell at me. You're going to fight. I need you to live, Shroud. I need you. Please." My arms shook, and I collapsed on her, drawing her into my arms. A hush fell around us as the harsh reality of what just happened slammed full force into me. Behind me, Nyala cried, and I heard Hunter mutter a curse. Luke and Nick moved in closer, each laying a hand on my shoulder. This had to be another nightmare, another trick by that cloaked figure. This wasn't real. "Zach, let her go," Nick whispered gently. With my heart shattering, I bent over and softly kissed her lips, then her forehead, the clock ticking loudly close by, counting off the seconds since she passed from this world. I squeezed her hand one last time, and froze. "Zach?" Luke asked. "What's wrong?" I said nothing, but squeezed Briar's hand a second time. Her fingers twitched against mine as her palm grew warmer. "She's alive," I breathed, eyes locked on hers. "Don't do this to yourself," Nick said as he tried to pull me away, but I shrugged him off. "Her hand, it's warming up. Briar? Briar, wake up!" The doctor frowned at the monitor that showed no heartbeat, but then a blip beeped to life and his jaw dropped. I held my breath as another sounded, and another, coming in unsteady rhythms. The doctor took hold of her other hand. "Her hand? Is she a fire summoner?" "She is." Her hand grew steadily warmer against mine, her heart beating faster and faster. She gasped for air, and the doctor cursed as her hands burst into flames. He yelled for me to get back, but though the fire burned away the bandages covering my forearms, the flames didn't burn me, not this time. They moved up my arm, flowing easily across my cheek as if in greeting, before they drew back into her body. "Zach," she whispered, but her eyes never opened. Her hand squeezed mine harder, and I did the same, letting her know I was right here. "Get her arms bandaged, then we need to get her to surgery to repair the damage. Pack the wounds with healing salves," the doctor said, sounding shocked. "Sir, if you could step back, for now. You can visit with her as soon as we're finished, and she's stable." I kissed the back of Briar's hand as I murmured, "I'll be close by." Nick, Luke, and I backed away so we could still watch the doctor and nurses get Briar's wounds prepped for surgery. Nyala and Hunter hugged me, wiping tears of disbelief from their eyes, too. The nurse checked the IV and the bag of blood, then checked her vitals. Her heartbeat remained steady, as did her breathing, but she never woke up. I wondered if they gave her something to keep her knocked out, but figured I'd find out once they wheeled her to her room. "I'm sorry," Nick told me as Luke nodded. "For what?" "We gave up on her." "I don't blame you," I replied stiffly, staring at the blood covering my shirt, my hands, all of me. Each time I blinked, I saw her lying in a pool of her blood again, the knife close by. She'd tried to kill herself, and until she awoke, I would have to do all I could to keep my imagination from running off with the reasons why. I knew she'd been hurting, scared, feeling helpless, but to take her own life. Had I failed her that much? If she'd done it to, protect me from Bethany? She should have told me. We would have taken her on together. "Looks like they're taking her up to surgery," Nick said, nodding. "Come on, let's get you settled in the waiting room. Then we'll call Theon, update him on the situation." "Is she safe here, you think?" I was worried Bethany and a squad of necromancers were going to burst in at any second, since it was her sister who had been inside her head. Yes, I realized that now. The second person staring back at me this morning had been Bethany. I wanted to smack myself for not calling her out on it then. "We'll get a few talons out here discreetly," Luke assured me as guilt washed over me, followed by anger and fear that I'd almost lost Briar. "We'll keep her safe." "Good," was all I could think to say in reply. "That's good." The only sound in the room, aside from the quiet whisperings of my brothers, Hunter and Nyala, was the constant beeping of the machine Briar was hooked up to. She was alive. Her wounds were stitched and bandaged up, but for 3 days all she had done was lie in that bed. The doctor said by all accounts she should have woken up by now. I held her hand, resting my chin on the bed, staring up at her face. I hardly left her side unless it was to relieve myself or drink the horrible coffee my brothers brought me, the only thing I could get to stay down. There were 4 talons posted around the perimeter of the hospital, but so far no one seemed to know we were here. Bethany and her lot stayed far away, and as far as we knew, the masters, except for Theon, had no knowledge of us being out in the open like this. "Zach," Nick whispered, nudging my shoulder. "Theon's here." I sat back in time to see Theon enter Briar's room, his face drawn, eyes dark with worry. He approached, and I took the hand he held out. "Master Theon." "How is she doing?" "She's alive, but she won't wake up. They don't know what's wrong." "Nick told me as much." He released my hand and walked to the head of the bed. "Have you gotten any rest?" he asked, eyeing my stained clothes and probably the massive bags I had under my eyes. the scruff on my face. A few hours here and there. I can't leave her. Not until I see her eyes. I can't. A lump formed in my throat, making it hard to swallow, seeing that pool of blood. I carefully brushed my fingers around the bandaged wounds. She would be scarred forever because of her actions, always reminded of what she attempted to do. Theon leaned over and rested his palm on Briar's forehead. His eyes closed, and he sucked in a breath as if in pain. "She's locked in a fight," he whispered, and I perked up, as did Nick, standing just a few feet away. "A fight? With who? Bethany?" "Not Bethany. In a fight with the memories tormenting her. The last remnants of what Mark did to her have manifested into a dark being, and she's fighting them, but she's losing." "What? No!" I snapped in a panic. "I have to help her." "Zach, you can't," Nick started to say. Theon was nodding at me. Nick looked at me. "He can get inside her head?" "With help, yes. If she does not win against her own mind, she will never wake." I was on my feet and stood beside Briar's head. "Tell me what to do." "Lay your hand here," he said, as he motioned, and I rested mine against her forehead as his had been. He gripped my shoulder instead and told me to take a deep breath and close my eyes. "Relax your body and let your mind reach out toward hers. Feel her presence," he said quietly. "Go to her. Bring her home." My body grew light, and Theon's voice fell away until there was a strange rushing inside my head. Yelling sounded from nearby, and then my feet hit hard ground. I opened my eyes to find myself standing in the altar room once again. But this time it was void of anyone. The yelling had me turning to the right, and I picked my way across the bodies strewn about, toward an open door. But this time it was void of anyone alive. Through it, I expected to come face to face with necromancers or ghouls, but instead, I stood on the grounds of Academy. They burned around me. I strained to see through the smoke, but Briar wasn't here. A sharp cry forced me back around again, and there in the center of the field was a domed building with an open door. Sounds of fighting came from inside, and I picked up the pace, rushing to get into the building. I stepped through the doorway and was back in Briar's memories at HQ when Mark, Odette, and Balthazar had her in their grasp. There was no chair this time. She was fighting them hand to hand all at once, but she was losing ground. I hadn't even called out her name when Odette's fist slammed into Briar's chest, and she was thrown across the room, landing with a groan a few feet away. She spat blood, struggling to push herself back up, but she faltered and collapsed. "Briar!" I uttered, sprinting to her side. I reached out, fearing this time would be like all the others, and she wouldn't know I was here. But when my hand reached for her shoulder, it rested there, and her gaze narrowed on my face. "You have to come back with me now." "Zach?" She grabbed hold of me and crushed me to her. I sighed as I held her close, not wanting to let go. "Wait, why are you here? You have to go before they kill you. They said they would." "Briar, stop," I said as she tried to get back to her feet. "This isn't real." "What? Yes, it is. They're just trying to use me. Just get out of here, please. I can take them." She pulled fire into her hands after she was free of my grasp, and the three masters charged at her too fast for this to be real. Theon said she was fighting against herself. I had to get her to stop fighting, to see the truth of what they were to her. She took them all on at once and held her ground for a few minutes until Mark grabbed her by the throat and slammed her into the floor. She cursed, yelling for me to run, but I refused. "No, you have to listen to me," I said sternly. "Listen to me and stop trying to save me." "I have to," she muttered. "I have to keep you safe." "Briar, I am safe," I argued. "Look at me. It's all in your head. You're fighting yourself, and you have to stop or you'll never wake up. You'll never come back to reality. Please, I won't lose you again." She frowned. "Again? What do you mean again? I'm right here." "You died," I said, forcing the words out, saying them again when she shook her head, staring at me like I was the one trapped in my own head. "You're in the hospital right now, and what you're fighting, they're not really here. None of this is real." "No,
I'm back at HQ, and they want to use me, she insisted.
You left HQ almost 2 weeks ago. What you're seeing, it's all in your head. They messed you up. They got inside your mind. They drove you to kill yourself. And now it's time you wake up. Come back to me, Shroud, please. I held out my hand and waited for her to take it.
I can't, she whispered. I have to save you.
You are not fighting this alone, I said firmly. You have me, remember? And we take on everything together. Take my hand. Feel the truth. This isn't real. Her hand was almost in mine. Then suddenly the masters yelled and rushed us. She pulled her fire to her, ready to take them all on, but I grabbed her hands, letting her fire flow over me instead.
What are you doing?
You're fighting yourself, and I'm going to prove it to you.
No, Zach, what are you doing?
She struggled to get free, but I wrapped my arms around her, holding her close as the masters came after us. She yelled and cursed, but I only held her tighter, watching as time slowed to a crawl at the moment. The masters were there, ready to attack, except this time when they reached us, they passed right through and disappeared.
What just happened?
She whispered. I told you, you're stuck in your head. None of this is real. I turned her around to face me. I need you to wake up now. She glanced around, her eyes narrowing as she whispered,
All in my head.
Everything disintegrated before our eyes and blew away, leaving us standing on the burnt lawns of Academy. I waited for that to go away next, but it remained, and worry churned in my gut that this nightmare we seemed to share was more than just a dream. But then Briar's body shimmered in and out of view. My eyes slipped closed, and when they opened again, I was staring at Briar lying in a hospital bed.
Zach?
Theon asked, holding me upright as I sucked in deep breaths. I'm all right, I muttered, waiting for Briar to open her eyes. Come on, come on. I removed my hand from Briar's forehead, cupping her cheek instead. Her skin was back to its warm self, and her color was better. She stirred on the bed, and when her eyes opened, she flailed, grabbing hold of me as she gasped for air like she'd been drowning. You're all right, I whispered urgently, sitting down on the bed as she sat up and clung to me. You're all right, you're safe. I've got you. Tears wet her cheeks as she trembled against my chest.
Zach, what? Where are we?
Hospital, I replied simply as she leaned back, her gaze shifting from me to Theon and Nick. Theon studied her closely, cocking his head to the side as he nodded slowly.
Tell me, Briar, what do you hear inside your mind? Anything from your sister, or anyone else who shouldn't be in there?
Just me, she replied, sounding shocked.
Only me.
Her answer seemed to satisfy him, but not me. What were you thinking? I asked before I could stop myself. She seemed confused at first, until I held up her bandaged arms and her whole body stiffened. You tried to kill yourself. Why?
Bethany, she whispered. She was in my head and I couldn't get her out. She was going to make me kill you and your brothers, everyone at the house. She tormented me for days. She almost had me completely at her mercy. I had to stop her. Zach. God, Zach, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
She fell back into my chest and we stayed there, wrapped in each other's arms. Theon and Nick left to give us some privacy and to deliver the good news to the others that she was awake. I longed to talk to Briar, wanted to yell and scream at her for thinking she would have to go so far as to kill herself to get rid of Bethany's control over her, to protect me. My chest was tight as I warred against myself and the insane raw pain and anger threatening to overwhelm me.
Zach?
But she couldn't seem to find the words and cupped my warm face in her palms instead. I rested my forehead against hers and kissed her softly, needing to prove to myself that she was, in fact, alive and back to herself. No more voices. No more insanity. Briar was fully back this time. I lay down beside her, holding her close against my side as she fell asleep. This time, she appeared at peace in her dreams, and I closed my eyes, too exhausted to keep them open any longer. Once she was up and out of this place, though, we were going to have a very long talk about her continued choices of disregarding her own life to save mine.
Chapter 23. Briar. Zach was pissed. He smiled and held my hand as I was discharged from the hospital and the whole ride back to the safe house. But his anger was there, simmering right below the surface. I understood it, and at the same time I wanted to smack him across the face. Didn't he understand why I did it? I had to save him, and my actions worked better than expected. Bethany's control was gone completely. I didn't feel her poking around in my head. There were no more whispers, and I was in complete control of myself again. As much as I was grateful to be alive, dying gave my mind a chance to reset and clear out the mess she left behind. Zach, he'd brought me back to reality. I wanted him to be happy, but instead he faked it, watching me like a hawk, as if any second I was going to pick up another knife and try to off myself again. A sudden cold shiver raced down my spine, and his hand tightened around mine instinctively.
Shroud?
Fine, I'm fine, I murmured as we pulled up to the house. I glanced at his shirt, stained with my blood, and failed to shove aside the sensations of dying I experienced, feeling my fire burn out, leaving me cold and shaking, hearing Bethany's scream of rage as I overpowered her control just long enough to do what had to be done to save Zach and the others. To save everyone. She would never control me again, and her master would never rise, not while I had strength left in me to do what was necessary. I was a Morris after all, but so was she. She wouldn't give up. Neither would I. We climbed out of the SUV, and I made to follow Zach when Theon called my name.
A moment, if you can. I will have to return to HQ soon before my absence is noted by the other masters. Kira can only cover me for so long.
Zach hesitated, but let go of my hand.
See you inside.
Theon and I walked around the front of the house until we reached a bench beneath the large willow tree. The tree reminded me so much of campus and my first few weeks with Zach. His getting me to use my summoning, getting me out of my head, and to stop doubting myself. Helping me find my center. I reached out, letting the wispy branches brush over my arm as I grinned, but then my eyes fell to the bandage covering my forearm, and I stilled. It had been Zach who helped me discover my center as my unyielding strength, the stubbornness to never give in, no matter what it cost me. To do what had to be done to save those I loved. Never did I imagine I would have to go so far as to take my own life. But I'd saved Zach, and that's what mattered.
You seem lost in thought, my dear.
Theon sighed as he sat. Remembering is all. I let my head fall back as I watched the branches sway in the wind. Zach's angry with me.
To be fair, he's not the only one.
I found Theon staring at me with a look of annoyance and worry, as well as relief. It worked. Not that I had any assumptions I knew what I was doing. But it worked, and she's gone.
That's not the point. Zach will be angry for a long while. You have to understand that.
I do, but at the same time he would have done the same to save me. His lips thinned, but he tapped the side of his nose.
Just remember to give him, as well as yourself, time to heal. You might have severed the connection between you and your sister, but you are far from being out of danger. She and her necromancers are still out there.
We're going after them all, right?
General Phillips seems to be on board with making such plans, and I sense Bastille is coming around. However, they have to get approval from Council for such a large military operation, and then, of course, there's the issue with your case, and your attack on 3 masters. Before long we will have to admit to them you are alive. It won't be easy, or pretty.
I shrugged. I killed Sam, and I doubt they will let me go with the defense that I was under someone else's control.
They will, because it's the truth. One way or another, they will see that we've all been blind for far too long. The case against you will be dismissed once your sister is brought in.
And Mark? I asked, hating how saying his name still made me sick to my stomach.
He is my problem for the moment. Kira and I have made our case against Mark, Odette, and Balthazar. We have the warrant for Mark, We're just waiting for the most opportune moment, once Bastille has officially sided with us, of course. The more military backing our actions, the better. And as much as I hate to admit some of my own peers could be involved in this cover-up, there is a chance one of those masters wanted you so badly because they might be working with the Necromancers.
I shook my head. No, that doesn't make sense, at least not Mark.
No, not him. Clarence suggested as much, too, when Zack questioned him.
He was trying to break me so I would join him and the other masters, be their assassin. But if one of the others is with Bethany, why would she have sent that abomination to help me escape? Theon rested his arms on his knees, nodding slowly.
It is all curious.
Curious and annoying. I want it to be over. All of it.
As do we all.
He watched me closely as I sat on the bench beside him, picking absently at the bandages on my arm.
Is there anything else you wish to tell me? Anything that has occurred that may be of use?
I almost told him about the nightmare I've been having about Academy being on fire and the cloaked figure, but just as the words were about to leave my lips, a voice in my head cautioned against it. It wasn't Bethany's or anyone else's voice, only mine.
No, not really.
All I know of is what I saw in the underground tunnels, but even that's fuzzy for the most part. It'd be nice if I could forget about all the dead I left behind. That image was going to stick with me for a very long time.
You will move past this in time, Theon assured me, as long as you remember you are not alone in this fight, Briar Morris. Never alone.
Zack always says the same thing.
He's a smart man. You should listen to him.
I do, and I know he'll never leave me, but I won't watch him die, and I sure as hell won't be the reason he dies either.
You think he feels any different about you? He asked with a raised brow. You two have been through hell more times than most people, and you have always gotten out of it together because you're stronger together. That's what makes love such a powerful force, something I sense you may have forgotten. What he did for you today, and what you did for him, that is true love. You don't see it nearly enough.
He patted my hand and gave me a warm smile.
Hold on to that no matter what else comes your way. You hold fast to that truth.
I'll try. I loved Zack, but it wasn't hard to feel the strain my actions put on our relationship.
I must be off. I expect to be updated if anything changes.
He rose to his feet. Wait, what are we supposed to do here? Keep hiding out? I won't stay here forever, not while Morris's murderer roams free. Definitely not while Bethany is out there. And Dijon, too.
Your task right now is to remember all you can from your time with your sister. We have Dresden and Ivan in our custody, too. Whatever answers we can get out of them will be passed along, and once we have enough information, then we will make our move.
Including me. He blew out a heavy breath.
If you are required, then yes, but there are a lot of people after you right now, Briar, and I'm sorry to say, you are the key to bringing Xylon back. If the enemy gets hold of you again, you may not be able to escape.
Yeah, got it. Then the whole world's fate will be at risk, and so on and so forth, whatever. I muttered darkly. Which is why we should be out there right now trying to stop her. Zack and I can get back to the underground fortress.
And do what? They have an army, Briar, and if they're smart, they will not be there still. You could be walking into a trap. The answer is no, he added sternly, when I opened my mouth to keep arguing. You heal and you rest. Give your mind time to catch up with itself. There will be need of your unyielding strength before long. I have no doubt about it.
I said nothing, simply leaned back to watch the branches again. Theon mumbled under his breath, then walked off. He probably went to talk to the Pierce brothers, and then he'd head back to HQ. I shuddered at the thought of having to step foot back there. One way or another I'd find my way back, and then what? Be arrested again? The dream of taking Zack and disappearing completely was tempting. But so many people had already died. Countless more would, whether the Necromancers had me or not. They would simply keep building up their army, biding their time. They'd waited a few hundred years for me to come around. I had no doubt they'd be patient enough to wait until I messed up and they found me again. The breeze was soothing, but as darkness started to settle in, I figured I should get myself inside before Zach had to come out looking for me. I heard Luke and Nick talking in the kitchen, heard Nyala's laughter at something Hunter said, but I headed upstairs toward what had been my room for nearly 2 weeks. It still seemed crazy to me that it had been that long since breaking out of HQ. To think of what Zach must have gone through when he came after me, learning I'd been tortured, then led right into the hands of the enemy. He'd followed me without any regard for his life, or that he would even make it out alive. He acted the same as I did. Somehow I sensed he wouldn't see it that way. And Morris, he was dead and gone with no idea who killed him, the Masters or the Necromancers. That truth was hard to swallow no matter how many times I attempted to accept it. He'd always seemed invincible. At the doorway to my room, I paused, noticing the destroyed door that once stood there. I even vaguely remembered hearing an explosion before my mind slipped away. Carefully, I stepped over the debris, and my gaze landed on the blood-stained floor. I couldn't breathe. The wounds on my arms tingled and throbbed, as if remembering exactly what I'd done to myself. The knife was only a few feet away, covered in my blood, too. I squared my shoulders and took it one slow step at a time until I stood at the very spot where I'd made my decision, where I'd been ready to end it all.
"You should get some rest,"
Zach said quietly. I glanced over my shoulder to find him in the doorway. He'd changed his clothes at least, but he rubbed his hands as if trying to wash my blood from them.
"The incident took a lot out of you."
It did, I agreed slowly. I wasn't sure I could stay in this room, but was suddenly too nervous to ask him if we could move to another room. Part of me sensed he might not want to be around me tonight.
"Why did you do it?"
he asked harshly. There it was, his anger. I'd been waiting for it since waking at the hospital, but he'd held it in. Not anymore, it seemed. I had no choice. Bethany was inside my head. She was controlling me like she did when I killed Sam. But this time I knew it was happening. You don't know how many times I'd barely stopped her from making me hurt one of you.
"You're right, I don't, because you refused to say anything."
He spat, the tick in his jaw looking like it was never going to stop.
"You didn't think to just tell me."
And what would you have done, huh? She was beating me down. The second I would have told you, you would have done anything you could to save me from her, no matter what the cost. What she showed me, I wouldn't wish those images on anyone, I said, backing farther into the room. I was unstable. Hurting you or the others would have been too easy if she'd managed to get full control.
"No, you weren't. You were getting yourself under control."
I hurt you, I reminded him. I burned you, could have easily destroyed you or your brothers. That fire during the middle of the night, it would have caught the whole house up in flames if you hadn't come out and stopped it.
"You didn't attack me on purpose," he argued. "You were being tricked, manipulated."
Doesn't mean it didn't hurt me more than it did you to know what I'd done. I wrapped my arms around myself as a strange chill slipped down my spine. She showed me exactly what she was going to have me do. I had to stop her.
"By killing yourself?"
She was going to have me murder you, then drag my ass to their location. They needed me to bring Xylon back. That can't happen, and I was too weak to fight back.
"Because you were alone," he yelled, finally losing it. "You blocked me out. You've been doing it since the trial. You keep pushing me away instead of letting me in. Why? You and I have fought everything together, and we've come out stronger for it. Then all of a sudden you have to do it alone? Why, huh? What the hell changed?"
I was protecting you, I shouted back. The Masters threatened to kill you if I didn't do what they wanted. Then Bethany did the same. They keep using you against me, all right? I won't watch you die.
"So you made me watch you die instead. How is that fair?"
I never said it was, but I was not going to kill you.
"And killing yourself was the only way out."
He ran his hands madly through his hair as he flung curses.
3 minutes, Briar.
What?
3 minutes. That's how long you were technically dead for," he snapped. "I watched you take your last breath as you bled out. I felt the last beat of your heart, and I felt your absence the second you asked me to forgive you. It was like you ripped into my chest and tore out my heart."
Tears burned in my eyes. I furiously wiped them away. "Sorry."
"You've said it a few times, but I don't think you understand. Not really."
You've risked your life plenty of times for me. This is not any different.
The hell it's not. You used my knife to open up your veins. You gave up.
Not by choice.
He scoffed as he crossed his arms. Really? Not by choice? You're saying that what we have isn't strong enough? It's not strong enough to fight back anymore?
It's not like I wanted to leave you. I love you, damn it.
Not enough, it seems,
he muttered, then turned on his heel and stomped away. Zach, you get your ass back here. Zach!
Get some rest,
he yelled back as I reached the doorway, but then he was gone and down the stairs. A door slammed. I grunted in anger, punching the nearest wall. Wincing at the pain shooting up my hand, I stalked around the bedroom, avoiding the blood stain on the floor. Each pass by the stain brought back the moment into clear view until I was staring straight at it. I'd died for 3 whole minutes. I'd been gone from this world. Been nothing. Just a soul ready to move on. What brought me back?
You know, Luke said softly as he walked into the room. The doctor, me, and Nick, we gave up on saving you. By the time we got you to the hospital, you'd lost so much blood, even after Zach had sealed your wounds. Your pulse was barely there. You took one breath, and then you were just gone.
What brought me back? I asked, confused.
Zach did. He refused to give up on you. He dragged you back from death, Briar. I believe that.
He took a few more steps and then stood on the other side of the bloodstain. He bent down and picked up the knife, holding it out to me.
I understand why you did this, the torment, the insanity. But you can never give up on those that love you.
Theon said love's a powerful force, I whispered, taking the knife and folding it up. I couldn't see that through the darkness. I just wanted to save him.
Desperate measures aren't always the best course.
No, they're not, I muttered, guilt flooding me for what I made Zach experience. I'd be pissed if he did the same to me. I'm sorry, Luke, for putting you guys through that.
It might seem like it was worth it now, but death isn't the answer. If you start believing that, then you'll become the thing you're hunting. Understand? Death is all they focus on, what they worship. It's their answer to everything. Don't let them drive you to that point again.
He grabbed my shoulder as he held my gaze.
Unyielding strength. That's what you have as your center. Don't let them take that from you.
Then he was gone and I was left holding the knife in my palm. It was a weight I didn't want to bear anymore, and I marched to the window, opened it up, and threw it out into the trees. That done, I turned back to the bloodstain on the floor and pulled fire to my hands. Pain filled me as tears I couldn't hold back any longer slipped down my face. I'd been weakened, beaten down. Never again. The next time I saw Bethany, I'd make her pay for everything she'd done to me. Fire played along my fingertips. I glared at the stain on the wooden floorboards, and knowing it was going to take a long time before Zach forgave me, I unleashed my fire, burning away any trace of what I'd done. I wasn't even sure I could forgive myself for going this far. I was the tough girl who never let anything get to her. But I'd let Bethany control me, let Mark trick me. Somewhere in this madness, I'd lost myself. And it was time I got myself back. The girl I found that day in the stone circle with Zach's help. When the floor was blackened and charred, I pulled my fire back and left the bedroom, heading down the hall to the bathroom. The white bandages on my arms were stark against the black clothes I wore. The doctor said not to mess with them for a few days while the healing salves did their job to speed up the process. But I had to see them. Carefully I peeled back the wrapping on my left arm, wincing as it tugged on the stitches, then did the same to my right arm. I clenched my jaw as I looked at the ugly gashes running from my wrists to my elbow. They were bigger than I remembered, puckered and red. A whirlwind of emotions passed through me, bitterness for me doing this to myself, to Zach. The hatred I had for Bethany increased tenfold, but in truth, I could only blame myself. I wasn't sure how long I stood there, staring at my reflection in the mirror, the bags under my eyes that were completely clear now of any insanity. I'd been brought so low. And it was time I started climbing my way back up. I'd be an idiot to try to do it alone. Something I should have realized a couple of days ago. The floor creaked outside the bathroom, and I peered into the hall. It was empty. I hadn't tried to use any spirit summoning and wasn't about to do it yet. If Zach wanted to check on me and not say anything, that was his choice. I replaced the bandages on my arms, decided I'd get cleaned up as much as I could, wash my hair if nothing else, and find something to eat. I waited for a few more beats, then closed the door, hoping I'd have a chance to talk to Zach soon. Hair wet and braided, I bounded down to the kitchen to find some leftover fried rice in the fridge. I ate it alone, the guys and Nyala somewhere else in the house. Then I headed to the small living room where there was a couch and a small hearth. The Pierce brothers' voices trickled down the steps every now and then, a yell thrown in here and there, but I figured if they wanted me to know what they talked about, they'd come find me. I tossed a few logs from the nearby stack into the hearth, snapped my fingers, and got a fire going to chase away the last chill from my bones. The couch was old and lumpy, but it would do well enough to sleep on. There wasn't a chance I was going back in that damned bedroom. I watched the dancing flame, letting my mind wander, but not once did I sense anyone else inside my head except myself. I almost reached out to Zach, but resisted the urge, not sure if he'd even let me in. At some point I must have dozed off. The cushions shifted, and two strong arms hauled me over into a familiar embrace. I snuggled into Zach's chest as he kissed the top of my head, neither of us saying a word. The steady beating of his heart lulled me back to sleep, and for once, I dreamt of nothing. Sunlight warmed my face in the morning, and I frowned to find the couch empty, as though Zach hadn't been there at all. His sweatshirt was draped over the back, and I tugged it on over my t-shirt to block the cool morning air flowing in through the ramshackle house. A chair scraped across the floor in the kitchen, and I rebraided my hair as I walked in, expecting to find Zach, but it was Nick, Hunter, and Nyala. "Mornin'," Nick said in greeting. "Pot of coffee if you want some." Nyala hugged me quickly, and Hunter bobbed his head, mouthful of food. "Thanks. Where's Zach?" "He and Luke got called back to HQ by Theon. They'll be back in a few days." "Is something wrong?" I studied their faces. Nyala fidgeted but said nothing. "No," Nick finally answered. "The opposite, actually. Sounds like the generals want a more in-depth description of these tunnels before they present a final plan to the council. With any luck, we're one step closer to going after the bastards." "So we're just supposed to sit around and wait?" I tried to keep the annoyance from my voice as I reached for a mug, grimacing at the stiffness in my arms, and poured myself some coffee. "You're supposed to be recovering, but yeah, we're gonna sit here and wait. Anyway, can't have you showing your face at HQ ahead of schedule. We're waiting for Mark to be served his warrant. Don't think I'd trust you running into him." "It was a good idea. If I saw Mark right now, pretty sure I'd be setting him on fire. Again." "Perfect," I mumbled, taking a sip of coffee as I joined the others at the table. "This isn't punishment, Briar, just a precaution," Nick assured me. "We'll change those bandages today, too." I nodded, thinking about Zach, and considered reaching out to him again. He'd held me all through the night. That had not been a dream. But he left this morning without a word. How long do you think he'll be mad at me? Nick shrugged as Nyala patted my hand to try to comfort me. "A while," she said. "Can you blame him?" "No, I can't." "You'll get through this. You both will. Give it time," Hunter added. "That's just it," I said, the warmth of the mug cold compared to the fire within me, begging to be used up against my enemies. "Pretty sure we're running out of time. There were so many necromancers in that fortress, too many to count. They've already got their army, and we're running around with half our leaders believing there's no threat at all." "We'll stop them before it's too late," Nick said simply. I wanted to believe him, but how could I after what I'd seen? I took my coffee and said I was going to go sit under the willow tree. With Zach's sweatshirt keeping me company, I watched the leaves flutter down around me, trying not to picture each one as yet another person killed by an enemy we couldn't find. End of Book 4.
This has been Infraction, Academy of Ancients, written by Avery Cross, narrated by Jack Ainsworth. Copyright 2018 to 2020 by Avery Cross. Production copyright by Avery Cross.